Minno Ben on the Kabachima, Omangana Betumia Konanim. You're live on the TV XYZ and on Power 97.9 FM, Radio XYZ 93.1, also on Facebook. You're Power 979, TV XYZ Ghana, and if you're Radio XYZ 93.1 on Facebook. Medium Accra Coffee Dako, Yamama Kwaba Mate. Copy said net vetting a befias in the Ninian Subabanariano, yet Hanum, and Yankoye. Many million Beno and a Wahanum, or therefore Kwesi Beche, NK or Brempong, and a young Shemuha. The Babe analysis in Ninara, and Radino Econi Deng, young and Nijay, as a Zentrafo. Send your questions nearby. Send your Ayawanga 1 year nominees, so I'm responding to various questions. No, young and Nijiana. And Susan Goye, Ninano, at the end of the day, Rebecca Huasem. But Nano, Nipa Wabeka Primo Committee, no enimno, Ora Ali Adolf G. John, or your minister designate for the northern region, John Kwejo Japong, John Kwejo Japong, Oti region, James Kuno, Volta region, Mrs. Rita Kosia Awate. Minister designate for the Eastern region. Eye nipa ne de yehwe won anim se wobekwa kopem wo eye appointment committee no anim. Ni ahwe se ne de nso ebeko. Nipa cho betimi follow you on social media, especially on Facebook. Na udi wadwe nkire abrayen. Mi mama kwaba. Me di Accra Coffee Dago once again. And na ye be fiase ni nya hwe no ade no se ne sifa koye no e koni den. But before I introduce me, studio let me say happy birthday to you, Madam Angel Lydia Nutako. Angel Lydia Nutako, also known as Double. Happy birthday to you. This is from me to you. Miss Onyami Onshira ye papa. Double ning. Zanete ning. Onyami Onshira. Enti minu mu benui wangatena se odafo kwasi bechie etu yankra efigana mrahye begwem sanso na NK Obrempon gabono obi se ope gabono yanga mani gabono wogatera parliament na wo yeye wabetena se enuanu memo ache yenua akra obi ye gabono so gabono yakase mame gabono eti ye di gabono amano mibia bokode nyankopono amode opa yedo nyame ase so yaba betina si na vetina ekoso appointment Ministerial appointment His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic, wabobo ebinimu din mpanifo ese fata so mokode da asoye ahodoa omo ba betina so na omatimi aye adwuma dia asom oman Ghana ne yie no enenso ye hwanim Parliament appointment committee ebetina se na afi omatimi atoto sa mpanifo yi ano na omo hwese adwuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ede mom so omo ye no womo asheda eti adwuma na se womo nimnia omo ba be ye ne yie na afi omatimi approve wom na shebedwam na omo ba be som eye oman Ghana nti akra ye te ade a na je se ye ka ho a ye ba ye ba be so vet num ensem e ba be koso nyina no ye ne atiefo ne ahwefo nyina e ba be che ne dei na afi bibi ya etimi aye kama okay me da say NK Obrempon na motene kano ma menko odefo kwasi bachi akache sanse me ko so parliament nyina no uti ye ngana wo kwasi mi mu wache ye nya akra bibia boko bibia boko nse nya boko obende wenye ubende de momi na ye ni de uguso aye to uguso aye first match na bibia first match ni ye beko akwa kuma se na akra me mfa akonya na me na amanfo ase enene na wotwe pepepe na edi me ma me na wotwe da okay ntimi bo amanfo din but wo mo bebo ma me di ma me na wotwe da na ye me na ebuso anyina ye den esi aida wo mase okay akra refi enenso so ye nua ba birthday o Dachima. Everybody yes. Dachima.
Energy and baby. Then it's energy
for you. I'm
and then also aiding baby.
Nigga up on the style be.
Yes, I said it will be a bit about. Don't know if I know about that.
Hey,
I go for you.
Akwe, happy birthday. What? Ako happy birthday.
Yeah.
Obi ase min kan tell some happy birthday. Ono ati ase.
XYZ broadcast.
Ye nyinara from CEO to Obi biara ye ma happy birthday.
Yes.
But ako momo ding say obeye bibi kakra. Onye bi kakra o.
Party na.
Bibi kakra.
And say check ne kwa. Check ne kwa na afide. Yeah, the party na hyehyɛ enjoy ɛno ɔkan na ɔsɛ wɔtwɛn ɔsɛ check kra na wɔhwɛ ne sɛ
ɛne Umar Ibrahim mi pa chow check no ma chow check na drop it Umar Ibrahim
no so free him fa
Umar Ibrahim ma check ni nyɛ and drop it that he must say
baby ade nam de enye adwuma
o man check ni drop man ni drop ma check ni drop this year okay kwasi yanhwɛ nipa nra omukɔ appointment committee no enim wɔn kɔ eni nyinara from na momo Emiliasa George Pariado no nyina no ɛnra ni nyina no ohu ne den nipa omukɔ e nyina
akra ya na so bi etimi ye brebre no be ye mra hye badwani a adwuma aka bia no ya na ne dwumadie ne enhye den o de hye ne nsa ne die ne enhye dan nye den ma no because ansa bitima akoye campaign aba be du mra hye badwam na se adwuma so pa enti so bi etimi be ye mra hye badwani na ese oyo bi a sebe wonim de wo ye enti wo hwe se do mu yi wo mu nsema no ne ensemo a ne anesuade hu wo mu trim wo mu de kɔ asoya hodo no a bibia kyerɛ se omunim dom omukwa akwakoye na omukọ nese ye mo musa akonya no nso a ombetima ye adwuma na amana boa oman Ghana enti animu a na ye hwe se mrahye bujafo no de wo mudwumade nhyɛ omu nsa na Ghana fo nso de mpaebɔ na nimdia hodo a obi anim no omafasa akonya no nso de boa sankofo we a de Ghana pese sa ministry ahodo ni nyina na ekodu no ye nyina betima kwa kodu no na de ba kwa e besere no se eno omampanyin John Dramani Mahama de asofo a odika abo mu din edi wo mu dwumadi ehye wo musa o ka kire wo mu se eya hobrase ene adwunkyere ma omunya abotre ma Ghana ni bia edin fi se akwanya aba ensusuye bi obi obia na ofi se odi ko bo osofo obia no okwa aso e ho no ma na so ebia wo twere to kase na de kwa omu hwehwom na omu so e de dwuma se ya ebeboa ma Ghana se Ghana ministry bia ye ya eye ma Ghana ni bia enye ye ma minister na oto no na se NDC nko eye ma Ghana ni bia eti fi se omu si yi wo mu nsema no eni suade ho omu wo no so omu de kwa aso e ho no se nyame wadom no mkudu ho no no mu de ye adwuma ebetima aboa ma Ghana akonenem ti no a me kan se ya ombo mu homode se de ombe si yi nsema no ana se de afi bia na mfie na bia kwaso pepepe na omu ye de omu ye nti ehwese appointment committee ne report ne beba na bia omaje omu nyina atum na parliament nso agina so aka so ke yemfo omu dwumade enhye omu se ba ne sa de na so makọ omampanyin John Dramani Mahama na odo omu dwumade ahye omu nsa a omra kwan so so omu dwumade ahye ase e say de ne owura to force ni erikupoko ni omu so omu dwumade as a various ministry
Obrempo mamemra ho mamenye specific ewa hanom yenko Madam Elizabeth Ofosu Ajare
yes
bra owura Samuel Atta Mills eribisa ninsem concerning Commander Sugar Factory uje di se sa factory no hu hia magana for anything His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and then the Member of Parliament na because Kamia say abanbiara obeba especially for the past 8 years no asua for mu buy ye beye juma the wanganye 8 years no Ekufuado abang ni MPP for wanganya ho hwe and this ababak bi wangwa no mu see that factory no Ujedi say how important is it that facility to the current administration tia the mrashebegweni no obekoso no wahama ho obeka ho asem na ma incoming sector minister no otimi etu ana Ujedi say ehu hia yen sara say yebenya that factory ni back ana
very well Accra before meshe ase no mechia Malam Munkaila
okay
owo mampon kiapem
hey
ohwe dwumadie ni TVSYZ ni radio power 97.9 FM mampon kiapem Malam Munkaila
Malam ofie yemo wache
oni ne di dwumadie bom afa ejako ono nso no obon homodin pa yie wo eba ne se wo hwe TVSYZ na afa Accra Matiasim edi aba appointment ministerial appointment because area deputies because CEOs ni bi because the Ogba municipalities any district so ade e ho hia omo pa bebre no MCs any DCs Accra omohwe nim se omampani ebebubo omudin na ode wani kire Akuapem North constituency Mr. Ebenezer Odumboafo ewo Akuapem North executive member de NDC amonyoko no ewo Akuapem North constituency omo a womudin akọ se omo pe MC yedin nyina omo sefata no doubt but the mebunu no efre na kachire presidency say komo momodin consider if you saw mo no betimi na ye adwuma
ompeka so ngo
dabi Mr. Ebenezer Boafodum mampon Akuapem eti ye hwe nim say president edini beto a obete kiama na youth no yetimi aboa right to the question honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare minister designate for trade agribusiness and industry nukreni enra time Samuel Atamas na obisa na sa nsembisa no mihunu how passionate the man was because se wo hwe sika o man Ghana sika twitwidie o man Ghana abreni don bia no ye fa edi free ekọ amanone ne ye de kokra asitire sugar edi ba o man nyimu a na wo hwe eka o man ne bo ewo sugar ye kra no ho a na je se sa commander sugar factory a eni samanyoko e hya ase na emfie nwotwe na MPP ebetena so a woman to aso me entimi amaye operational me chere entimi amaye adwuma yan feeding with raw materials yenya ye betimi ye si chere oman mu no oman na boka akra oman na boka enti enra minister designate for trade agribusiness and industry honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare o kan pay si super say oba obebo modern no wahwe ba bibiara aban ni benya sika na omatimi di akwakọ hye commander sugar factory mu say be ye na millions of cedis or dollars ye de kra sika ye de kra sugar yes e de ba o man Ghana mu ha no sa how no nyina be den e betimi afi aside that say beti ye importation of sugar dey about mine mu no e be create enyuma bebre mebunu no especially Cecily John Dramani mama 24-hour economy se commend sugar factory say e adwuma e bi be ko na no patu awia to enyumire na bia fa na naju de suo mu na etimi ma unemployment rate akosro especially within the last 8 years wo MPP abanya akotena chirim no akra etimi abafom etimi it should be her number one priority commend sugar factory no se oba betena ba mu na omenu ade e besi nani so anka obeye ne kane ana oni omampani no se ne omobekasa finance ministry bekasa no matimi enya sika na nka commend sugar factory ahyase produce yen sugar wo man Ghana ha eni sabere bia because o man bia okra eniema dodo ba ne man mu no eye ka no man no bo abere bia o man bia abere bia ono de ontimi fa ne nsa anye bibi oni factories oni bibi obeye wono abetimi ayusu niema na onukrom na bibia ye kra matches box ye kra tese bib atrekra ye kra wo man mu etisi ya hwe establish factories companies ebetimi aboa na akra edisa niema we nyina no yenye yetimi aye ade na abere bia no eyo man no ana ebeboboka entis eyemede yie pa se oka se obey obehwe na waye na afi commend sugar factory no abaye operational na yetimi enya yesichire akra kofi yebedi no oman Ghana ha
but that's the NK Obrempong and mote nenkano yegusu ewa ha TVXYZ and the power 97.9 yenya feed nipa yebeko parliament na yanga kofa the appointment committee and then so no yebeko so ewa ha enti yencha ho kra no yebeko over na akọ Ghana's parliament appointment committee enim na Ora Ali Adolf J John Asarbre yenimoro kase obeko northern region and penifo 50 aseri tutu na no enti yebeko over na yanga ko parliament na yanga ko feed na mira okata wo okuman
attack to master craftsmen and they are not paying anything. The guy has taken over to be able to pay just for them to get their training. I think most of them will find their way back. most of them will find their way back into the region again. Mr. Chairman, I'll take it very serious, because sometimes when we hear what our own brothers and sisters go through in Yendi, it's very pathetic, and I'll take it up seriously, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Any further question?
Yes, it's a follow-up. So, Mr. Nominee, what would you say about the MPPs setting up a place for our brothers and sisters and giving them this kind of training here in Accra, as against your earlier intervention? What would you say about that? I hear you needed clarification. I'm sure you are aware that we started a hostel in Accra, the MPP.
Very well.
The MPP government.
Very well.
And then that also came with some training, including having master craftsmen and all of those ones that you indicated.
Very well.
So I'm asking you, what would be your view, or what is your view on that? Are you intending to have that maintained, or you have a shift in program?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, it's a very laudable idea.
If the nominee can be given the opportunity to answer the question whether he is aware or he is not aware, then you can proceed with the other question.
Save that, Mr. Chairman. He started answering. So, Mr. Chairman, with all due deference, I think sometimes the nominees are very, very capable and able. So, in order not to... Yes. So, Mr. Chair, please, I don't know if you... Please, are you aware or not?
I am.
So, please, would you proceed to answer?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I think it was a very laudable and it was a very good initiative by the previous administration. And Mr. Chairman, the NDC will not scrap any policy that the MPP started. That was a very good policy for Ghanaians. Mr. Chairman, if you started this initiative, of course, it was a very good initiative. And so we, as a government, instead of in Accra allowing this, and Mr. Chairman, instead of allowing this to be in Accra, where our youth will still find their way to Accra, we rather think that it will be better at the district levels. It's a very good initiative. Those who want to be in Accra, and they can cope with Accra, why not? But most of them, like we said, they didn't just find their way to Accra by mistake. Mr. Chairman, so I think that those who will want to still be in Accra, they can be. But I think that it will be better we establish some of these training centers in the district level, which is closer to their villages, and then they will feel more comfortable. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Just a follow-up. I don't know, nominee, whether I got you right. Did you say that the NDC government will not abolish or scrap any policy of the MPP government? Did you say that?
If it is a good policy for Ghanaians, why should we scrap it, Mr. Chairman?
So what is your definition of a bad policy?
Mr. Chairman, we shall review every policy that you started that we find problems with. Mr. Chairman, we shall do everything. Like I said, governance is a continuity. And whatever you started that Ghanaians are very happy with, I don't think it is our intention to scrap it. We would rather review, look at what is not going on well, then we can improve upon it. That is what we shall do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Your last question.
Mr. one question.
You only asked one, but the rest was
I've only asked one.
And how many follow-up?
one.
Just the one.
Okay, so you have 2 more questions. Proceed to ask. And Honorable Nominee, listening to the question, let the questioner finish before you start providing your answer. And to our guests, we are still in parliamentary section, so we don't clap in parliament. So I'll plead with you to listen to the proceedings in silence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nominee, what specific programs or initiatives do you intend to put in place to boost the region's economy? Because in 2016, I think the World Bank Poverty and Equity Brief indicated that the Northern region had a 30.7% poverty rate. What are the specific initiatives or plans you intend to bring to bear to boost your region's economy, reduce poverty, especially among the young men and women? I'm more interested in the young men and women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you look into the NDC manifesto, you would realize that the agri sector, we have planned to provide mechanization centers at all districts across the country. Mr. Chairman, this policy is a policy that I am going to attach serious interest to. We all know very well that the northern region is a food basket of the nation. And so whatever I will do in my capacity as a regional minister, that is if this Nobel Committee gives me the nod, I think I will give Agric very serious attention. And these mechanization centers, I will ensure that they function very well. I will insist that every district chief executive, I will ensure that they function very, very well. We will not abuse any of the government policies. I will supervise, monitor, and then ensure that whatever the government puts in at any district level, the people must benefit. And so we will attach seriousness to it. Then also, Mr. Chairman, in my region, just to let you know that the agri sector is where I'm going to focus most on, because your stomach must be full before you can do any other thing. Any investor who comes into my region with the aim of doing any of his investment in the agri sector, Mr. Chairman, I will play my part as a regional minister. I will ensure that if they are moving to any district, we receive them with 2 hands to let them put in their best for us to get jobs and for us to make the agri sector very attractive for everybody to want to invest in it or to venture in it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I still have a follow-up. Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Nominee, I think the summary of what you've just said is that your concentration largely is going to be on agriculture. Is it going to be a departure from what we have known and seen over the period? Because one of the issues you would have is water. Water for the farms. How do you intend to have all this corrected and to ensure that the farms and post-harvest losses? So when you even have all the harvest, what happens to the crops or the food you want to bring down south? How do you intend to, because you've hinted largely on agriculture, and I just want to find out how you intend to correct all of this.
Honourable members, I will allow the nominee to answer the question, but I will treat it as a substantive question. because this cannot be a follow-up. Thank you very much.
But Chairman, if you listen to the response from the nominee, he emphasized the need for investment in agriculture. So then the member should be allowed to make a follow-up question with regards to that. I also have, because he is actually opening it up. Majority of his questions, or his answers are not spot on. So he opened the box, so we have to come in.
Honourable members, I know what a supplementary question is, and I know what a substantive question is. I still stand by my ruling that this is a substantive question for the nominee. Proceed to provide an answer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, what I've said about the agri sector does not mean that I'm not going to look at other sectors. The northern region is a deprived area. But as Mr. Chairman, you recall, I made it very clear. I said the stomach must be full first before you can think of any other thing. And so that is why I touch much on the agri sector. That doesn't mean that other sectors will be left. I will give every sector the attention needed. Mr. Chairman, looking at the agri sector, I'm going to open up. We have rivers. If you look at the river Oti, all the way from Damanku through Bimbila area, through Saboba, we don't have irrigation dams. Mr. Chairman, we shall employ this and open up irrigation dams such that we don't do only one season or one seasonal farming. Mr. Chairman, when these irrigation dams are opened, definitely our youth will be doing perhaps twice in a year. Instead of this one seasonal farming, we'll now do maybe twice. And Mr. Chairman, the other thing I want to talk about has to do with the post-harvest losses. Mr. Chairman, most of the roads leading to some of the villages where these farmers are based are not good. We have to open up more roads, make them more trouble, such that when our farmers harvest their produce, they are able to transport them.
Nominee, Chairman, I think you need to call your nominee to order. He's actually not answering the question. Post-harvest and all what you are talking about, it's not part of the question the member asked. So please stick to
He asks of post-harvest losses.
Chairman, he is not your nominee. Tell leader that the nominee is not your nominee.
That is to be the case. The nominee keeps saying that when I do this, he's not even referring to the committee that when we give him the approval, he has to be recommended by this committee to go to the plenary for approval. But if you listen to him, he's not actually even giving that credit to the committee. He's just saying, when I'll do this, I'll do that, when you haven't been approved yet.
Honorable Ranking Member, you said a question asked should be treated as a supplementary. And I said it should be a substantive question. I recall, and we all heard the questioner talking about post-harvest losses. Now the nominee is proceeding to answer questions from the post-harvest losses. And you are coming in to say he's not answering the question. The questioner is here and can attest to the fact that his question mainly is on post-harvest losses. That is why I have decided to take it as a substantive question rather than being a supplementary question. So once he is talking about post-harvest losses, and post-harvest losses is part of the question asked, I think the nominee has the right to speak about the post-harvest losses. Any further question? Yes.
Mr. Chair, is it done with the response? So, very well. So, we have witchcraft-related issues up north. Several camps have been set up to that effect. Some of the actions and inactions of these camps largely violate human rights. What steps are you taking to ensure that either they are well taken care of or closed, against the backdrop that you are going to be the chairman of RECSEC? Thank you very much.
Well, is your intervention on the question asked?
Yes, exactly.
Well, I'll give you the floor.
Absolutely. So I note that the question was talking about up north. I'm sure my learned friend and classmate knows that up north is not just one small basket. So if you are specific about the region he's going to preside over. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alhaji Muhammad Shaibu. I mean, in the northern region.
Because the interjection, Chairman, he's not here for Savannah region nominee or any other thing. So
Honorable Whip, you don't have the floor.
Five, but he's not here for 5 northern region. Is he here for 5 northern region?
Honorable nominee, proceed to answer the question, having in mind you are here as a minister designate for Northern Region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed to answer the question, I just want to, Mr. Chairman, before I proceed to answer the question, I just want the committee here to know that I have that full respect for everybody on this committee. And so, previously, as I was answering my questions, I had made it on 2 or 3 occasions that if I'm given the nod by this noble house, I've stated this not less than twice or thrice. So, Mr. Chairman, that is what I want to put on record before I proceed to answer that question. Mr. Chairman, coming to the substantive question, it is very true that some areas in the northern region have these witchcraft issues still going on. They have opened centers at various places. At least I know of Ngani area. I know of Ngani, that is the Yendi district. I also know of Kuku in the Nanumba North district, that's Bimbala area. And I've heard of some also in other regions, but I'm more concerned about my region. Mr. Chairman, most of our very old, the aged, are often accused of witchcrafts. Mr. Chairman, sometimes when I see through social media or on telly what some of them go through, Mr. Chairman, it is something that I feel so much. Because I can imagine if my mother or my father had to go through that. I can't take it. Mr. Chairman, I will do everything possible with the traditional rulers. Because these things, if I am given the opportunity by this house to become a regional minister, Mr. Chairman, I cannot say that I can handle this issue myself or alone or with my district chief executives. Mr. Chairman, we need the intervention of the traditional rulers to help us to see which angle we should take. And if possible, either to reintegrate most of them back to their families, or we find a way of keeping them from this bondage. Mr. Chairman, it is something that I feel very bad when I see what some of these old people go through.
Well, I recognize the acting ranking.
Chairman, let me speak the local language to our nominee, and I think I'm fortified by Order 63(1). I will interpret it for Hansat. Chairman, I to ama chekara nong jia te zabor na to strong ama yar pam den chama kati buhara buhashanga so ka tumini regional chairman nyama ku chekara ku nong biala jia za ma ka kati za na ka yisi. So Chairman, what I'm trying to tell him it's not for the Hansat, so let me just leave it that way, and then we'll.
You said you have a supplementary question. Please do.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask the honorable nominee, is he going to close down the witchcraft camps? Is he going to close them? Yes, no. And if he closes them, what is he going to do with the people who were originally in them? Basically.
But before you come in, honorable member, with all due respect, does he have the authority to close it now? Because these are matters of law. You see, so no. So with all, I am aware that last Parliament, even the President of the Republic of Ghana couldn't just get up to say, I am closing it down. And we need to use a legal regime to do that. Therefore, a bill was introduced in Parliament, passed by this House, never got assented to. Here lies a nominee before us as a regional minister, and he's been asked whether he will close if the legal regime is not there. And the nominee said, yes, I am going to close it down. Then they hold him responsible. So with all due respect, honorable member, if you have another supplementary question, I'll give you the opportunity. But if not, I'll give the floor to another person.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the education on this. Chairman, I also feel that, with due deference to you, some of these questions are also to test the capacity of whoever respectfully is sitting in. I see nothing wrong if the nominee says that there is the need for us to consider a legal regime, and that should be part of his answer. And honestly, I do not see anything wrong with that, Mr. Chair, although I take a cue. Thank you.
Honorable Jerry, in this House, if a ruling is delivered, we have a way of challenging the ruling. If you ask the nominee what he is going to do, I would have allowed the question. But your question is he going to close it down or not? That is where I intervene. So, please, let's proceed. I'll give the floor to Alhaji Alasan Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, my brother and Chairman and Minister to be, inshallah. Once again, congratulations. My question is in relation to what the predecessors asked. And that is about post-harvest losses. I believe somewhere 4 years ago, the government of Nana Akufo-Addo attempted to put one warehouse per constituency. And I come from Zapso. There's nothing like that. So you do not even have the moral right to ask a government that is just about 14 days in power. Mr. Minister Nominee.
Chairman, I think you should be listening to our colleague. Are you asking a question? Or what is the question?
I'm laying foundation.
Alhaji Omar, with all due respect, proceed to ask the question without questioning whether somebody has a moral right or not.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm guided. Mr. Nominee, you are the first chairman to be nominated as the regional minister. First regional chairman of the great Akatamanso party. Mr. Chairman, and I know your capacity. I know how much we campaign through the entire region. You know the problems. You know the issues. What will you do to address the road challenges, the schools under trees, the water issues, and above all, you know, we need to have peace in the area. Thank you so much.
Please, go ahead and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's very true that I'm the first regional chairman to be appointed as a regional minister from my region. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign, we saw in most of the areas where schools were still under trees. We saw in most of the areas where there was no potable water for the people. We saw in most of the areas the deplorable roads that they were using. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign, wherever I went, I made a certain promise to the people. And most of the promises that I made have to do with lack of health facilities that I promised them. Maybe we'll put up chief zones. Lack of potable water that I promised them will give you at least one borehole to start with if we're in government. The road network, which I've personally used to get to the community, nobody will have to tell me again that the road has to be improved. Mr. Chairman, I will ensure if this honorable, let me repeat, if this honorable house, my brother, Mr. Chairman, if this honorable house makes me the regional minister, because without them I cannot become a regional minister. So if this honorable house approves of my nomination, most of these promises that I did, including the promises that the candidates themselves gave the people as a regional minister, Mr. Chairman, my region knows very well that I was not an armchair regional chairman. I moved around the entire region. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I moved around the entire region. And I heard the candidates then, most of who have become members of parliament, the promises they made. I will ensure that these promises are fulfilled. I don't want it to be like a sloganeering when they will go around telling the people, we will do this, we will do that, and 4 years to come, the people will now be asking us questions. Because these are basic things that they are necessities. They are necessities. If the villagers need road, it's a necessity. If they need a chief zone, it's a necessity. If they need a clinic, it's a necessity. If they need a school, it's a necessity. Mr. Chairman, if this August House approves of my nomination, we shall...
Honorable nominee, thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Patrick Boama. Then, if you have a further question, I will come to you. Or you don't have a further question? No further question. Then, Patrick Boama, hold it. He wants to make a preliminary comment. And
I have follow-up to this question. From his question, he indicated that you are the first regional chairman of the NDC to be nominated as the regional minister. My question is that, is it the case that you have been nominated the Northern Regional Minister because you are the regional chairman of the NDC? Is it the case?
Mr. Chairman, it has never been the criteria, and for that matter, it's difficult for me to know whether because I was a regional chairman or not, but I think it's no.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I got the question clear. The question is not that because you are a regional chairman, that is why you are made the regional minister designate. That is different from the question asked. The question asked was to the effect that you've been a regional chairman. He has campaigned with you all over the region. I mean, that is the angle from which he took the question from. But it's not categorical that because you are a regional chairman, that is why you are being designated. I will give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yabuama.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just have one question for the nominee. Mr. Nominee, the northern region is a very important region in this country. You have the Dagombes, the Nanumbes, you have the Basaris, the Nauris, the Chumrus, Konkombes, very important and very cosmopolitan. We all have at the back of our minds the conflict of 1994 and some of the simmering tensions between some of the ethnic groups. Konkombes, Dagombes, Nanumbes, here and there. We all love the North. We come there very often. I have a farm there. I always want to come there and visit my farm around Gushegu area or go towards Salagak, Palibile area. That's another region I know. What assurance are you going to give to the people of the North and the country that you are going to be a regional minister, not for the Konkombes only, not for the Dagombes only, but you ensure that there is peace and harmony in the region to allow everybody, the Akans in the North, Gans the Evers, to live and go about their duties and responsibilities freely as citizens of this country. That's my only question for you. Thank you very much. And I wish you the very best, Minister.
Please, go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the assurance that I want to give this noble house is that I'm going to work closely with the traditional authorities. I will ensure that every district, and for that matter, the district chief executive, should not hesitate to report to the regional minister's office, and for that matter, RCC, when there is the slightest problem. when there is the slightest problem in their district that has to do with security. The chairman, I will visit the paramount chiefs regularly to ensure that we have periodic meetings. Instead of waiting to be resolving conflicts, we rather meet regularly to take decisions that will not even that will avoid conflicts. Mr. Chairman, I'll be interested in conflict prevention rather than trying to resolve conflicts. I'll give it the deserving attention, and I'll work closely with the traditional authority. And Mr. Chairman, my background, I was born and bred in Bimbala in the Nanumba South. Sorry, Nanumba North. I lived there. I attended my primary and middle school education there. A lot of the people know me very well. Most of them are now respectable people in their area. Mr. Chairman, I've also, from Bimbala, among the Nanumbas, I moved to Saboba. That is my hometown. Mr. Chairman, from there, I'm now in Tamale. So I've lived among the Nanumbas, the major tribe. I've lived among my people. I've lived among the Dagombes. And so I understand them very, very well. And I'll do everything possible with the able counseling of the traditional rulers to ensure that we never see any conflict under my regime.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any further question? Very well.
Thank you, Mr.
Honourable members, I will give the floor to Rita Na Odolesoa.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to congratulate the Honourable nominee for catching the President's eye and sitting here for vetting. Honourable nominee, I want to talk about the apprenticeship program. I want to talk about the apprenticeship program that you have spoken of extensively to be able to keep our brothers and sisters in your region to ensure that they don't migrate to Accra. And I want to encourage you that there should be proper monitoring of this apprenticeship program so that at the end of the day, when they are trained and that they are given the necessary tools to work with, they will not leave the tools behind and run back to Accra. And I also want to find out what measures will you put in place to ensure that when they are trained, their training masters will train them properly so that they'll be able to work with whatever skills they have acquired. Thank you.
Thank you. Your answer to the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, in order to let the masters themselves attach importance to the training of the apprentices, they need to be motivated. The masters themselves need to be motivated. And Mr. Chairman, this program, if it is started, and I am a regional, sorry, I wanted to say regional chairman. Sorry, sir, sorry, Mr. Chairman. And this August House approves of my nomination and I become the regional minister. Mr. Chairman, I'm a technical man. I've taught in a technical school for 17 years and I've benefited a lot. Myself and my MP, the minister designate for transport, through our technical background, we were able to pay our own school fees without going to our parents. We were able to do any other thing that we wanted to do by ourselves. My former MP and former minister is here, Honorable Ambassador Mabungba. We put up his house for him in Saboba. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, the jobs are there and we will ensure that when we assure the apprentices of ready jobs for them if they get good training. And we'll motivate the master trainers so that they can put in their best and train the trainees very well for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Matthew Nyindam. So this is the way I'm marking them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To it, I'm just congratulating him. That one is meant for the House. It's just congratulations. Chairman, and then a nominee at the same time. I have just two questions. There is always a cold war between MPs and DCs. Indirectly, it affects progress in our constituencies. It doesn't matter the party, either MPP or NDC. How do you intend to tackle that? Thank you.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, having become a district chief executive before, for 8 years, under my regime as a DC, I never created any problem between myself and then the member of parliament. So in short, I just want to give you that firm assurance that if this House gives me their consent or approval on President's nomination for me to become a regional minister, if this was happening, it will become a thing of the past. I will ensure, because sitting on an MP's fund means you are depriving some people from benefiting what they are supposed to get. Perhaps the MP wants to give a community potable water. So, Mr. Chairman,
thank you very much for your answer. Any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question. Nominee, what will you want to be remembered for as you leave office one day? What will you want the Northern region to mention as your legacy? Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed to answer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I cherish peace so much. And so one of the things that I want to be remembered for has to do with peace. Under my regime, if I make the regional minister, under my regime, I don't want to see any conflict throughout my tenure. And I think that based on the foundation I will build, maybe it will be a continued thing even after my regime. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think, that's congratulations. I think I also want to assure you, on behalf of my colleagues from the Northern region, that you can depend on us. We'll be there to support you. God be your helper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Now proceed to give the floor to Hajia Fataya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, may I have the opportunity to congratulate you on your nomination as the Northern Regional Minister. I have to go back to Honorable Jerry's question because, you know, the people I'm representing, majority of my constituents are women, and I would want to know more about these Kayais, especially those that travel all the way from the north to the south. So the World Bank Open Knowledge repository puts the rural-urban migration rate for Ghana in 2023 as negative 0.305 per thousand population. May I know which policies you will put in place to stem these manners, and also those who are already here in the south? Nana Akufo-Addo government has put in place policies and programs to give them dignified living. There is boarding hostels for the Kayais. How many hostels? We have more than enough to take care of the Kayais right now. Thank you, madam. What assurance will you give to the people of the North, especially my constituency Sabulugu, when approved by this committee and eventually the House, that you will not suspend those policies but rather improve upon them to the benefits of the young men and women who find themselves in this situation? Mr. Nominee.
That was a very brilliant.
That's a very
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Let me also use this opportunity to congratulate my sister. Mr. Chairman, this issue of Kayaye is something that affects all of us. Mr. Chairman, what I will say is that whatever that the past administration started, even though, Mr. Chairman, you have put it to me that the previous administration had put up some hostels to give them dignified living. I want them back home. I want them back home. And so I'll do everything that it takes to make back home attractive, and they will start running back home. Whatever resources that we can put in there to make home attractive, whatever reason for which they came to Accra, they will come back home. That is where I want them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have a follow-up question on Kayai.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, how are you going to ensure that they get back home? How? Tell us. Are you coming to give us money and buses?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Order. Let's listen to the answer.
Mr. Chairman, there will be jobs for the youth. And when the jobs come, nobody will tell them that the home is now better than it was. Go home.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I recognize Charles Forson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. I want to know the roadmap for solving the many chieftaincy crisis and inter-tribal clashes within the northern region, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The chieftaincy issues in the northern region, unfortunately, nobody is happy when there are problems anywhere, not only in the northern region. And we at Northerners, we are ourselves worried. Mr. Chairman, fortunately, the traditional authorities, most of our revered chiefs are here to give me moral support, and they are listening to whatever I am saying. Mr. Chairman, you would have heard me repeatedly talking of liaising with traditional authorities. I will revive, or I will ensure that all the dissects at the district level function more effectively, and RESEC will function more effectively, and ensure that we take our security issues very, 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 very serious and deal with, and also ensure that our chiefs, we will have periodic meetings with them. Whatever that are the causes for the chieftaincy problems, they should also relook at it so that we are not tagged as a region that is always fighting, because there are root causes. So they should relook at it so that we don't have chieftaincy problems again. That is what I can say.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
No, I asked of tribal clashes too.
So is that your second question?
No,
Tribal clashes?
No, I asked of chieftaincy crisis and tribal clashes, yes.
Yes, he mentioned DISEC and RESEC, that he will liaise with them in solving those questions.
Specifically,
honorable members, it is not the answer that you want the nominee to give that the nominee will give. So we take his answer for your questions asked. If you have a further question, proceed to ask.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Chairman, Honorable Alasan Uman asked a generic question on water, but water is life. And we all know that in the northern region, it's a big issue. Specifically, I want you to assure, to give a specific roadmap as to how he plans to give every household water in the northern region. Nominee, when approved.
Honorable member, the nominee before you is not even approved as the minister, regional minister for Northern Region. Here we are before his approval. We are asking him to give timeline.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, he's coming for an interview and he's well prepared to answer. I believe that he's well prepared to answer. My good brother, he's my brother. Water is life. I keep saying it. We will approve him, of course.
Honorable member,
have any plans?
Honorable member, approval is the process. This is vetting. After vetting, before we get to approval table, your assumption is that he will be approved. So based on that assumption, you are asking your question. Put yourself in his position that if you are in the process of being vetted to occupy a position, and you are not the sector minister per se, you have to work in collaboration of a minister responsible for water resources who is yet to be vetted, and you are asking him to give timeline. But well, I would pose a question to the nominee.
Thank you.
Honorable nominee, your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I would say is that I have not yet been given the nod yet. And so if I am given the nod, I will work closely with the minister responsible for water resources so that I can get a fair share to my region. Thank you very much.
I'll give the floor to Deputy Whip and the ranking member.
Chairman, congratulations. NDC Regional Chairman, congratulations. That is awesome. Chairman, my first question. Have you ever said that the MPP government found of cutting short for projects without funding? Have you ever said that anyway?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
So, can you give us examples of some of the projects that you think that the MPP government cut short for without funding?
Mr. Chairman, the Yendi water project, a sword was cut. And as I talk to you, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, nothing is happening. Mr. Chairman, the Savulugu Walwale Road. Mr. Chairman, Kwalugu Dam. Mr. Chairman, let me leave it here. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. Question. Chairman, I want to put it to the nominee that what the answer you've just provided is inaccurate. The Yendi water project was approved by Parliament. It came to Parliament and we approved it. And then Ataisa and Nanton, you are new in this house. When it was approved, you were not members of Parliament. So please allow me to make my point. The Yendi water project is an Indian Exim Bank facility, of which I can tell you that $10 million was given to the contractor. So, Chairman, when you say that there are projects that sort was cut for without funding, I disagree with you. I've read the article and I think that it is not accurate. No, he said there was no funding. That's what he said.
The Chairman, I didn't say there was no funding. All I said is that work was not done. Thank you very much.
Chairman, my initial question to you was that have you ever said anywhere that the MPP government cut short for a project without funding? And you said yes. Because I have an article attributed to you here from Joy. And then the article is to the effect. So that's why I wanted to establish, because you know nowadays Joy is a very credible media house. So I want. So when they attribute such a story to you, I need to establish whether you have said that before I will then come into that. So he said that the heading is that MPP has penchant for cutting short for project without funds. Northern Regional Chairman, NDC. And it is reported by Joy on the 21st of August 2024. So did you say so or otherwise?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm yet to know whether that fund is really there. Because cutting sword means you are ready to start the project. And so if you cut sword without the commencement of the project, and Mr. Chairman, I'm still told that funds were ready. It's possible the funds might have been diverted or used for something else. I'm sorry to say that. Otherwise, if it is there and you have cut short for each project, why has the project not commenced? Thank you very much. For 2 years now.
Chairman, I think you should direct your nominee to withdraw the word funding being diverted. So for that matter,
perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I said perhaps.
Honourable members, order.
Evidence to that.
Honourable members, order. I have listened to the nominee. I intend not to give any direction, but I will give the floor to Honourable Patrick Boama.
Chairman, nominee, let's be honest with ourselves. The Yendi water project, I supervised the process in Parliament. Okay. Parliament approved of the facility. Preliminary works were done for the works to start. We hit a snag because of the debt exchange program and the restructuring going on. So the Indian facility was approved, number one. Secondly, the 10 million that was needed for those preliminary works were given, was released. Sword cutting, because of the funding being approved by the Indian Exim and the Parliament of Ghana, the president cut a sword. And I believe Yana was, the revered chief Yana, was even at the sword cutting ceremony. We all know how dear the project is to the people of Dagbon and Yendi. So if it's not been fully completed, it doesn't mean you don't start a project when you haven't done the prelims. You have to understand. You have to go through your understanding of project being done is when everything has been fixed. No, you have to do the feasibility and the pre-feasibility and everything. It's part of it. You have to understand it. It's an engineering work.
Honorable Patrick Buama. Honorable members, we cannot dictate to the nominee the kind of answer to give. If I am sitting in his shoe, what is the starting of a project? You can do all the preliminary works, but if on the ground I have not seen anything being done, I will say that the project have not started. That is the ordinary meaning people give to starting of a project.
Chairman, this is not ordinary meaning. This is a technical meaning to job. And you give technical meanings to technical words. You can't say that.
So, Honorable
Chairman,
Habib, proceed with your question.
Chairman, I think you are now doing politics. A lawyer, as I know, it doesn't mean when you meet a lawyer with your case, drafting of your statement and other thing without filing the necessary documents in the court. It doesn't mean that the case hasn't started. So, Chairman, my other question to the nominee. Can you assure the good people of Northern Region that we will be safe in your hands, irrespective of your political affiliation, religious or chieftaincy? Can you assure us if we will be safe in your hands?
Mr. Chairman, you are very safe than ever, if you give me the nod.
Thank you. Thanking him for his answer. So proceed if you have.
The chairman of the committee, you know, he wants to protect you at all costs, nominee. But we will also have our say. Chairman, immediately the former flag bearer, our former vice president, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, conceded to our current president, John Dramani Mahama. We realize that in the northern region, there have been a lot of disturbances, attacking the Tamale Metro Assembly, attacking Savulugu, some other districts by party, alleged party affiliates. Chairman, what is your view on post-election violence, especially in the northern region, that it happened and you are going to head when giving the nod?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this issue is not done by just one political party, and for that matter, NDC has won election. Most of these things, you see a lot of people from diverse political parties, you know, trying to do some of these things. Mr. Chairman, like I stated, security is one of the key areas that I will look at. And so most of these things will become a thing of the past. That is the assurance I can give you. It won't happen.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes. Mr. Nominee, my next question is the one we were more or less trying to debate about. Water crisis in the northern region. The Yendi area, Tamale and its environment, extending to my constituency, Tolo. I can see the paramount chief of the Nyankwala traditional area seated among your invited guests. His traditional area, a lot of water crisis. What will you do to help solve the water problem in the northern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, His Excellency, the President of our Republic, John Dramani Mahama, made it very public to the people of Tamale. Not once, not twice, that if he becomes the President of our Republic, he was going to solve the Tamale water problem. And this is somebody, when he says something, he does it. And so I have that firm belief that once he has won and he's our president, the Tamale water problem will be solved. And when that is solved, it will not end there. We'll see how we can get it to other constituencies. I will do this lobbying through the minister in charge of water, so that this can be done for us. It was a promise to us.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, Chairman, in the Mr. Nominee, if you are aware, in the Eastern Corridor, there are some underneath tension from Myang, Yendi, Saboba, where you came from, Karaga, Gushegu area. And over the years, we've lived peacefully between Dagombes and Konkombes. Myself, I have a lot of Konkomba friends, and some of them even staying with me. Chairman, you are a Konkomba. And the underneath tension, we've lived in peace and harmony in the region. What will you do to ensure that nothing of that sort shows its ugly head?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I thought I had earlier on answered this question. And I want to repeat again before Mr. Chairman that I will give security issues the attention that it deserves. I hear the slightest issue, I will not underestimate it. Mr. Chairman, the traditional authorities, I will work closely with them. That is why I'm seated here with representatives of Ndanyana. We have representatives of the Bemblana, which Abobor himself is personally here, and many other chiefs in the northern region. Many other revered chiefs in the northern region are here with me today. Mr. Chairman, I will not abuse what they have done for me in the past and the respect and honor they have given to me. I will work closely with them, and we shall treat security, we will give security issues the deserving attention as much as possible. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yes. Mr. Nominee, you are currently, if you go through your CV, you are the regional chairman of the NDC, and you've been nominated to be the regional minister. Regional minister means you are minister for all, irrespective of political colors. Do you intend to resign as the NDC regional chairman so that you can concentrate as the northern regional minister and minister for all?
Mr. Chairman,
Order, honorable members.
Party secretary serving on boards. Do they resign national board?
Honorable members. Let's have some order. Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members, Honorable Soini, let's have some order. Honorable Nikwe, let's have some order. Order.
The party constitution will take care of that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Very well.
Mr. Chairman, I will give the region the deserving attention. I will focus in doing my work as a regional minister if I'm given the nod. Mr. Chairman, as to whether I will resign or not, the directive will be given. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, I think my nephew Sohini you should be guided. You are not a member of this committee.
Address the chair.
So, Chair, kindly guide my nephew Sohini. He's not a member of this committee.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Habib is my younger brother, and it has to go on record. He's not my uncle. He's my younger brother. Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have 4 other nominees to vet. So therefore, I am not happy about what is happening at the table. If you want to be a friend to this committee and you won't come here and watch and listen to the proceedings in silence, please take leave of us.
Thank you, Chairman, for that. Mr. Nominee, the region that you are going to be heading, that's the northern region. Majority of the people are farmers. In my constituency, Tolong, especially the Tolona traditional area, from Tolong through to Tali up to Go, we have a lot of land for farming. What would you do to enhance agriculture in the northern region?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I've indicated earlier that in the manifestos of the NDC, we shall be providing mechanization centers at all districts. And for that matter, Tolong will benefit its fair share. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy you have that interest for our youth. Mr. Chairman, if these mechanization centers are put in place, and I am given the nod by this noble house, I'll work closely with you to ensure that the youth in that area and other areas across the region make good use of that program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nominee, even though you said the NDC manifesto, I don't believe in the NDC manifesto in a way, or your policies. So,
Honorable Nyindam, the answer to the question is not telling you to believe in the manifesto or not to believe. Honorable Habib, the answer is not telling you to believe in the manifesto or not to believe in the manifesto. He is saying that in the NDC manifesto, this is what is stated in the manifesto. So giving the nod, he will ensure.
Chairman, if I ask the nominee a question and he's answering me from a manifesto that I don't believe in, I should be able to say that. But Chairman, let me assure you that Northern Caucasus, the region that you are going to be heading, you have our full support. We will be there to support you. You know, out of the 18 constituencies, when I say this, some of my colleagues don't want to hear it. I am the only leader from the north as it stands now. There's no more any leader either way. So I will assist you. Ayerga haven't arrived yet. Nobody have mentioned his name yet. I am the only leader from the northern region at the moment. We will Ayerga is from Upper East. Mahama Ayerga is from Upper East region. I'm from Northern region, and I'm the only leader from the Northern region. And I am saying that myself and my colleagues, Chama, will give you the needed support and the needed cooperation to make sure that you lead us very well in the Northern region. So I congratulate you, and I hope that I'll urge my colleagues in the committee to approve your nomination for you to be able to do a good job for us in the Northern region. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I also congratulate you on the new leadership role you have assumed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Muhammad Shaibu. Our next nominee should be getting ready to take the chair.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations. I note that you've answered a wide range of questions spanning from chieftaincy, tribal, development, and the rest. I note also that in an answer to my learned friend Jerry, you said you will whip DCs in line and in order. A chunk of the stuff that will be done will be district-based. Indeed, if you watch and you take a look at the manifesto of the NDC, there's a great deal of stuff to be done in the education sector, in the health sector, and agriculture. Your success will be pinned on the work that will be done at the local level, that's at the district, and that is the DCs and the assembly. I just want to encourage you that work very well at the local level. A lot of stuff in education, a lot of stuff to be done at the health services, and then importantly, agriculture. You know, a chunk of our people are into agriculture, and you must work effectively with the programs that are going to be rolled out. You have a wealth of experience behind you. I can see the former regional minister, Honorable Mabengba and Yapka Sulna. Please consult all of them, and you will be successful. I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, honorable members.
What's it at the back?
Nominee, it's now my turn to ask you questions. And by our rules, I have unlimited questions to ask you. Before doing that, let me recognize our revered chiefs behind you as our guests this morning. Paramount Chief of Nantong, Na Abdullah Ba Mahamadou. Paramount Chief of Kasul Yili, Na Bukari Yakubu. Please, my every dialect, don't blame me too much. Paramount Chief of Tugu, Na Mahama Andani. Paramount Chief of Zangbalan, Na Jacob Mahama. Paramount Chief of Nyangpala, Na Ibrahim Mahama. Paramount Chief of Lamashegu, Na Ziblin. Paramount Chief of Saboba, Uchabobo Ibrahim. Sakweya Na Sintaru Mahama. Former Northern Regional Minister, Ambassador Bukari Moses Mabengba. Director General NLA Mohammed Abdul Salam. Northern Region Organizer Abdallah Abubakar Baba. Spouse of nominee Ali Patience Nikukiba Wasa, Regional Coordinating Director, Smiler Wuntoma, CEO, Rural Water, Dr. Nathaniel Adams, former Deputy Chief of Staff, Kenneth Ujangi, Northern Regional Communication Officer, Mohammed Suleimana, Special Duties Director, Northern Region, Ibrahim Mohammed Tijani, MP of Saboba, Bukari Nipe, Northern Region Women Organizer, John Mahama Charity, former MP Kushegu Thomas Nasa, Constituency Chairman Saboba, Blemo George Wumbe, Regional and Constituency Executives, family members, you are welcome.
Chairman, except that they forget to add the name of the regional secretary, the National Lottery Board.
It's been mentioned. You are not in the room.
Authority CEO.
I have mentioned it. That is the NLA.
Chairman, he's my friend.
Thank you very much. Please. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Nominee, I thank you for attending upon the committee and answering questions posed to you. For now, you are discharged, but you hear from the committee.
So, Chairman, thank you very much. I'm grateful.
.9 FATVXYZ Sone Yaba back to the studios. Ewa Hanum say na Ura Ali Adolf, Minister Designate for the Northern Region. And as I bring out to Nano Ewie no we questions na Hurona no de Amawangti. Yawa Hanum Akosia da Chihima Abaka ho ewo studio amini NK Obrimponso Eguso Ewa Hanum. Eti yeba behwe senior questions no sifa ekoy no sakoye anasanko ye ne fei questions ni bi omubisa no ohwe obrempon
akra
akwa babiom
ye nua
sabre ye di Ali Adolf committee no mo di na gugu uhu ni performance ni dan
a time wa akra questions ne shase na be bare de utimi se na onye address with the appointment committee or more questions are na wo mototo ba no but edu ba bi no precious ne niam ba form no na afei utimi se wa ba beti ne a ekoso no yie na se ankasa na afei nsem ana omobisa no na oyi ano se de se nsem ne bi omobisa Honorable Adolf ene se tribal clashes ene ntokwa kese sisi o northern part of Ghana no edien ano obeyafa ho na ne ansa no me de ye pa o de kofa ahemfo ene mpanifo omo northern region no of course omo no mo ye mpanifo omo hwe sa bia no so wo man Ghana ha enti se bibia ebesi wa ha no omo ne ebe hodium responsible ti na abribia no sentukwa bi esi wa ha ya ebinum kura susu se ebi ahemfo ni bi na ama ho kwan se omo ye because o hwe northerners a wo mu bu omo ahemfo ne omo mpanifo pe Northerners here tribe akwa omo no yiba omo bu omo ahemfo ne omo mpanifo eti ukọ no mu kọhwe omo kura se de ebi wo mu chia kura se de obi betimi akoto be ye de wo ho ochi wo hu ni pani a ochi ano eti abibia na nka ahemfo no anka omo ka omo ho abom na adie bi a entiase anim no nka omo bomode anyabre e de amana na nka omo asiesi a e de sa nka bom no emfa ntokwa abribia yaje ye soldiers woko yenko no ofo abribia no ofo ntokwa enti se de waka so ni ahemfo ni mpanifo a ewo northern region ebe ka bom na ntokwa sem tribal clashes ni ade no nyina ba na wiye no akwa fi na yeme de ye pa afei wo sem bisai emayo a wo mo ye kayaye wo kumase won kran wo miami ahodo no wo hwe ma aba 90% of them no northerners ejuma eni ho ene niema bi a ebehia se nke omo nka omo sisi se mabunu omo benya de bom abra bo eni ho nti ana omo tu kwan ba de western part ha na afi wo mo timbe bom bra omo bisa se kwan ben no de sa mayen mevaso was said the war bay say a appointment committee etimi ma no approval no the parliament na say yitum so no meda northern region no a wo be ye niema wo be bebie enwuma wo be ye eniema be ma region no are very attractive when it comes to enwuma sem factories ni companies enti wo be bunu na nkasa kra no bibie ni ho a ebe kan se free ukrom north brankran bra kumase ko aha ansa no wakonya adwuma bi aye eye adwuma nti anomutu kwan na se factories wo ho na companies wo ha o tu kwan no wakwa yede so in on honorable out of why are the this appointment committee no the approval and be man na parliament so agia to na fedi northern regional minister regional chairman na waba be no great I am the part because so we share sa region na here obi a watena ho technical person our think for na say now you honorable out of is a typical technical person or northern regional where is their position so mo the manual e san say otiti memufo no wo mo brabo ne ehu hia omo no obebo na northern regional fa ne tuma fa bi efra
me that say NK Brimpo and then dachi him a birthday girl wabeka yen ho e wo studio hanum say na maybe san said dachi wo share the issue of say kaya yefo osi obeye ntutu yese ne be a the northern part of Ghana ne be attractive obeguegu enyuma e dia ma meba no titiriu se ne be wangankasa hu se enyuma ba uwon krampo a obesa nkase o mesa go back to the northern part of Ghana na makoye ejuma looking at senior the way atna omanmu ache se kaya yefo wobetena kumase takrade ebimpo ba enye se bia na wobehua ne ama na emom no behwe no this kind of anadufan ejumadi wa ho ye begina kwanche no dodo na so involve themselves in it ujedi se sadi we oyampo a ujedi se young folks na wo mu free northern party ba southern sector no wo betie anase wo beka se wo ejuma banti meko back to northern region
yo akra me da se na me chia tiefo ne ahwefo nyina wo hwe honorable hyehyɛ ya wo se wodi gu akwan mu sade wo kan no ya me gidi se wo mo ye na wo mo ye ni yia maba wa ne mrantie ye kaye yefo ya wo mo bankran ni kumase bedi pa no wo mo betie bi mo obi wo ha wasi na adwen se me de nkran na mekode ye mfa ho mi tubata na nso tubata na bankran ha ya nya montene na modeda wo fa isekre ho overpass ya se edra na adwa ya na kyerese ya homete sem keke enti mpanifo hyehye o mo di gu akom se bi o mo bebie enwuma e wo nofo ho na kyerese maburu no so ani aku ho no megidi se wo mo ya betimi aboa ebeboa nso so a wo se maburu no so nya timu pose se wankasa wotena ukrom na se wo ye adwuma ebeboa makro no apagya ebebie chense bia wo betu bata aba betena nkran ha anase wo ba betena kumase se eho de eho na meba bepe bibia bedie eho no kra ho aboa pe so kra ba wunya babi entu nanti anase mpo wunya babi ena eti se yesi o se wo bebie nwuma anase wo beboa bie nwuma e wo nofo ho ama ye nuanom maba wa ne mrantie kaya yefo won so so anya adwuma ya megidi se beboa na omo ye so so a megidi se wo so mo mani ko ho esanse waka ni sei no ebia na ye tra bi keka ya sam na me ko menka so wo nya ebia ye petumi a won sem bebre ya yetimi eka na waka ni sei no so ye besre se wo behwe na wo de be ye adwuma na nipa won be di animu a won betu sa na mo na ho hyehyeye osede ehun adwumadie ne si fatie ne nyina no omde ne nyina begu akwa mu kama enkoba se yesi ye project bi yesi ye bi adwuma bi no ebekọ wi eche na kansinsin mu ebi yesi pen yesi ye hye project bi ase a ebekọ wi eche no na akwakoye buachi bidin ye nkonko wi na chese gbewu na sika fa ha fa nkosi he wo mo ya wo mo nyenye ni yie se ne be ya bibia betimi agya na akwam na mabunu no so wo mo ene wo mo akasa eye kasa ene adwenkyere se ne be ya wo mo ti ase yie se otena ha ya adwuma eye yia megidi se wo so begye atum
okay
ana wo ma ya adwuma
me da say dachi himana motin nka no ye be crossover back na anko parliament house ye appointment committee no enim oti regional minister designate ora John Kwejo Japan ena sabre watena se yankore yankoti ni sem
graduated at Cape Coast University with a degree in Bachelor's of Science and Education. I did my national service at KJB Secondary School. I taught at KJB Secondary School and I taught again at Mauli Secondary School. In 1991, I had the privilege to represent farmers in Volta region at the Consultative Assembly. In 1993 to 2001, I had the privilege to represent my constituency at Parliament as a member of Parliament for the Akan constituency. Again, I had the opportunity to represent my constituency in 2005 to 2009. I am a married man with 10 kids. I am also a farmer and a businessman, a politician and a still politician. As I speak to you, I am the regional chairman for NDC in Uti region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But let me say, before becoming the regional chairman for OT, he was the regional chairman for the Volta region. And under him, I became a member of Parliament. So we normally say, Kujonie. Thank you very much. He's been my chairman.
He
said he has a question.
Just one question. Just one for the big man. I know him. And let me congratulate you. The only seat that we used to have in OT, you took it away. Kratchi East. And you also took the seat from my friend. That was Jato Yao. Then Top in Town came, Gidisu, and you took it away from him, from NDC, and you've given it to another person. Anyway, Chairman, a very experienced politician, but today you're in our hands. And Lenin Tosso is saying, oh, go slow on the chairman. Chairman, congratulations, you've done well. What is the role of a regional minister? And what are some of the challenges you envisage in your region, OT, a newly created region by the MPP government? And I want to find out from you your role and the challenges and what you are going to be doing to resolve some of them. That's my question for you, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, the role of the regional minister, the role of the regional minister is a brief one. In the first place, the regional minister represents the president in the region. Then the regional minister is also responsible for coordinating and direction of the administrative machinery in the region. The regional minister, because I am going to represent the regional minister, I have the duty, a role. I'm going to represent the president, yes, because I'm going to represent the president. I have a role to supervise the performance of the district chief executive. I again have a role to supervise, to coordinate and evaluate the performance of the regional, of the chief executives in the region. It is also my duty to submit to the president a periodic report about the performance of the district chief executives within the region. It is also the responsibility of the district chief executives to brief me taxes, bills and licenses they are imposing in the district assembly. And again, to also report to me for further report to the president, the programs and projects that the assemblies want to undertake in their district assemblies, because it should be in line with the national directives.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'm satisfied. And Chairman, but you said you have 10 children. 10 children.
Yes.
That's the one on record, or thank you.
I have.
Honourable members, order. I don't know whether Patrick Buoma is aware of any other which is not on record. But Honourable Chairman, he is satisfied with the question. So that being his only question, I will give the floor to Charles Forson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oti, a farming region, I must say, yam, cassava, ginger, even cocoa. Honourable nominee, when approved, how do you intend to empower the youth within the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like he has truly said, Oti is endowed with a very good land mass. We do cocoa, we do ginger, whatever it is. But unfortunately, we don't have any industry that produces or processes this. I had the privilege in the region. When I get the nod, I am going to consult, try to talk to stakeholders who will come to establish processing factories in cocoa, in ginger production, in cassava production, and yam in the region. I am very confident with this. It will boost up the economy of the region and will give employment to the youth of the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
The last one from his friend, his classmate from KJB DA.
Very well.
Honourable nominee, your school, KJB DA, they are calling on you. I believe you've seen the state of KJB DA school. Your classmate sent me a picture of it and a video. After I'll show you the present. I've shown it to the Honourable Minister Kofi Adams, yes. The KJB DA school. The school needs help. No, it's a total rundown school. I believe you know what the school I'm talking about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended KJB LA, you know.
Yes, KJB LA.
KJB LA.
Yes, KJB LA.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I know. If I have the opportunity to be the regional minister, and there's a school that has been run down, a school that I have attended is run down, I think it would be fair for me to at least do something about it, especially when education is one of my priorities in OT. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm done. Thank you.
So with that,
all the best.
I give the floor to Honorable Wasafwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me take the opportunity to congratulate the nominee on his appointment as a regional minister designate. Honorable nominee, looking at your CV, I see that you have 2 referees. The first referee is the Honorable Johnson Asidun Ketia, the National Chairman of the NDC, and the second referee also the General Secretary of the NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiabi Kwete. I also see that on page 1 of your CV, you have done some works with other companies. And so, in fact, some of them, you are still with them till date. So I wanted to find out why is it that you can't have one referee for many of your private works rather than having 2 referees really from the political field. It's just a suggestion anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since it's a suggestion, I think that for me, the best refuse that I can put there is those that I've put there. These 2 people who are my referees were supposed to be even my colleagues. General Chairman of NDC was my colleague in Parliament House. As a founding member of my political party, I've been working in hand with him throughout my political life. He knows me best. The General Secretary Swift worked under me when I was a regional minister in Volta region. And to be frank with you, he also knows me very well. I think that you will always want people who can talk on behalf of the nominee. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, my second question is in relation to what he himself declared to the committee, that he is a farmer, and for that matter, you have some amount of interest in farming. You being in the private sector as a farmer, and now by the grace of God, if this committee approves of you, can you convince the committee and the people of Ghana, more especially the OT region, as to what you can do differently to uplift the face of agriculture in OT region? Especially because in this 21st century, today if you go to Dubai, they call something cloud feeding, where it can rain even when the climate is not favorable. So what do you want to do differently to be able to make sure that you uplift the agricultural sector in your region so as to create more jobs for the people of OT region?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, like you rightly said, the OT region is endowed with the OT River. And so I'm coming on board with scientific farming, where we are going to do irrigation. We are going to do irrigation for the whole OT region. Because luckily, OT is bounded on the western side by the Volta Lake, within which we also have the OT region. With these 2 powerful rivers, I don't know why we cannot even irrigate the whole land of OT region. And when we irrigate the land in the OT region, I mean, the youth will be motivated to do farming. They will be motivated to stay in the region because there will be, an enterprise for them to work on. And by doing so, increase the economic fortunes of the region. Secondly, I am also going to bring on board a strategic partner who will come and build an industry for us to process cocoa. When you look at the cocoa is the production. Ghana produces a lot of cocoa. Not also forgetting that OT region also produces some amount of cocoa. There is no cocoa processing company apart from the one we have in Tema. From Tema right down to OT, there's no other cocoa processing company. There's cocoa in Volta region, there's cocoa in OT region. So I am going to bring a strategic operator to come. President of this country promised that when his party is in power, one thing that he will do for OT region is to process ginger. To process ginger that is, so much cultivated in Oti region. Ginger is the gold now in Oti because there's a lot of demand from the world, the rest of the world. And with the president himself saying that I am going to bring, a factory or an industry to process ginger, I think that he will be the number one person I will be depending on. Thank you.
Okay, so my last question will be that having been a former or having been a deputy minister for local government, I have first-hand information as to the challenges and the difficulties that MMDAs have been having in terms of human resource, in terms of financial issues. The capacity of these MMDAs is very crucial in administering services to their people. How do you intend to build the capacity of these MMDAs who are directly responsible to you or who are directly answerable to you to be able to make sure that they can promote local economic development in your region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the first place, the regional minister has no budget. So we will fall on our development partners to support the district assemblies to be able to build the capacity of the assemblies. Again, there will be education. We also want to educate the people of Oti region the importance of paying, taxes, fees, and their property rate. Most of the assemblies don't even correct property rate because most of the people don't believe that they should even pay property rate when they are not getting any good services. Good services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate the nominee once more. We hope that you are able to give to your people what they demand of you. And I think that the people of Oti region desires that you be able to support their region and make sure that you can build a very safe community for them. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I call on Martin Nyindam. He said he has a question.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee and Chairman. Congratulations. Chairman and nominee at the same time. I have three questions, very brief. You have outlined your vision, and I buy into them. You cannot achieve them when there is no peace. Nkwanta has been a thorn on the flesh of Oti region. How do you intend to go about it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have rightly said that I'm a nominee. I have my regional coordinator. I will have my regional coordinating council in place, which I have even now. When I'm giving the nod, when I am giving the nod, I will consult my regional coordinating council. I will consult the the security coordinating council. Again, consult chiefs and stakeholders in Nkwanta. From there, we will see how we are going to solve this issue. Conflict is not an event, and solution to the conflict also is not an event. We will dialogue with the stakeholders and the people who matter. But before we do that, we will have to dialogue with them, establish a conflict resolution committee that will be attractive to all the players of the conflict. Thank you.
Any further question, or you are okay?
No, thank you. I said three questions. I've just asked one. Sorry,
please, please do.
All in one.
Please
all
do.
in Quanta.
Please do. Please do.
Thank you very much. Chairman, my next question has to do with the means between your region. That is your regional capital and the other side. The only means is the ferry. There's been enormous pressure. Traveling on that road, is a lot of pressure linking these two places. What are your plans towards that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman. You know, when the last government was in power, there were two things that the president promised Oti region, and I still believe is very, very relevant. The first one is putting a bridge on the Oti River between Dambai and Krachi, which is very relevant today. You're talking about pressure. It is sad to go to Dambai when the pontoon is broken down. You really see the importance of a bridge on the Oti River. As for the roads infrastructure, luckily for me, the Minister of Road and Transport also comes from Oti region. At least the mother comes from Oti region. And in collaboration with him, I am very sure that all the road programs will be sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, what's the name? Dambai, Oti region, you have a variety of people. It's a cosmopolitan area. Tribes. If I want to name them, I don't think I'll end. How do you intend to lead these people?
Thank you. The diversity of Oti is a blessing, but a chance is also a challenge. But what we will do will be frequent, engagement with the people at the district level, town hall committees meeting, town halls meeting, and it's only by dialogue and education, letting them know the importance of peace and unity in Oti, that will enhance development in the area. And by doing this, I am very sure nobody wants conflict in the area. They will listen to us, and then we have a roadmap to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm done. I'll give the floor to Jerry Shaibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my observation, 74 years, 10 children.
Official.
74 years, 10 children, 3-term member of parliament, regional chairman Oti, regional chairman Volta, constituency chairman. You don't think it's time to hand over to any of your children?
Thank you very much. I'm happy for this question, because if even an 83-age person can be a president of this country, I'm wondering a 74-age person. And again, you see, there's something you didn't say in my CV. I am a founding member of this political party. So my passion is to see that this party always wins the election. Once I have the strength to help and to cooperate, to advise, to build the capacity of the youth who are party members, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Please remain in silence and watch proceedings.
So yesterday, the Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment was here. And because you talked about developing the capacities of the youth, as Regional Minister, how do you intend to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. You know, the Regional Minister don't have any budget. We can only rely on the district assemblies to do this on our behalf. I will advise all the district assemblies to take building the capacity of the youth as a matter of importance and priority. Thank you.
Okay, that should be my final question. What would you love to see as your legacy before you depart as Regional Minister of OT?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to live as a legacy when OT is well developed, when OT had very good infrastructure in terms of education, very good development infrastructure in health, very good development on our roads. Then again, what will keep me moving will be the bridge on OT River between Dambai and the Karachi. Again, we will encourage public transport, private transportation that will open up the region, increase connectivity, facilitate trade, and enhance business environment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I wish the nominee well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Rita Odolesoa. Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to congratulate the nominee, Honorable Japon Kujo. That's the name I know you by. And thank the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to give you the opportunity to serve the OT region. You have served from the Volta region through the OT region. And in these elections, you won all nine seats for the OT region. Congratulations. And I know as a seasoned politician, the youth are going to learn so much from you as you become the regional minister for the OT region. And like you have rightly said, you will help build the capacity of the youth so that in future they will take over from you and other politicians like us as well. And so I would say congratulations again and wishing you the best of luck. God bless you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Alasan Umar Alaji.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. I'm looking at your resume on page 2, and I see number 21. Very interesting. Leadership positions held. I believe the OT region could not have gotten a better person to lead them than Chairman Japon Kujo. The president had made a better selection, and we believe you will lead the place. Look, member of the Consultative Assembly. I think you are one of the framers of the 1992 Constitution that our opponents refuse to take part.
Honorable,
what is wrong?
Honorable Umar, Honorable Umar, order. Order. Honorable Uma, you are either to ask the question, commend the nominee, but nothing else. So please,
Chairman,
do the needful. Please.
Chairman, I stand guided. Thank you. I congratulate you and I wish you well in your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will give the floor to Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Chairman, I'm most grateful. Comrade, congratulations. I know you've answered a wide range of questions bordering on ethnicity, conflict, and governance, and then general development. Thanks for that. In all of this, peace is the most important of all. There can never be development without peace. Recently, we've had news of your region in a very bad light. With your wealth of experience, I pray and I encourage you to use that to bring everybody on board. Peace is what is critical for development. You have a young region that you need to elevate it to a very high level. And if you put that on board and consult, you will take this region far. I pray that you're able to do so. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's now my turn to ask questions, and I intend not to ask my chairman any question, but to congratulate him on his nomination as the minister designate for OT region. Honorable Minister, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Once again, Kujonie. And I thank you very much for attending upon the committee, providing answers to the questions asked.
Thank you very much.
You will surely hear from the committee.
Thank you very much, sir.
I am to inform you that you are an in-law to some people on the table. I don't want to disclose their names. But because I do not have the list to mention our guests one after the other, may I use the pleasure to welcome all of you from OT region to Parliament of Ghana. You are most welcome. Thank you very much. Chairman, you will surely hear from us. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much.
50. You know. The next nominee should take the chair.
OT Regional Minister Designate, Ura John Kwejocha Japon, and Yedino Evieno. Say one tekra. Or therefore, Kwesi Bechi, as Hangabetanasi, Ewahanum. Kwesi, Obi baby says Adentina, Ura John Kwejo Japon, one chesa, and then because of former member of parliament and that's an experience in tea.
Akra unse anopamedi kan say obi a wanya akwanya asum o man Ghana bia wo mrahye
eh amauni so kakra ma
asum o man Ghana bia wo mrahye Ghana mrahye badwam no ya na ne ho asem ka no den because parliament na nkasa no ayesu apon kese ankasa enti obi a wanya akwanya ba parliament bia ya na ne su ho no na se ne nimde en etimi ko akiri because wo na wo so akọ school waye den wo be do parliament a ekwan a ya faso di djuma wo honum sronkon wo be dia wo be sua de and saa adesua no komo a be mfie mienu mfie na no hu say yes afie no so ye doctor so ye professor whatever no hu say afie de wa ben wo niam mu tell kwan ye fa so di djuma o parliament so ayi nyina ka ho bi o hwe ansa 1922 constitution no Ghana betimenya ansa na de abeto aba 1993 no wo mom kwotena ase e ma ye twa sa constitution no ye den o ka ho it is a base nimdie ene niam e fa o man Ghana ho a untimi nyi ne nimdie ne emfiri
ho
ana afi wanyam akwan nyanso abaye mrahye bedwani wo hwe kwan ofa so oyi ni nsem na no a ohun se ekwa enimu yi enti wonye obi a wo se wo ye den obuse busa ne nsem bebrebe ade ehun yi ane se dwumadie ne se de hye ne nsa obetumi aye dwumadie ne na Ghana fo nyina ne amantem na okwa akose otimantem fo no so be den na na mahemfo ne mabu no ho ne amonfo no be so bobo ni chidom se dia enimonyam bi esefata bia no ebedam no so ne bia ba oti region ne bia ka o man Ghana so
uhwe ora Japan ya or the obi ti say asiedu nketia ya ni reference no say on the aba parliament that so ultimate our experience
who say consultative assembly na ye ka no ora Johnson asiedu nketia na waka ho bi ana omwa na sabisi parliament 1993 enti no say opo bi a obetima kana say obetima di ne ho adanse ya untimi nyi ora asiedu nketia mfiri enti ofo ora asiedu nketia say obi obetima di ne ho adanse ya na ye ne kwanzo ano wasi fifi kwete one no way regional chairman sana fifi kwete national current
national secretary
ema NDC eba
general secretary
eba be ye we say enti no say opo obi obetima di ne ho adanse ya obi a wahwe no so as a regional chairman and any samri wasaye oti regional chairman no so general secretary ema NDC amanyoku na ontimi kofa ni pafufuro bia ema mefa so eni passport na beti enti mfi say ne kwan so ano no
okay me that's mesanga baby sa question so hwe so far regional ministers na yabobo wom di na ase wo kwa wo nche what is the reason meba baby sa enti mami komransa mami first dan koma Solak Natural Clinic wo se mi bisa se wo work the hu sensem anase awo ho aye dinga mawo utena sikakra na na hu na me pacho Solak se mi kachiro se brana be lab test ni nyina bi na obetumi afre no 0553 932 631 0553 932 631 Hola Savior Herbal Clinic o se minka chiro se bi emiane titiro munufu mun sensem eye breast cancer hu sen mumra no onhwe nka hu asem fama mo diabetes anase obi wo hot na sikakra o se ni sisi ye ne ya mepacho Dr. Hola Savior Herbal Clinic o se asma so otimi ye hu ade ye papa koko so otuwase emiane mu bu munsa na moja ni meyi a ebia wo se ba no be se ne fo song na ba be se 3 days anya de pa hwehwe no ewa Shaiman on Access Bank no NID enim hwe ubetimi afro was 057 6656 658 057 6656 658 and 0200 623 038 and 0267 668 653 the chat to 0240 409991 Prostafit capsules no me pacho eye edru a eye marima ene me nyina edru ebemu adwunso boko enti udwunso na mo dwunso ni meye obi wo ho a obenum nsu ne etenen nso ntimi ndwunso me pacho ya de enya de papa pe Prostafit capsules ni bi a every Solak fo akache na nombi efezibman capsules nso eye adise bua marima ne ye ankasa eye marima ye ngedru nin ubeti denen nti bomode na pe zipman capsules ni bi nanom na ntimi mu asabi mpem agoridi no ne mankoso ye infa imam Solak mixture no eno ye asotwan ebebua ma ware no enema bekoye obia se bi ode pu anase nema bi a ehhehye wahemfi hono mu a emua no unya Solak mixture eno betoto nema nyina amma kama se bi wahemfi hono se bi ayese gbagaja mu ebu a mepacho nya de papa ezese ohini edu hono mu a enema ne nyina tibichiri ye bomoden pe Solak mixture ne bi nanom na emua upe dudu wetu a uko bebi biara yeto ngedru Ghana fa ne nyina obenye biato na so betumi afre 0245 610 6028 0245 610 6028 na wako tobi X natural mineral water mi pacho ebini eye sukrojen wankasa hwemu onza ice miron bibi boni bi enim Food and Drugs Authority for wanga jensu atum enti bomodin na pebi nanom wo eye nsu papa X natural mineral water Brian Edumemu ha Power FM na se TVXYZ ubenye bi abetu akoton uko meko mo biare mu nsusu amepacho ubenye bi ato ewo honom ubedudu etu ano afre 059 627 3546 and 059 6273547. X natural mineral water na mepacho eye simply natural. Win big eye mega cash. Wo ho che ona hye no. Aha so wo ma menyina hwe ne wo se won atworo bibi wo mega cash so wo aha sa pepepe enetene eyi eya krade foforo kra XYZ Broadcasting Limited ye dia ba ube win big no we live large. I say gab no. I say gab no. Etinya ni sa pepepe mame eyi efe Power FM na dia ba ne obeye nim wo ho anope akora me ye na me se o eni metwe bi ena me fa me phone no ena me dial a star 426 star 5 hash ena me send koy me ko send koy na no na me come visit here www.megacashluckybox.com oh ehwa na me koy ena me do na me se me play ena me se me bobi o mu se akora be ya hin na me se o me de meye bi gesa se me pesika ehwa me ye na me send ye na no ngama me procedure no ena ba Radio XYZ ena by TV XYZ ena samba Power FM ehwa na me se akora me pe TV XYZ esa pe Power ena Radio XYZ ena me de me entire na no me se akora me twa he na me se me pe number 1 ehwa na me se okay ena 5 Ghana cedis na me se yo meye esa nche me wo jedi se me di nkunim ehwa me entire na me se na me confirm eye me momo pin na no eni adanse se you me se metwa na ne nyina mu no answer na me confirm me momo pin no me daily eye star 426 star 5 hash no wo bizba mi sa akora me di ahe ase me fi no menya ahe na me kai so me menya mfrisha eduo no 20 years ono mo say okay ene me free se metimi e play bi esante yi obi onya mfrisha do awotwe ya ntumi nye bi ahon ye mpese bu mu mura so wo man mu so on enti sa pepepe na me ye no enti me entire no no mo tew me eya he 5 Ghana cedis wo mu si akora me ntwen me wo ho me ko ya panyai ai akora ku fida ko na me wini akora me wini ahia o mu si 2000 Ghana cedis lovely 2000 Ghana cedis lovely ena me nyai enti wusu ni wabusafu munya ni sa pepepe won wa oritie me upesi ke bia fa phone na dial star 426 star 5 hash na ye ni sa pepepe usu betimi edi nkunim ni bi se na me di kai no uyo bia wonya mficha du awotwe dere kwa 18 years and above no ena obetumi aye na sa nhye nyina no anase egoro ayeru di a obenya sika mfiri mu no ya de se nhye kakra bi pe na bata ho asa na yeriye sade nyina no ye ni NLA for National Lottery Authority for yeriye na ye nam Caritas lottery platform no so na yeriye etibo modern fa hunje mu bi na we should live large gab no man nya big na brebia enkoso ye infama enche ye besa ko the appointment committee no enim e Parliament na ye de vetting no ne erikoso wo hono mu premprem so no abremo na enchekra ye be ko Parliament bi nansana no happy birthday yifri Apostle Pakwesi Hema and Madam Daitis Ampofo.
And I'm also from Volta region. He's partly from Akachi and I'm also from Akachi. I think I have to disclose this and then we proceed to ask questions.
Chairman, in that case, will you recuse yourself, since you say he's a brother, so that we can handle your brother for you?
Thank you very much. I would have wished, but the law, unfortunately, do not permit me so to do. I am the first deputy speaker, and by legal imperative, I will have to chair the vetting committee. So I may not ask questions, but I'll give you the floor to ask the questions. So I'll proceed by giving the floor to Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Chair, and then let me join you congratulating your regional secretary for that nomination. I think it's well deserving, and I hope you will, when you are given the opportunity, you will serve to the glory of God and for the people of what region. But just one question. you are record to have said that the attack on the MP electrificator is politically motivated. Do you have any, if you like, evidence to substantiate that particular claim?
Honorable members, fortunately, the MP under reference is sitting at your right side, but I will give the floor to the nominee to ask the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't remember exactly the record the honorable member is referring to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charles Paulson, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you. My good brother secretary, my concern is about the Volta coastal belt, how to protect it. Do you have any plans for that, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that given the nod, the party or the government, I'll work with the sector ministers, I'll collaborate with the sector ministers, to tackle that situation, protecting the coastal belt of the region. So it is my responsibility as the regional minister, if given the nod, to liaise with the Ministry of Works and Water Resources to see how best we can protect the coastal belt of our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead with your question.
Congratulations, nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My question is on tourism. The Volta region is known for having a lot of tourist sites. How do you intend to promote tourism within the Volta region?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is true that Volta region has a lot of tourism potentials, taking waterfalls, taking Vedakba Crocodile Resort, taking Atafi Mocking Sanctuary, and even the topography of the region itself is a tourist attraction. Fortunately, we have our Honorable Member of Parliament for Ketu South, Honorable Ablaji Fagomashi, who is going to that ministry. It is my duty as the regional minister to collaborate with her and also collaborate with our roads minister, because many of these tourist sites need to be accessible. So I work with these two ministers to ensure that we enhance tourism potentials or tourism in the Volta region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vincent Sapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate the nominee on his appointment as the Regional Minister Designate for the people of Volta region. Before my substantive question, I would want to just make a suggestion. I just had a quick perusal of your CV, and I see that you have two referees, with two referees, one from the GIJ, the former rector, and the second one from the Institute of Local Government Studies. But my suggestion is that I think that is tried learning to note that depending on the kind of interview that you are attending, you skew your CV to meet that expectation. And so I would have wished that one of the referees should have been your national executives or anybody from your political field. I think that would have helped, especially because of this kind of vetting that you are coming. But my substantive question to you is that when it comes to the management of the local assemblies, it seems that resources that goes to these assemblies are limited, especially because these resources are the only kind of resources that emanate from the government to the local assemblies. I have been a deputy minister for local government before, and I know what internally generated fund could do to assist the local assemblies. The local assemblies are answerable to you directly. What can your office do to make sure that you boost the internally generated fund in the various districts in your region?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chairman. The first one on the referees is well noted. Then, on the local assemblies, I see the district assemblies as the shock absorbers for the central government, either politically, economically, or participatory democracy. I have been a district chief executive before, and one of the things that I will encourage the assemblies to do is to build their capacities, especially in the area of planning, budgeting, implementation, and evaluation. If we are able to do that, and we have district chief executives who are, people who take initiative, people who think outside the box, I believe strongly that we'll be able to improve on the internally generated funds in the assemblies by encouraging them to have revenue register in every assembly, so that all the departments or institutions that can be taxed will be taxed appropriately, and then the collection of market tools, property rates, and the rest. Because many of the assemblies do not have the capacity to collect the revenue. That is why some of them even privatize revenue collection. So it is all about capacity building. Thank you very much.
Well, just my last question. My last question to the nominee. My last question. Well, so my last question to you is that I want to create a hypothetical scenario to you. And some of these scenarios are based on reports that we've been receiving at the local government ministry. In the event that a member of parliament complains to you that his MCE or DCE is not releasing the funds that is due the member of parliament for purposes of developmental project, and such an issue come to you as the regional minister, what steps are you going to take in dealing with such an issue? Especially when some of these issues emanate from previous political contests where the MCE probably contested for a parliamentary candidate or a member of parliament and they did not win. And so these two people may be having rift. How are you going to deal with such a scenario as a regional minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Definitely, we need to engage the parties, the member of parliament, and the district chief executive. And in the course of the engagement, we will know that we are all charting the same course, in bringing development to our people. Fortunately, in the Volta region, we don't have such situation, but should it occur, definitely I will engage the two personalities involved, that is the member of parliament and the district chief executive, so that we all come to that understanding that we need to work together to bring development to the people, and it is not about personal interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Jerry Shaibu. And Jerry Shaibu is an old student of Keta Secondary School. So he should bear that in mind in asking the question.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Congratulations, my brother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, so I'm more interested in the Volta region. And one of the reasons is just what my Honorable Chair told you. But my specific question is the recent burning of ties and offices of the NDC office in Old Central, just because His Excellency President Mahama had announced made some ministerial nominations. Well, just to find out, do you know if that is the cause, first of all? Was that the reason why people decided to burn ties in the office, the whole central office?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My regional chairman, Honorable Mauto Agbavito, has been to Ho, and I can tell this honorable committee that the issue is under investigation. So, given the nod, I will look at the investigative report and then take the necessary action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, just a follow-up. So, are you here to assure us that the people within the Volta region, under your watch as the regional minister, are going to be safe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is one of my greatest responsibilities as the regional minister, if given the nod, because I'm going to chair the Regional Security Council, and I'm also going to work with other stakeholders, including our traditional authorities, the assembly members, the district chief executives, and the members of parliament, to ensure that we put in place early warning systems so that should these things happen, quickly we tackle them and then move forward, because there can never be any development without peace.
Chairman, this should be my last question. Tidal waves. Tidal waves. Auntie Jifa will tell you, in Agaveji, in Jalokope, and some surrounding areas in the Volta region. The last time I checked, City FM Channel 1 sponsored some projects. What would be the steps to take to ensure that even if there is, obviously it's not within your remit to stop it, but even if there is, what measures are you going to put in place to ensure the people who are affected have some safe place to stay, good food to eat, are able to go to their schools without issues, and all the social activities can still go on without any form of restrictions? And even if at all, do you have any plans of trying to reduce the effect of tidal waves? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Last time the tidal waves hit the communities, I was there with the members of parliament concerned, and then the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, was there himself. And it is our plan that, given the nod, I, as the regional minister, will surely collaborate with the ministers in charge of this sector to ensure that we tackle this issue of tether waste head on, so that we protect our coastal belt and protect our communities from this distraction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Ritana Udolesowa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, my honorable colleague, Honorable Honorable James Gunu. You know, Jifa Gunu is in my constituency. Yeah, that's why I mentioned his name. And congratulations on your nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the position of Volta Regional Minister. I have no doubt that you are going to perform, having known you for some time now. My question is, I know the Anglo districts, they produce a lot of tomatoes. And most of the time, we hear that during the bumper harvest, a lot of tomatoes go waste. What plans do you have to link these tomato growers to the senior high schools, or otherwise, what plans do you have to help them get people to be able to preserve these tomatoes so that they can also be able to break even when they invest in these tomatoes? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to collaborate with the Assembly, that is the Anglo District Assembly, and together with the Honorable Member of Parliament for Anglo, Honorable Richard Kwame Sepe, to find a solution to that particular, if possible, bring in investors to come and process this tomato so that they also hook onto the 24-hour economic program of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, so that the youth in Anglo can get job to do. That is what exactly I'm going to do to ensure that, one, the youth get job in the Anglo constituency and its environment. And it's not only Anglo. If you go to Agoti Mezopi, they also grow tomato, and it is the same situation because there is no market, there is no processing plant, you know. So it happens that sometimes people go to the farmers and buy these things very cheap. So it is one of the areas that we look at very well when I'm giving the nod. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want Chairman, a follow-up question?
Just something brief. Thank you, Chairman. And I'm happy that you are linking this one to the 24-hour economy of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, so that we'll run 3 shifts and more people will get jobs to do. Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would give the floor to Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Chairman, thank you so much. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
When I first saw Gunu, I said, oh, Gunu is one down from the north.
That's correct.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. Volta region will look up to you to elevate and take the region to a very high height. Please don't disappoint the region. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I would give the floor to Honorable Habib, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Chairman. As my colleague, Honorable Shaibu, was concluding, he said, Gunu, and then I can see the former Member of Parliament for Savulugu, Samar Gunu, behind. Is it the case that you are related, or why?
Thank you very much. The Gunu is a very big family, in Ghana and beyond. So that is why, yes, if you go to Dagbon, there are Gunus there. If you go to Adaklu, there are Gunus there. You go everywhere, you have Gunu. So it's a very unique family, and it's an honor done this family by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama by nominating me to serve as a Volta Regional Minister. Thank you very much.
So is it the case that the musician Sharifa Gunu, is she related to you?
Every Gunu. Yes. Yeah. But this is Anglo Gunu. This is Anglo Gunu. This is Bate Gunu from the Anglo state. But as you know, it cuts across. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I just think that we should put this into perspective, because the Gunu family in Savulugu, where Honorable Samuel Gunu is coming from, is a very respected family. We don't want people to start thinking that they are also from the Volta region. My question to you now. My question to you now.
But what shows that the Volta region ones will not also be thinking that they're from the north. So it's vice versa.
Okay, Chairman, now let me move to my substantive question. You are currently the Regional Secretary of the NDC. Do you intend to resign as the Regional Secretary of the NDC so that you can concentrate being the father for all in the region? You are going to be the Regional Minister for everybody in the region. Do you intend resigning your position as a Regional Secretary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's a transition. So, given the nod, definitely I will serve as Regional Minister and not Regional Secretary. Under the PNDC, they were called Regional Secretaries. Now, in the current dispensation, they are Regional Ministers. So I've been nominated to serve as Regional Minister for the Volta region. Thank you very much.
Regional nominee, just still staying in your line of at the Regional Secretary. My understanding is that Volta region at the moment have 18 constituencies. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then, meaning you produce 18 MPs, NDC won all 18 seats. So how many of these MPs are appointed as we sit currently? How many have been nominated?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The appointment is still going on. The process is still going on. So even as we are here, we don't know what will happen. At the moment, I can count 4. I can count 4. Honorable Prosper Bani, Honorable Ablaji Fagomashi is an advisor to the President on security.
So you are saying that that's one.
Oh, okay.
No, you can continue on that line. It's fine. It's an
appointment.
appointment. No, not members of parliament. It's an appointment. So you can go ahead.
Okay. Okay, members of parliament, 18 out of the 18. Yeah, we have Honorable Ablaji Fagomashi, Honorable Samuel Kujeto Abrakwa, Honorable Kwame Agboja. And that is the people the coach has selected so far.
Okay, so in effect, you are saying that out of the 18 MPs produced from the Volta region, 3, based on what you have mentioned, the MPs, Honorable Jifa for tourism, Honorable Kwame Agboja for roads and highways, Honorable Samuel Akujato for foreign affairs. What about the first deputy speaker, who was also, is he not a Voltairean?
Honorable members, I am elected by the House. Mine is not an appointment.
Elected by him. I don't think the fact that he has been elected as a first deputy speaker still take him away from the 18 MPs you have from the Volta region. So he is still within that. Now, my question.
Honorable Abi, your question is how many MPs are appointed? Okay. That's your question.
So, Mr. Nominee, 2 critical areas of which your MPs have been charged to man the affairs of that ministry. One is roads. I understand the roads in the Volta region is very bad. What will you do to collaborate with the minister responsible for roads, who is also from your region, to improve the road network in the region?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Assessing the passion of Honorable Kwame Agboja, I have no doubt that whatever it takes to tackle the road network in the region, he will do it, and especially the road from Toko to Ho, which His Excellency President Mahama refers to as the economic corridor routes. That routes take us up to OT, to the northern part of Ghana. So he's passionate about road infrastructure, and I believe he's going to do that, and I will collaborate with him.
Then my last question, Honorable Jifa, when she's approved, will be in charge of tourism and creative. I don't know what you are going to be creating there. Creative arts. So I don't know what you create there. What would you do to improve tourism in the Volta region?
Thank you very much. As the regional minister, if given the nod, my duty is to collaborate with the sector minister. And fortunately, she's from our region, and she has passion for tourism. And I believe that together with the Regional Coordinating Council, we are going to collaborate with her to see a boost in the tourism sector as far as Volta region is concerned. I have no doubt she's so passionate about tourism. And charity, they say, begins at home. So she will do it.
Nominee, let me, on behalf of my colleagues, congratulate you for your nomination to the position of Volta Regional Minister. And I am very convinced that you will be able to do a good job looking at the response that you have given. But please, when you are giving the note, don't encourage party people burning down offices in the name of appointments not being given. You are a regional secretary, you've been there for some time, and as you said, so try as much as you can to condemn that act. It won't help anybody. And if it is encouraged, it will be things that people would think that is allowed. So I congratulate you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just that I do not have any evidence that those who did this are party people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Please order. Order. Honourable members, it's now my turn to question my regional minister. But permit me to introduce our revered guests, the chiefs, elders, and opinion leaders from the region. First on my list is Olivia Awenam Gunu Mensah, Mrs., wife of the nominee. Honorable Mauto Agbavito, the regional chairman of the NDC, and he's here with other regional executives. The Mafia overlord of Anglon State, Togbi Street III, is here in a representative capacity by Afadada, the warlord of Anglon State, Togbi Agbesi Awusu II. Yana Abubakari Mahama II, the overlord of Dagbon, is represented by Honorable Alhaji Mohammed Abdul Samid Gunu, former MPP MP for Savalogo. With him is other 4 delegates from Dagbon. We have Togbitenge Jokoto Gligui, representative of the Volta Regional House of Chiefs. We have my own father, Kosivi Sakpaku, popularly known as Hunovia, head of Sakpaku family, representing Togbi Sakpaku. Mia Fiaga, left-wing chief of Avenor Traditional Council. We have Togbi Ajongaga Amanyafiti V, the paramount chief of Aflao Traditional Area. I am told he's also known as in the military. We have Togbi Adogu Agbalekpo,
97.9 FM Sone Asanya TV XYZ. So far yanga ko Volta region and yanga bay eye Ura James Gunu wanga boni din se wo jeni to mobaba Volta regional minister and sabe wanga tutu nano and appointment committee chairman Ura Bernard here for so wanga tutu nano mpo ewienti empanyefo ne ahemfo wanga ba no and now introduce them at the chair committee members and also be recognize them say one so one to me about so far so very good. Alright, James Gono usually composure send your tea holding will be say bisa in some no year no so nim need some no fake committee members nanka sampono send no in some no I said yeah they are already satisfied with him and you know and also who in some anyone.
Dr. Donald Sananu Agumanu, former special aide to former President J.J. Rawlings. You are all welcome. Honourable members, I use the opportunity to congratulate the regional minister nominate for my own region. Honourable James Gunu, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You are hereby discharged, but you hear from the committee.
Thank you.
Please, order. Order. Honourable members, we'll take a short break and we'll resume at 10 minutes after 2. Please, let's work and be here on time. Thank you.
Enti yanga wie vetting no Volta regional minister designate Mr. James Ugono and bring it ono no from Manta Mutura for penning de ma NDC amanyoko no ono and wonga wie nano tuto ejumedi vetting committee no and as appointment committee no enim Parliament honum 97.9 Radio XYZ and TV XYZ so ne enti wonga wie no won senia vetting and as appointment committee chairman no obubobu wahifo de ezangbeto gegen ezangbeto ezang Ebeye juma ewa honom. Many are therefore kwesi beche gusu ewa hanom. But answer na may engage no. Me ngahwe nsema horo a womu bisa Rod James Gonono. Maminko ex natural mineral water na mamimwe su na minko pebi no minom. Beba sisia ezangbeto. Ebeye juma twemi. Yariba sisia. Hey! Yani Messi menana no. gyina hɔ no mu ma me 97.9 FM TVXYZ so ne yɛgusu wɔ ha sɛnea mede kakan no ɛwɔ sɛ yɛ cross over ne yɛkɔ main chamber no mu ɛwɔ ɛyɛ mmarahyɛbadwam ne yɛnkɔtie yɛnkɔhwɛ nea ɛrekɔ so ɛwɔ hɔ no ɛsiane sɛ mprempren majority leader a wɔwɔ hɔ Mahama Yarega ogyina nanso a ɔrekasa yɛnkɔ Ghana mmarahyɛbadwam.
And the youngest lady in the chamber, Honorable Comfort, outgoing second deputy majority whip and incoming first deputy majority. I also want to thank all the members of our caucus, unity and oneness of purpose displayed. Count on you to continue to exhibit this same level of support and togetherness, if not more. Mr. Speaker, the main agenda in this House is to pursue the manifesto and program of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, a manifesto and a commitment that has received the overwhelming vote of Ghanaians. The Speaker will, by passing good laws that seek to further those goals, and we will use our various committees and our oversight responsibilities to ensure that the institutions of governance work for the people of Ghana again. Let me use this opportunity to thank the minority leader and our friends on the other side of the aisle for the cooperation and support we have received so far since the beginning of this night's Parliament. I want to assure them that in spite of their dwindled numbers, I, as my colleague, the minority leader has already indicated, in accommodation, I believe in census building, and I believe in discipline, and I believe in cleanliness, and I believe in working together. I look forward to working with you and to ensure that the good people of Ghana are well served by this Parliament. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I believe that I will succeed. And the main reason why I will succeed is because your very good self is still in this chamber. When I came into this chamber 20 years ago, you were the leader of my caucus. I have learned so much from you. You have risen from minority leader to majority leader. You've served in the executive government. You've risen from deputy speaker, and now you are the speaker of the Parliament in this chamber. And so I believe that you can afford to see me fail. And that is the reason why I'm very confident that I will. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank colleagues. Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence at the distinguished visitors gallery, the national chairman and the general secretary of the National Democratic Congress. We have the national chairman, Honorable Johnson, as
Sedu Nketia, and then the General Secretary, Honorable Fifi Fievi Kweti. They are here to ensure that the transition is done and done in accordance with the law. They want to see it so that they can go back and report to the party. You are most welcome. And I want to note this for the parties. As you all know, traditionally, how we inspired when at your workplace, your father or your mother visits you. It's so motivating, and to encourage the leadership of political parties from time to time up here to see what their representatives are doing. And I think I have to commend the National Chairman and General Secretary of the NDC for always being present. Particularly, National Chairman is always present. He comes to see what is being done in this house. I recommend that to the other parties. Honorable members, let it not be said anywhere. I repeat, let it not be said anywhere that the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana did not perform well. Political scientists have adjudged the 8th Parliament one of the best hung parliaments in the world. I don't know why some people like to use seeming hang. I don't know whether they've ever read the definition of a hangman. The hung parliament is a feature of the Westminster system, and it has happened in many countries. In the United Kingdom, it has happened a number of times. In Australia, it has occurred a number of times. In India, it used to happen in the United States of America, and to legislate on it. About 90% of hung parliaments don't go for their full term of office. And in fact, when it occurred once in Ghana, in 1979, it only lasted for 27 months. People forget all this. And they say that this is the first time Ghana had a hung parliament. No. It happened in 1979 between the People's National, was it PNP, People's National Party, and then the Popular Front Party. It occurred, it only lasted 27 months. In UK recently, they've had hung parliaments, and they were compelled to change the ministers. Ours lasted 4 successful years and delivered a smooth transition of power from a opposition to a party in government. That is a record that is being analyzed all over the world, and we are being praised. Unfortunately, Ghanaians are condemning it. They don't see the achievements we've made. And it's my duty to draw your attention to it, include teachers. They can go to read the literature and go around many countries to search from their records, and they will see that the event performed very, very well. We should be commended instead of being condemned. Please, the 8th Parliament is also different from the 9th Parliament. And therefore, as our former member, Honorable ABA Fuseno will say, when the beats change, the dance what also change. And so that's what is expected of the 9th Parliament. The drum beat has changed. It has changed from the hung Parliament to super majority Parliament. And I'm happy that the leadership and members have taken note of this, and they are calling for caution that we should not use the multitude in our debates, but we should use reason and the national interest. As the Speaker, I'll be very firm. I'll insist that that is done. Ghana has been promised a reset, and the people accepted the reset. The reset must be done. That is it. So please, I thank all of you for the understanding, and I hope we work together to advance our common interests and improve on the living of the people we represent. Thank you so much. I'm informed that we have some statements. I don't know whether we should take them now, or there are some priorities that leaders should take first before we go to statements. We can take the statements now. Yes, Majority Leader.
And lay some reports that are ready so that they can be distributed, and then we can take them later.
Yes, minority from bench. Any objection?
Mr. Speaker, save that there was no prior discussion on this matter. We are amenable to his prayer to the chair.
Honorable members, we may now move on to at the commencement of public business. Item 7, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented: 7A, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3. If they are all ready, please present them now.
Roman 3 is not ready, but 1 and 2 are ready.
Yes, by the chairman of the committee. Sorry, Minority Leader, yes. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted my respected colleague to bring clarity to exactly what he wants to do. He's talking about the report to be laid, but we don't have them. So I just want to know from him what exactly his prayer is. We've not seen any.
We definitely, after they are laid, I'll give the directive for them to be distributed. Then you will see them. But if our attention had been drawn earlier, you could have consulted as leaders. But it's just now that it has arisen. So I commend you for conceding to it, and then let us proceed with that. So please, Chairman of the committee, that is the Appointments Committee, if the reports are ready, Roman
97.9 FM Sune any TV XYZ yegusu ewo Ghana mrashebegwem ena ne dwumadi rekoso honomo ene yegusu ayede ho amane bo ebremo no kwesi
akra
majority leader foforo Mahama Yariga my who say won appointing and as a won aka say no be majority leader no waka say bi ni sama waka no yanye ni parliament no awo ho asechire ni den
akra Mahama Yariga ye obi a on kasa bebre the ba parliament dwumadi ma ote ase pa obu e wo mrahye bedwam ho no so sorry no kasa uzim sa fi ho nyina obi aidi na we de otie no efi se watena efi ho no mache enti ni nsem waka no mu se parliament dwumadi so ye leader o se ofana wo lead wo mu no ene edom kuma no so no utimi di wo mu nyina eden edi wachi eni ko so oye kai also uti obi ase na mu se Mahama Yariga ye sa type no anna in fact kwaku Higa no so at the same person so ye din sa so far obi a be fan say na ni ye din a we ye kakra ye chief we say Roxin yeah enti ni fi say omo front bench no solid because omo ye ni party so metima ye adwuma no and ma hu say NDC for no say ebi free mo
they have the men and the women
because enya agro mi ogidi esem owura Mahama Yariga be adwuma because o bi a oti mi kai tama na Joyce Bamford ado ho no no okasa no o bi a ono papa dem ho no ye dia madam speaker say honorable papa waljo nchire ni say papa wo so ankoma the same thing na Mahama Yariga that type so o yo bi a o ye din but o sorry no okasa utim se onim do oka eba mra onim eba proceedings of the house onim enti no good obey adwuma nti na ne nsem na wo se ne nsem na otwe kakra bi wankasa bibiri ogidi se obey adwuma no amna so Ghana fo nyina ni amna so aboa emrahye bedwa na ewo no musisi no enti ye so say o monya good team a o medi be adwuma na ensem owura John Dramani Mahama de ato bosha o de ahye Ghana fo no enam no so ama parliament aye adwuma ama NDC ni owura John Dramani Mahama etimi anya sa achievement on person ma achieve
that hima uhwe eye owura Mahama Yariga ujedi se obetimi amachi the micro minority leader afrenyo market senia oye ni ama kikari ujedi se obetimi amachi na na se senia ye pasu nyenya ne boko ni sa anase obetimi amachi no
yo medasi kukukuku ne de ye mfa nko ba bia wani anya no ye dibu oman ye pe oman Ghana amambu a ebetimi aboa ma oman no atimi adiye enti yewra Mahama Yariga ba wo ba se majority leader no me wogidie woni mu se obetimi aboa ama mrahye no wonjumadie no atimi akonka ne nimdie ya owo ya mrahye fie ho watena ho ache na mpo ye ka oman Ghana mamu a wabini ewo mu a me wogidie kese pa se ye papa obetimi aboa ama niema atimi agya na kwam na abreya na speaker eti adwamu a wo kasa no wo de asem bi tudwa ya na wo kire se ewo mu se oba mrahye fie ho no ma ye wo dom kuma wo mu sapa ya ye nyina ka ne minority nkete na ye wo majority bebre
na minority dey
nkete na osisa akwaya se bia minority nkete na bia ye wo dom dodo no ye mfa se ye wo dom dodo ntin bibia na ye ne keke se bia ye dodo ntin no ye de beye bibia keka ye mfamfa enhehye ye ekwan so na ye ntimi emwa ema oman no anase mrahye bedwa no ndwumadie no entimi enkonka wose Ghana fo eje bosha ban ye teso NDC aban etum se omo be reset oman ama oman no eja ne na so nti reset no ene ye nyina ye hwedi mu se aban ya ban no obetimi ade atoto na akwam se de wo hye ne bo pepepe nti speaker kire se mrahye bedwa mo ndwumadie no wo hwedi mu se bibia betimi akoso kama na afanu ni mienu nyina akabomo na kase bia the statement bi beto ho anase de bibi beto apono so a wo matimi atutu ne sre ne abasa na adwen akobenkroma anase ntiase ye adwuma se na be ya ebeboa na oman Ghana atimi atumpo Ghana eyoyo nti na wo mo ewo mrahye bedwafio me gidi se sa pepepe so na wo mo de be ya adwuma
okay enti ahaya TV XYZ any power 97.9 ye be cross over back na yenga ko Ghana mrahye begwe main chamber num na yanga kohwe adwumadi aguso a erekoso ewo sanse second deputy speaker Ora Andrew amoako esiama abeteki over seat no nti be cross over back ne akọ hono ne akọhwe ne erekoso na ya cross over back hia akra ko feed akọ me hand over there King Nicholas no abetu aso ewo ahanum senti for now ne there. Let's cross over to the main chamber of Ghana's Parliament.
Withstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, which require that a motion cannot be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the third report of the Appointment Committee of His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as ministers, may be now moved today. The Speaker, I so moved.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Yes, the minority whip will second the motion.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. This is procedural motion. I will therefore go ahead to put the question. And the question is, all those in favor of the motion listed 8 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion listed 8 in today's order paper is adopted. We move to 9, the substantive motion. Chairman of the committee.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move the motion numbered 9 at page 3 of today's order paper, that this Honourable House adopts the third report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present the third report of the Appointment Committee on the subject matter under reference. Mr. Speaker, the report captures the vetting and its consideration of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Agnes Momo Latte as Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajare as Minister Designate for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. The Speaker, the committee members asked very salient questions on land ownership, line of reporting of the administrator of District Assembly Common Fund, improving the local economy in collaboration with MMDCs, inadequate human resource at the MMDAs, resources to run MMDAs and other agencies under the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. District Rules Improvement Program, otherwise known as DRIP. Questions were asked on that. Questions were on waste management contract, the mandate of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. The Speaker, the nominee, in a very composed manner, provided the answers, and the answers are fully captured in the report. Right Honourable Speaker, on the second nominee, Honourable Agnes Momo Latte, questions were also asked on the President's vision
for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, strategies to improve school feeding program, assistance to the people of Nungua under the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, the benefit of the Women Development Bank as contained in the NDC manifesto, the livelihood empowerment against poverty, LEAP, importance of the affirmative action law, the distribution of sanitary pads among female students. Mr. Speaker, the nominee again provided answers to this question, and these answers were captured in the report verbatim. Honorable Speaker, the third nominee under reference is Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari, Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Again, the committee posed so many questions, leading revenue mobilization at the ports, revamping defunct state-sponsored agro farms, position on 1D, 1F, her position on 1D, 1F, the trade balance, weak entrepreneurial ecosystem, and many more. Mr. Speaker, her answers to the question is fully captured in the report. The Speaker, I will therefore urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read as I proceed to read the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Article 78(1) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 217, the committee considered the nominations by His Excellency the President. The nominee demonstrated competence, knowledge, and expertise on matters relating to their various ministries designated. The committee therefore recommends to the House by consensus the adoption of its report and approval of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as a Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Agnes Namumolate as Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari as Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Right Honorable Speaker, I so submit. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the committee. Now, seconder. Yes, Honorable Member for Okankwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to add my voice to the Chairman of the committee to congratulate the member for Crowell, the member for Banda, the member for Techima North for their nomination, and having gone through the vetting process excellently a couple of days ago. Mr. Speaker, we know of Honorable Ahmed in this chamber. We've worked with him. We know how passionate he is, but the work in the chamber is different from going to manage entire local government institution, which comprises a lot of difficult district chief executives, district, municipal, and metropolitan chief executives. We expect of him to exercise the necessary restraint in dealing with them and to ensure that the relationship between the MMDCs and the MPs gets improved to ensure that the work in the constituencies and the districts gets on unimpeded. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the member for Crowell, exhibited high qualities and convinced the committee that she could do a good job as Minister for Gender and Social Protection. And our own Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajayi, the member for Techiman, a lawyer by profession, a lady, a mother, having convinced us, Mr. Speaker, promising to continue with the 1D1F program subject to the challenges she mentioned at the committee. We pray that the good Lord guides her to ensure that the job opportunities that the NDC promised their Green Army will be realized through the 1D1F programs that we initiated. I wish the nominees well and congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. As usual, of course we want to manage the House well. The caucuses have presented the names of those who will be commenting on the report. So we will move to mention the names for those the caucuses have submitted to the table. So we will begin from the minority side, and we will call on Honorable Member for Empraeso, Honorable Davis Opoku. So, Honorable Member, we will not cut you short, yes, but we have so many other business to conduct today. So please work around 5 minutes for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Appointments Committee before this House. Mr. Speaker, first let me congratulate my colleagues, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Madam Namumo, Madam Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajayi, for their nomination to this high office of the land. Mr. Speaker, particularly, I'm excited at the nomination of Mr. Ahmed Ibrahim as the Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I've been in this House for 4 years, and when it comes to issues that confront members of Parliament, when it comes to issues about MPs and their relations with the District Assembly Common Fund, and to a larger extent, the local government ministry, we have seen Ahmed Ibrahim lead the charge in that regard. And I know that when he settles in that office, issues that bother members of Parliament would be one of the top priorities on his desk as a minister. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in how we are able to correct the, for want of word, anomaly with respect to the District Assembly's Common Fund Act 455, which establishes the office of the administrator and provides that the administrator reports directly to the minister responsible for local government. However, when you look at Act 936, Section 129 of the Local Government Act, it stipulates that the administrator shall report to Parliament and office of the President. This, in times past, has created some challenges where administrators of Common Fund have had issues with sector ministers. Even as a Parliament, we have struggled at inviting administrators of Common Fund to appear before us, even explain to us issues that are mandatory, issues that concerns members of Parliament. I think that it's about time that the sector minister taking charge take steps to address this anomaly. It's important that every administrator reports to the minister, sector minister involved, so that the minister would have direct responsibility in responding to issues that border on that fund to Parliament. we would want to be dealing more with the ministers who we appreciate that have a lot of insights. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that our municipal chief executives have had, especially with the last government, has been issues of capping. I mean, when you go to them for projects, they tell you that most of their funds have been capped. And it brought untoward challenges in the administration of the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time that the president assures us, and also the sector minister assures that when he takes office, the issue of capping our district assembly common fund, monies that go directly to the assemblies, will be taken off. They need monies to construct more drains. They need monies to construct more schools. They need monies to develop the various assemblies. And if we are to go by this capping policy, I think we will continue to face challenges in the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, also, the drip machine is one laudable project that His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, with the support of this Parliament, of the 8th Parliament, brought to bear. I think we need to find ways of putting up policies to ensure that the very reasons why we bought these machines, the very reasons why we procured these machines, we use these machines for that very purpose. And I know that our senior colleague Ahmed Ibrahim will not fade this house and will always respond. I was a bit worried with having agribusiness attached to the Ministry of Trade, but I felt that it was purely an agric. But when I listened to Madam Ejare, I got convinced that if you look at most of the 1D, 1F projects, most of them are agro-based projections. I mean, most of them are agro-based factories. And to have agribusiness under a watch would go a long way to as it were, address some of the challenges that persons who are engaged in agribusiness face. I mean, we cannot continue to import over $100 million worth of onions into our country. What is required is to develop a proper value chain. And I know that with her at the Ministry of Trade, we are going to do that. For the Gender Ministry, issues of human trafficking is something that is dear to my heart. And I'm praying that the minister focuses on human trafficking issues in this country. In fact, we have a lot of young ladies in our country who are migrating based on false information, especially to the UAEs, and the challenges that they face in these countries is something that is unprintable. I am praying that the minister puts a lot of energy in that sector and addresses issues of human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to congratulate our colleagues. We are hoping and praying for the best. We are hoping and praying for the betterment of Ghana. I know they will succeed, and I know that when we take over in 2028, we will not meet a ministry that is... Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Opoku. Honorable members, let's turn to a member for Doma West. Is it, am I right? Honorable Vincent Opon Samoa. Is it Doma West?
Yeah, right, so.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me first commend His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana for the appointments so far to the various ministries. And you can see from the caliber of people that have been appointed that the government means business. Let me first talk about the nominee for local government, Honorable Ahmed. We all know him. He has been here for about the 5th term in Parliament, and he has seen everything when it comes to parliamentary practice, you can respect him. So I have no doubt that having been appointed to a ministry like local government, he is going to deliver, help the president, reset the country, and then we move it forward. As a former DC, MC, we all know the importance and the important role Ministry of Local Government plays. If government will function at the local level, we need proper supervision. And we need someone like Honorable Ahmed who will be able to match up to the task, keep the DCs in line so that they can deliver at the grassroots. I remember His Excellency, the former president, Nana Addo. He made promise to Ghanaians that Accra was going to be the cleanest city in Africa. And I also recall the last State of Nation address, when he was even recounting his achievements, he forgot to even mention that Accra has become the cleanest city in Africa. When we drive, while you are in Accra, you drive through various streets in Accra, I ask myself, if we have even authority, let me say AMA or other municipal authorities in Accra, sanitation is at the lowest, and even lighting system on our streets. We all know that street light belongs to the local government. Yet, you drive through Accra and you ask yourself, roads are so weedy, very unkept, and I believe in this young man that having assumed this office, let's see the changes. And I know my brothers on the other side will see the changes. Within a very short period, we'll see the changes in Accra. We'll have street lights, we'll have clean city, and Ghanaians, it's not about we have spent so much. It's not about we have spent so much, but it will be about the real tangible. People will feel it.
Honorable Vincent, hold on. Let me catch the attention of Honorable Member for Asante Achem Central.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind my honorable brother of Order 93.5. He's not supposed to, in making comments, he's not supposed to provoke debate. All the statements he's making, I or other people may not agree with him, and this would provoke debate. So I caution him to be straightforward in commenting on the motion on the floor rather than inviting others to enter into debate. I will not comment on the exact thing that he said, but don't provoke debate. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Honorable Leader, let's take it lightly. I mean, for me, it's okay. Let's move smoothly. Leader.
Thank you very much.
Mr. First Deputy Speaker, you have moved your motion. Allow us to. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to draw the attention of my colleague that Order 93.5 does not come to his aid in this matter. So Order 93.5 is about statements and commentary on statements, just for the education of colleagues in the chamber.
Very well. But notwithstanding, honorable members, let's try not to do our best to approve our brothers and sisters who are going to help the president to govern the country. So, Honorable Vincent, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, with respect, the majority leader is right. However, Speaker, these are our own colleagues. The Honorable Ahmed is seated right before us. I see my friend, beautiful sister, and other colleagues. They've all performed, I witnessed that, performed creditably well. But as my senior colleague tried, we're just trying to help you navigate properly. We want to pass them, but please, be guided. If you start throwing punches, we also start throwing punches. No, don't start punches. Speak to the issues. Let's edify them. We can raise the issues, but the tangent you want to take, please, don't tempt us.
Well, like I said, I mean, let's. So, Honorable Vincent Asamoah, just take you and let's have this session very smooth.
You know me.
Yes.
You know me.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A whole ministry was created by Nanado's administration for sanitation. And that puts emphasis on the importance your government put on sanitation. And I'm particularly very much concerned about the issue of sanitation. That is why I commend Honorable Ahmed some of the answers that he gave.
Honorable Samuel, hold on. Yes, chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. The Speaker, I still maintain the point that the Ninth Parliament has a lot of fresh members. When a report of a committee is being debated, your contribution must be based on the reports. So I will urge the House to take that into consideration in the debate.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. So please, let's speak to the report. Vincent, let's speak to the report. I mean, let's cut away insinuation and innuendos. I mean, just speak to the report.
We all know that His Excellency, the President, we used to have Minister of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Now that ministry is also merged with the local government. I was particularly very much impressed when question was posted on that ministry, especially issues on chieftaincy and the manner that he handled it. I was very much impressed. And I know that under his leadership, issues on chieftaincy, issues in Ghana is going to go down drastically. We all know that areas where we have these tribal clashes also hamper development. So I have so much confidence in Honorable Ahmed that once he assumed duty as the Minister for Local Government, most of the issues that Ghanaians, issues of sanitation and issues on chieftaincy, we are going to nip it in the bud. So on these few words, and looking at the reaction from the minority, I'll conclude and then recommend that our new minister should be approved.
Thank you very much.
To start the reset agenda.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Honorable Kofi Mafo, a member for Achiase.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend our able colleagues who have been nominated and vetted. I will start with Honorable Ahmed, who is my neighbor. For me, what I would say is that local government is a challenging ministry, especially we coming from the rural constituencies. We rely solely on government funds. So the expectation is that because there's a free payment, we expect that the payment should go as soon as possible. And I know he will do that because as a leader, he was working closely with the local government ministry. And so we know that he's going to do a good job. And I will also want my own Honorable Elizabeth Ejari. As a trade minister, I will want to urge her that what we are experiencing at the port is not one-man business or one ministry business. It is for trade, transport, and finance. But trade, because she's the one going to deal with the business community, and they are the people suffering, especially when it comes to shipping lines. Their charges are so much. Now, 40-footer container, if you are taking a 40-footer container, it's over 15,000 for the shipping line. Meanwhile, the handlers, who are the ones going to do major work, are taking about 4,000 Ghana cedis. So I'll urge her to take a critical look at what is happening at the port, whether it is export or import. It is within her purview, so she will be looking at it critically. Then talking about the 1D1F, she was complaining about capacity building, and she was talking about funding. So I'll urge her to take a critical look at the exemption process, because if about 400 million and over can be given to NPS for them as an exemption for their work doing at the port, I think other institutions or manufacturers who are also going to deal with our export promotion and employment scale, they also need to be considered. So with these few words, I'll urge our own colleague, our own sister, to take a critical look at it. And then my last one is about these business regulatory reforms, which is under her ministry. They are in charge of making sure that businesses strive. And the regulatory reforms are very important for our business community. They have brought a bill to Parliament, and I'll urge her to take a good look at it and then make sure that our business community get the facilitation in terms of regulations, in terms of permit and other issues that border on the business. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Honorable members, let's turn to Honorable Kwame Asare-Obeng. Honorable Kwame Asare-Obeng.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to first of all congratulate Honorable Ifa, Honorable Ahmed for his nomination. The leadership informed me that I have to comment on Honorable not yet. So I will ask Mr. Speaker. The information that I had was that I have to comment on a different appointment, and so I will ask if it's possible to be corrected. Yes, I do, but my information that I have, and that is what I'm dealing with.
The report we have to comment is not yet ready. Is that what you want to say?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. No, relax. You are not, relax. Mr. Speaker, I'm dealing with my whip, and she gave me an information, and that is what I'm working on. Sit down, relax. Relax.
Well.
Yes.
So let me call the next person.
Yes, so thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So on that note, let's turn to Honorable Maswell Lukuto. Maswell, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a comment on our honorable nominees who will soon be ministers of state. I actually sat in the meeting where our colleagues were vetted, and for the depth of knowledge they have on the subject matter and the ministries they are going to, I have no doubt that they're going to perform. On our Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the local government ministry, I believe, is a heartbeat of all of us as players in the democratic space, and most especially for us members of parliament. Critical for us because these are the people we're going to be dealing with on daily basis whilst we are within our constituencies or out of the constituency performing national duty in the big house of parliament. Seniors have commented on the challenges they have had with some district chief executives in the past when they want to access their common fund and other funds that go through them. You face it more this time, maybe. And so we wish that he would consider the plight of all members of parliament. Even though these funds are through as they are supposed to help alleviate poverty in our different constituencies. And so he's answered questions eloquently on how he intends to run all district assemblies together with their D and MCEs to the benefit of the whole of the nation. It is my hope that he will be in line to be able to help us achieve our aim as MPs whilst away, so that whilst here you don't have people down there who are looking to cut your leg. And also when you are in the opposition, they will also be there and stifling your common fund, not allowing you to have access to them. For our dear Lady Namumo, she was so composed, answers the questions very eloquently, and I believe that she will do well in the ministry that has been so assigned to her. We believe that all these ministers of state would listen to the plight of their people and do just what we demand of them, so that the reset agenda that Ghana has signed for, I mean Ghana, not just NDC, because of the overwhelming endorsement that we have had as a government. It is a testament to the fact that Ghanaians want to see reset, and the reset agenda, I believe, is beginning from this house. And so it is our hope that together they will do a good job. Mrs. Elizabeth Ejare Ofosu, eloquent, a lawyer, done so well in the past as a deputy minister, now promoted to the position of a substantive minister. Sorry, she was a minister and also another minister now. It is our hope and prayer that she will do better than she did in the Mahama I government, and then the reset agenda and the 24-hour economy that we have so yearned for as Ghanaians will come to pass. With these few words, I wish to congratulate them once again and pray that God guides their step very well for the reset agenda. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maswell. Let him now turn to the former Finance Minister, Honorable Dr. Amin Anda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all congratulate our colleagues for their nomination by the President for the various roles they are being assigned to. Particularly for my friend here, Ahmed Ibrahim. If Ahmed Ibrahim is to bring the dexterity which he brought to his work as Deputy Minority Leader, Minority Whip, then, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that he is going to live up to expectation. He tormented us a lot, and I believe he will bring that kind of character, the skill, to ensure that DCEs do their work very well in their districts and jurisdiction. But, Mr. Speaker, one issue I'd like to draw attention to is the difficulty in financing projects at the district level. Because the common fund allocation is no longer enough, and I doubt if it will be ever enough to finance district level development projects. And this is why the minister is being encouraged, and I'd like to encourage you to consider relaying the municipal finance bill, which tends to support district assemblies to look at alternative ways of financing their projects rather than relying all the time on the government for resources to finance development projects, particularly in the area of public-private partnerships. They can leverage private capital out there to finance projects that can pay for themselves. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to encourage him to relay the municipal finance bill. Property rate is another area of interest. There's huge potential in using property rate to finance development at the district level. But as a country, we really haven't found solution to maximizing the collection of property rate. The Ministry of Finance tried. We implemented a system that could energize the mechanisms of collecting property rate. Unfortunately, we face some challenges. I hope that you will look at the policy, you will look at the systems we're implementing, and you will work hard to address the challenges associated with property rate collection and ensure that we leverage that potential for complementing public finances of projects at the district level. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note, and this is an observation I would like to make, that in presenting the formula for common fund by the common fund administrator, it is important to consult widely, particularly with the Ministry of Finance. I cannot remember the Ministry of Finance making inputs to the formula that was presented last year to this House. And this does not help because it is important for the two ministers to sit down and prioritize the areas that the budget can accommodate and what common fund can also accommodate, so we avoid duplication of allocating resources for similar projects or same projects across the country. So, Minister, I know that you have so much experience in this area, and I have no doubt that this will really get your serious attention to ensure that the right institutions make appropriate inputs to the formula before it is presented to Parliament. Now, the practice of spending on behalf of assemblies is an old age practice. When I was mayor of Tamale, it was there, it's been there up till to date. This deprives the assemblies of critical resources to implement their budgets. The law that established the assemblies also requires them to have budgets approved by the assemblies. Now, what sense does it make if an assembly makes a budget approved by the assembly and yet the revenue expected doesn't come in for the assemblies to execute this budget? This is very problematic, Mr. Speaker. And this is why most assemblies are living from hand to mouth, unable to execute critical projects that they have promised their people in their localities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do not know what mechanism the minister will use when approved, but it is critical that we stop the practice of the common fund spending and contracting suppliers and paying suppliers on behalf of of assemblies. That is not, for me, an efficient way of spending the common fund money. Also because it does not address the priorities of the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, for Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajari, one of the key measures that you need to pay attention to is the ease of doing business. We are at a critical stage where we have to be able to attract as much investment as possible to support us grow the economy. And the ease of doing business is monitored seriously by investors across the world. And you need to pay serious attention to that, particularly in addressing some of the challenges that the report brings out. The Tema Port, the harbor, is one area that has been highlighted in many of the reports on ease of doing business in Ghana. In trying to address this problem, I face a lot of resistance. There are so many stops at the port, so many stops. And therefore, you need to be able to reduce the number of stops importers go through or even exporters go through in order to establish a one-stop solution that will make the ease of importing and exporting real. This is so important because the business community, as you engage them, will tell you more about that. But we face serious challenges. No institution wanted to give up. And I hope you'll be guided by this in helping to address that problem at the port so that we can attract more businesses into our country. My last point, Mr. Speaker, is on agribusiness, particularly in relation to horticulture. We can create a lot of businesses around horticulture. And I've been looking at the situation where the White Volta can be declared the horticultural belt of Ghana, so that the water flowing through the White Volta can be used to irrigate horticultural farming, vegetables, like onions, etc., which we can trade in Ghana, but also for export. What is critical about this also is that the White Volta is closer to the Tamale Airport, and the Tamale Airport is within 2 hours to about 5 countries around the country. And so, if we do this, Ghana will become a major exporter of horticulture. And that, I believe, will bring a lot of meaning to adding agribusiness to the Trade and Industry Ministry, because I see a lot of coordination, or complementarities, and I hope that you will take this very seriously. We'll put fire at your feet so that you can do this for the benefit of our country. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I believe you all understand why I gave him some time. We realized he was giving very good. So, come again. So now we will turn to Honorable Faustina Eliprim Akulugu. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the report by the Appointments Committee of the nominations of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Honorable Agnes Namumu Lati, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajari, for the Ministries of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Gender, Children and Social Protection, and Trade, Industry and Agribusiness, respectively. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, these appointments by His Excellency the President are more than enough testimony of his commitment to resetting Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has been a ranking member of the Local Government Committee of the House. At his vetting, he demonstrated a considerable understanding of local government issues in the country. We are confident that his appointment will support His Excellency the President's vision to deepen decentralization and also enhance revered institution of chieftaincy in our country. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that as a former whip of this House, the Honorable Ahmed I am not reading. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that as a former whip of this House, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim will instill discipline in the yet to be appointed chief executives of our various Metropolitan Municipal Assembly, and more importantly, get him aligned with the vision of the President and members of Parliament. I must also add that personally, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has been a great help to me. I've had to rely on his advice and support a number of times to win the mighty Domi Kwabenya constituency.
Read on.
Finally, Mr. Speaker,
read on.
The appointment of Honorable Agnes Namumu and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari is a committed another bold statement that His Excellency, the President, respects women and he's committed ensuring that gender balance in his government in line with the Affirmative Action Bill. As a woman, I am particularly proud of the appointments, and I strongly believe they will make us proud. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's turn to Honorable Tampuli. Honorable Hassan Tampuli, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this report, consideration of the House for the approval of the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, the Honorable Mrs. Namumu Lati as Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as my sister, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare, Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Mr. Speaker, I want to join colleagues to extend hearty congratulations to these colleagues who have caught the eye of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, serving his government. Mr. Speaker, right at the outset, I need to signify to these colleagues that by what I have observed in the previous administration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Richard is something that he likes a lot. So please, when you go, you have to work very, very fast and actualize your vision before maybe you are reshuffled to another place. So, Mr. Speaker, I do just a little question to colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, a lot has been said about him. Very sharp gentleman. Mr. Speaker, looking through the reports
I noticed that the three of them are almost about the same age. They're almost about the same age. 50, 52. And I believe very strongly that with what I heard this morning about the average age of the nominees for ministerial positions, I believe that we have one of the youngest governments in the history, the oldest being about 61 or so. So your collective energies would have to show. Your collective energies will have to show. You have to give justification for why government should be made available to the younger generation. So you are doing this not for yourself, but also to give justification for opportunities that will be given to the future generation. I wish you well in the work that you do. Mr. Speaker, on page 6 of the report, the nominee made reference to some misalignments between the reporting structure of the administrator of the Judicial Assembly Common Fund. And I think that it's important that this is rectified so that the malady doesn't continue to fester and then create enough confusion as it is doing right now. But as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, the legal maxim that the general laws shall take precedence over specific laws, specific laws shall take precedence over general laws would convince me that generalibus non derogat specialibus. That is correct. That's the Latin maxim. Mr. Speaker, I would insist that the District Assembly Common Fund Act 1993, Act 455, which establishes that the Common Fund Administrator should report to the Minister for Local Government, is the one that should be adhered to. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there will be some challenges as far as canons of interpretations are concerned, that you might say that the later legislation will take precedence over formal legislations. So that argument can also be made, but I would insist that once it is a special legislation, I would insist that the District Assembly Common Fund Administration should report to the Minister for Local Government for the proper alignment of the function of the local government administration. Mr. Speaker, on point 43 of the report, improving the local economy in collaboration with the MMDCs, there's no doubt about the goodness of the spending power of the Assembly, what it does to the local economy. I mean, the cascading effects is unimaginable. When everything is done from Accra, contracts are awarded in Accra, procurements are taken from Accra. Sometimes the members of Parliament, and I believe some of us have experienced it one way or the other. You'll be sitting in the chamber, and then somebody moves to site. It's even sometimes the case that even the MMDCs do not even know where these contractors are coming from. The next thing you find somebody, on the ground executing the contracts. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge on my colleague, the Honorable Ahmed, to take a very critical look at that issue and then deal with it. Mr. Speaker, I noticed also that the ministry is quite a behemoth right now. Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs, Judicial Committee of the House of Chiefs, and so on and so forth. So they are going to be superintending a huge space that previously was occupied by, I think, 2 or 3 ministers. But there was a Minister for Water Resources and Sanitation, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and then local governments. Now you are going to carry almost 2.5 ministries. And I don't know how you are going to do it, but based on what we have seen you do in this house, your diligence, your ability to think on your feet, and so on and so forth, I believe that you'll be able to discharge this duty with gusto. And I wish you well, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Agnes Na Momo Lati, Doctor, the Minister for Gender. Mr. Speaker,
that ministry is one of the youngest. Now, if I remember correctly, the former minister and member of parliament for Takrady, Gladys Asma, is the one that birthed that ministry in 2001. And I believe there's a great deal that can be done about that ministry. I'm not too sure. I may be corrected, Mr. Speaker. But if I remember correctly, Gladys Asma was in recent years the first minister for gender. So it's a work in progress. There's a great deal that can be done at that ministry. And I believe that you will give effect to the Women Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, after the election, a woman told me that she was waiting for the Women Development Bank to be established. That's why she didn't vote for me. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm also, waiting patiently for that ministry to settle so that I can send my woman organizer to go and see if she gets some loan from the facility. So, Honorable Member for Koro, I wish you well. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejari, I served with her on the appointments committee. Very diligent. I don't know whether it is parliamentary, but she is a gentle assassin. Her questions are slow in coming, but they are piercing and biting. And then she will punch you where you least expect. And she will just, Mr. Speaker, I don't have much to say. But when the questions come, Mr. Speaker, you will shake small before you are able to answer the question. And senior at the bar as well. And I greatly appreciate that she is more than capable of discharging the obligation of that ministry. Mr. Speaker, there is a little bit about the cross-border trade that I read from the report on page 28. And it says, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, it says, according to the nominee, when the tax system is attractive, but she proposed an imposition of a reasonable and fair tax system. And according to the nominee, when the tax system is attractive, non-exorbitant and reasonable, people are more willing to pay. Mr. Speaker, if I refer to President Mahama's first review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. Mr. Speaker, currently, if you take the bill of lading at the port, you import a vehicle into the country, you have line items, taxes, levies, margins, and so on and so forth, about 22. And my colleague, Honorable Mafo, made reference to a particular line item, which is the container charges. Averagely, you are paying about 15,000 apart from paying for everything that has to be paid for at source. You pay 15,000 per container. Mr. Speaker, we do not less than 1.2 million containers in a year. Now, when you do the calculation, we're talking about billions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you go to make these payments, the shipping lines insist that you must come with foreign currency. So in addition to paying this exorbitant fee, you are also supposed to go and exchange mostly dollars or euros to go and make these payments. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure about the legality of this. And so the Shippers Authority Act was passed recently. Mr. Speaker, I'm just winding now. The Shippers Authority Act was passed recently, in which we have insisted that shipping lines can no longer impose such charges on shippers, except what the Ghana Shippers Authority has approved. And I believe that this will be a very, good platform for you to speak to traders and importers and even exporters about the benefits of this new act, so that all these, exorbitant container charges for doing nothing, Mr. Speaker, for doing nothing. So they just sit down and at the click of a button of a computer, you charge somebody 15,000 cedis, you pay for container cleaning when you bring a blue wow.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on this note,
thank you.
I'd like to congratulate my colleagues and then add my voice to the House to confirm these colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Please, let's turn to Honorable Simon Pabe Chairman. Yes, Honorable Chairman. Is it Brekum?
Yeah, Brekum is the good.
Yes.
Thank you very much, the Speaker, for the opportunity and the latitude to add my voice and to contribute to, and to say very big congratulations to the nominees on their call to serve in this high office. Let me start with Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, 5-term Member of Parliament for the good people of Banda. He has really distinguished himself so well. When you see and assess his intellectual prowess, his tenacity of purpose, when you look at Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, sincerely, and if we will be very forthright, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is a luminary. His tenacity of purpose, just like I said, and his testicular fortitude in the way and manner he discharges his duty, Mr. Speaker, is admirable. And I have no doubt, I come with very firm conviction that my senior colleague will distinguish himself creditably in the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Rural Development. I strongly believe that my senior colleague will concern himself with the Act 936. I'll remind him later, he doesn't know. The son of a lion doesn't get mixed in the jungle.
Honorable, just focus. Later on, we come to that. Let's focus on.
Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that my senior colleague will concern himself with the Act 936, the structure in particular, the lower level. The Local Government Act, when you look at the structure, most often than not, you realize that the base, which is the unit committee, was the local government, the unit committee, the town and urban councils, the assembly members, just exist in nomenclature, but they are less resourced. When you go to my constituency, looking at Nasi, Kato, Biada Urban Council, you get there and the place is less resourced. And I strongly believe that my senior colleague will concern himself so much by resourcing them. Most often than not, you realize that, Mr. Speaker, they are not even consulted. And it is only at the evaluation stage. But I strongly believe that democracy must be participatory. And once it's for the people must be involved at the grassroots. And I strongly believe that during the problem assessment, through to design of the program and project, through implementation to evaluation stage, the unit committee, the assembly members, and the urban and the town councils will be involved. And I think with that, we can have the full realization. With him, as a royal member, I strongly believe chieftaincy is not an issue. And as an elder of Church of Pentecost, I have no doubt in my mind. As long as religious issues are concerned, he will do justice to that. Then again, on my good sister, Honorable Elizabeth Ufusua Jare.
Honorable, you spend almost all the time on Honorable Ahmed.
I have a lot of confidence in her. And that again, I have a lot of confidence in her. She has distinguished herself so well, so creditably, when she was the Minister for Tourism. And Ghana became a destination or a tourism hub. So I have no doubt in my mind that she will distinguish herself. Likewise, Honorable Namumu, I wish them all well, and I want to congratulate them for the appointment. I wish them well. Thank you so much.
let me, the last batch, let me call Honorable leadership will do the. Okay, let him take the last batch. You gave me the list, so let me take the last batch. Let me give Honorable former Minister for Western Region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know this is a privilege. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have been very well if I had not been given the opportunity to speak. In congratulating my brother, Honorable Ahmed. We've been very good friends. We've traveled together, we've gone to school together. And he's shown courage in this house. I therefore don't have any doubt in my mind that he can get this job done. Mr. Speaker, I know that local government is a very huge portfolio, but local government is local, and that is where people benefit or they become dejected and create problems. Mr. Speaker, if you take some of the answers that my brother had given, one of the biggest one I believe I want to comment had to do with the issue of releases of funds to the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for us to understand that the monies are released by the Ministry of Finance. Therefore, the administrator, they only disburse. So not until finance releases this money, the disbursement will not happen. And I believe that that is where, as Parliament, we should put the emphasis and the pressure. So far, it seems that we'll be leaving that out, and then our assemblies have been suffering for a very long time. I understand that a lot of some of the expenses or the disbursement are done at the center. But usually, a lot of the project too, the assemblies themselves also agree for them to do it. So they cannot also be given excuses for agreements they've done, and the local, the district assembly common fund is disbursing. So I believe that we need to look at this dichotomy and find a way to resolve some of these issues. On the issue of local economy, I believe that is one area I would suggest that we put a lot of emphasis, because if you take the elections that we've gone through and all the difficulties with the economy, if you are able to get things done right in developing the local economies across the length and breadth of the country, I believe that the pressure from the youth for jobs, the pressure for infrastructure development would also go down. On the issue of Madam Ajayi, Minister for Trade, I'm happy that she's gotten that nod, because I saw her work when she was Minister for Tourism, because I followed her a lot. I'm also happy that she's been given this position. But what I want to note is that in most big economies, the minister responsible for the economy is usually the Minister for Trade and Industry, not the Minister for Finance. Because if you take the NDC's own manifesto and the agenda for this election, it's about 24-hour economy, and it's on you. So if we don't give you the opportunity to determine the pace of the economy, not the disbursement at finance, I believe that we might have a lot of difficulties. And I believe that cabinet members and government members should be able to support her to take hold of the economy. And when she's able to take hold of the economy, move it quicker, it can then be spread by the local government, and then the people can feel the benefits of the governance that we deliver in the country. Jalil talked about the weak entrepreneurial economy, and I believe that we need to start from secondary schools. Because if Ghanaian children, Ghanaian students, university students are not told right from level 100 that they can do something for yourself after school, but wait to be employed. Mr. Speaker, young people have new ideas, and they are the future of our country. If we don't inculcate in them the ability to be entrepreneurial, we should be creating the jobs for them to be employed. So I believe that that education should also be taken by the Minister for Trade to create that enabling environment and also raise more revenues to support the economy. With these few words, I know they will be able to deliver. Let's support them to be made ministers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Last but not the least, Honorable Suleimana Adama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report on the appointment of 3 ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim started from time. When he first came to the House, he represented the good people of time. I was his constituent secretary. So today I'm very happy to see him rise through the ranks to become the Minister for Local Government. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the report, he has served on so many committees, but perhaps the Local Government Committee is the one that his impact was greatly felt. He has gone through the whole country. He is aware of the challenges of this country. So I'm very confident that his practical knowledge about the challenges of the local governance structures will inure to the benefits of the office that he's coming to hold. But Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most profound statement I found during the vetting was the one that he said, Mr. Chairman, I will not allow any MMDCE to disrespect members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, the friction between MPs and chief executives is a well-known documented fact, but I'm sure with his knowledge and with his experience, we will scale over this friction. Mr. Speaker, also important to mention was the DRIP, the District Road Improvement Project. He gave firm assurances that management of the DRIP project will improve so that the impact will be felt. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Roads Minister in the 8th Parliament, you realize the Roads Minister was the most summoned minister on this House. It tells you that the road sector is the most critical when it comes to the developmental issues that we have. So I'm sure with Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as the local government minister, with proper structure and ownership of the machines, the DRIP project will get to the intended purpose that we envisaged. Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare is a former Minister of State in charge of tourism. She's a lawyer. She is a gender activist. But for me, her appointment demonstrates the commitment of President Mahama to gender equity. Perhaps I agree with the honorable member for the former Western Regional Minister that the most important ministry for the next 4 years of President Mahama is the Ministry for Trade and Industry. It is where the central theme of our campaign, the 24-hour economy, is. No wonder President Mahama chose Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare, a woman of metal, and I'm sure she's going to deliver, just like she did when she was a minister for tourism. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama didn't add there. The EI that established the new ministries added agribusiness to that ministry. It tells you job creation is central, and Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare will be in charge of one of the central themes of this administration. Agnes Namumo-Latte, she is my former colleague at the backbench there. She's a very serious woman. She never misses any whip system. Anytime she was needed in the chamber, Namumo is there. She's a gender activist. She has gone through the mill in gender activism. But I was happy with her statement when she said the school feeding program was going to be decentralized, and that the minister's role will be supervision. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that with her knowledge in gender activism and her care for the girl child and the children in general, I'm sure she's going to deliver.
Thank you so much.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let me now come to leadership. Yes, minority.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, before I say anything, let me acknowledge the Honorable Simon Ampa being chairman, the Member of Parliament for Brekum East. He demonstrated strength and ability in his short advocacy. And I think that such an early positive start must be commended. No doubt, he is coming from a stock familiar with the front bench business of the House. I mean to say, the former majority leader of this House, an MP for Brekum, Honorable J. Owusu Achampong, of blessed memory, I'm told, is related to him. So I'm sure he's done some great works. Proud to come in here. I inquired whether he was a lawyer. I'm told he's here to be called to the bar. So I wish him well in this chamber, and I know he will do great things. The Speaker, having said that, let me remind government that our side is ready to help them to put government together. But they should not shut their eyes to and on the law. We have passed a law in this House. That law makes it mandatory to have a ministry for national security. I refer to Act 1030. We've had so many appointments, but we are yet to hear of minister designate for national security. Only yesterday or so, we got this notice from Mr. President about the Interior Minister designate. Because of certain exigencies, we are ready to vet him tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we will do our part, but they must also do their part so that we don't create certain impressions. Mr. Speaker, that said, the number of ministers. We are seeing Minister for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. The political class of this country must be bold and own the political narrative. I will not criticize because I am in opposition. When we make mistakes, let's admit them and apologize. 60 ministers will not help your political cause. But when civil society comes out with the narrative, as if everything is done by the political class, instead of us boldly explaining to them the intricacies of politics, then we also fall for the trap. And we make political commitment. I don't doubt the competence of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. But that huge ministry, local government, and chieftaincy, all these conflicts, the behind the scenes, negotiations for peace, and local governance. Mr. Speaker, I am not the president. But if I were to advise Mr. President, I would say, Mr. President, you can apologize to Ghanaians and say, look, you underestimated the thing. I think I need to engage more ministers. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this. And the civil servant, what people have forgotten is that as you put two ministries together, the staffers are the same. All the civil servants who are there, they remain same. And then you say only one minister to supervise and monitor. Things will soon get out of hand and you take the collateral damage. And then they say there's corruption. So it is your government. We leave that to you. I will not belabor the point. To conclude, I want to say something about the Minister Designate for Trade and Industry and Agribusiness. I am a lawyer by profession, and a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur. And practically, I know the benefit of the 1D, 1F. All I want from you, my respected senior colleague at the bar, do all you can to give meaning to this initiative. You may call it another name. I understand politics. But if you don't give relief to the private sector, you aren't going anywhere. All these young men and women chasing us here and there, government support alone will not be enough. You and I know that many of the support we give them, they abuse them. If we energize the private sector to be successful, they would employ these individuals and they would be measured by their output. If we don't do it and we think that, oh, government will do it, government will do it. Look, you know the debt situation. We've been attacking each other. Huge debt, as if it just came out of nothing. It is as a result of the social intervention programs we introduce that when our people benefit, those of economic value do not get returned to the state. So we keep digging a hole. My respected colleague, be bold at cabinet. I know the strength of this majority leader. I know how objective he can be. Let this 9th parliament be a game changer. That it is this 9th parliament that through advocacy compelled the government to put in place the support system for the benefit of Ghanaians. For me, it doesn't really matter if Ghanaians want a new government in 2028, it will happen. You can't do anything about it. But at least for your record, let history testify that when you had the opportunity, these were the transformation that you introduced in the governance of the country. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall rest my case and support the motion that this House approve. This House approves the report of the appointment committee as ably moved by this House, by the chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, majority leadership.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion presently before us for the adoption of the report ably laid by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me make the point forcefully that the Honorable Minority Leader again got the point wrong on this vexed issue of I disagree with him that the insistence that the Act 1030, the Act 1030-2020 Security and Intelligence Agencies Act actually provides for the establishment of the Ministry of National Security. Because specifically Section 24 only provides for the functions of the minister. And Mr. Speaker, the minister is defined in Section 49 of the law as the minister responsible for national security. So indeed, the president, as he is now, can actually mandate the minister responsible for the interior to be also responsible for national security. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he sponsored the bill that led to the birth of Act 1030. He himself, in 2021, when his mandate was renewed for the second term, he didn't establish the Minister of National Security, pursuant to Act 1030, he did so with an EI 12. So, my leader, this matter came up during the vetting of the Attorney General, and we set the law. We set the law. He suggested that in reading the law purposively, but by no stretch of imagination will you interpret the provision in Section 24 to constitute the provision for the establishment of the Minister of National Security. That prerogative is left for the President to exercise. So, with these words, Mr. Speaker, I join the call that the report be adopted so Ahmed can quickly proceed to deal with matters of state. I thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, not to debate, but before you put the question, I want to remind the majority front bench to look behind. There are empty seats. The Chief Whip should observe all the empty seats and advise us whether in the circumstance we can put a question. They should get the chamber populated. They say they are super majority. They should let their people come. Mr. Speaker, I'm advising them with all these empty seats, we want them to be in so that we meet the necessary requirements of law so that we can put the question. We are ready to help you. We are ready. We need to take a decision. Chief Whip, this is baptism, first day baptism. Let us see your first day work. This is not for majority leader. Leader, this one is not for you. Chief Whip, marshal your members in. Let them come in and fill the spaces. Your back is empty. Mr. Speaker, that must be done before we put the question. No, this side is, look, the whole place is empty. The whole place is empty. We told you so.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am minded to make the point that we have the numbers. We have more than 1 to 3. So you may put the question, Mr. Speaker. There's
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, he has not caught my eye.
no, so tell me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable members. No. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, over the years, particularly in the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, the question of attendance to this House had become a major issue. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, on several occasions, civil society organizations, the media and the rest have had the occasion to discuss at great length the attendance of members of Parliament to the business of the House. Mr. Speaker, we are here this afternoon conducting extremely
serious business. Mr. Speaker, we are here as an arm of government to exercise our constitutional mandate in supporting the president to constitute his government. And Mr. Speaker, indeed, we are here to approve 3 very important ministers: the Minister for Local Government, the Minister for Trade and Industry, the Minister for Gender. And Mr. Speaker, let me say that it is refreshing that all 3 of them are here. But the majority benches and seats are empty. Mr. Speaker, empty. Empty. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on December, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Ghanaians queued and voted for 275 members of parliament. 183 of them are members of the majority side. They are not here. Mr. Speaker, they are not here. Mr. Speaker, look at the minority side. They are always happy. They are always happy to erroneously, Mr. Speaker, they are always happy to erroneously refer to us. They are always happy to erroneously refer to us as micro minority. But Mr. Speaker, this minority will be in this house every day and conduct our business and perform our responsibility. Mr. Speaker, that is why I refer you to Order 64. Order 64, Rule 4 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, and before I even quote the said order, Mr. Speaker, this minority, Mr. Speaker, and I refer to this the minority of this 9th parliament, the effective minority. And Mr. Speaker, the good book, the Holy Bible, teaches us that a few people under God can conquer a multitude of people. And that is why we are well represented here. Mr. Speaker, I've referred to the order, but indeed, as the venerable distinguished minority that rightly pointed out, some of the people who have been approved today are indeed have been members of this house over a period of time, and we know them quite well in the 8th Parliament. I refer particularly to the Minister of Trade designate, the Minister of Local Government, the 2 of them in particular. Mr. Speaker, we have worked with them in this house, and for their sake, Mr. Speaker, for their sake, we will temper justice with mercy. We will temper justice with mercy. But, Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I will waive the application. I will not make the application. And I mean, I will not make the application under Order 64, Rule 4. I will not. But let them bring their people to this house before we take the question, Mr. Speaker. The majority leader should ensure, the majority chief whip, he's one of the people who used to raise these issues. He used to raise this issue in the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, he should fill his seats. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying a huge majority, but ineffective majority. A small minority, but effective minority. Let them come for us to conduct business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have enjoyed ourselves. It's been a lot of fun. But the good thing is that he has restrained himself from coming under Order 64.
Yes. That's one is.
So, Mr. Speaker, you may put the question.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today is the majority leader's first day at work.
Especially the majority whip.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, today is the majority leader's first day at work. As the respected member who spoke said, we will temper justice with mercy. We will not visit the sins. We will not visit the sins of the majority chief whip on the majority leader. We will not visit the sins of the majority chief whip on the majority leader. We will therefore yield to his prayer for government business to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favor that motion listed 10 in today's order paper, all those in favor of that motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it is obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honorable House has approved His Excellency's the President nomination of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Honorable Dr. Agnes Na Momolati as Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection. And Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejari as Minister Designate of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend our congratulations to our colleagues. They are part of us and they are now going to serve as ministers of state. We wish them well. Yes, Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to thank the committee and the House on behalf of the nominees for having the confidence to endorse them by consensus by way of approving them to their various sectors. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am so grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the Appointments Committee. Yes, leadership. Yes, leader of government business.
Right, Honorable Speaker, motion number 10.
Yes. Leadership, is that the pleasure of the House?
Speaker, that is so.
Very well. Chairman of the Appointment Committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to move the motion number 10 on today's order paper, particularly at page 3, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1041, which require that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the 4th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers may be moved today. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so moved.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member for Wejabawe and second Deputy Minority Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion listed 10 has been moved by the chairman, has been seconded by the second deputy minority whip. This is just a procedural motion, and therefore I'll go ahead to put the question. All those in favor of the motion listed 10, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Chairman, let's take the substantive motion 11.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that this Honourable House adopt the fourth report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency, the President's nomination for appointment as Minister, and in doing so, I present the committee's report of the appointment, present the Appointment Committee's report on the nomination of Honorable Abla-Jifa Gomashi as Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Honorable Emilia Atta as Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and Mr. George Opare Ado as Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the report as having been read in its entirety and to state that various questions were posed to the nominees respectively. They provided the answers and all are contained in the report. And Mr. Speaker, I pray that the committee's report be adopted, leading to the approval of the nominees. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the chairman of the Appointment Committee has moved the motion. Yes. Yes, Honourable Member for Bosman Freon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to also support the report, to second the report on the approval, support the motion on the approval.
Second the motion.
Yes. Yes. I am second the motion.
Yes.
Second the motion.
Go on.
In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to make some few points. Madam Honorable Abla-Jifa Gomashi has been an industry player. Hence, we are all aware of her prowess and competence in this industry. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we draw her attention and refresh her mind to some very key important things that were achieved or done by the SY government, which needs to be looked at, repeated, and if possible, enhanced. The Speaker, one of them is the year of return, which obviously saw about millions of foreigners coming into the country, raising about 1.9 million to support the economy of this country. The Speaker, after the year of return, we introduced the Beyond the Return, which was also very important and helped largely the tourism industry of this country. The Speaker, would urge her that now that she is coming into the ministry, some of these things should be encouraged, improved, and if better, resourced, so that Ghana will be seen as one of the areas, destination, like we have December to remember in Ghana. Ghana will be seen as one of the destinations and areas we look at. The Speaker, the report also at paragraph 4.1 mentioned clearly when responding to questions at the vetting, stating and speaking on the deterioration of states of some tourist sites in Ghana. The Speaker, it is very critical when you look at that report. You mentioned clearly that she's also going to develop major tourist sites in this area, and then also support the MMDCs to rehabilitate
raise and make sure that tourist sites in the areas of these countries and local assemblies are developed. The Speaker, I want to also draw your attention to some major sites, tourist sites that Ghana need to pay attention to. The Speaker, one of them, to mention a few, is Abrewa Waterfalls. The Speaker, Bakote Waterfalls, the Awam Waterfalls, the Bobiem Waterfalls, the Dane Waterfalls, the Amomoso Waterfalls, the Tebri Waterfalls, the Subrisu Waterfalls. The Speaker, the Tebesu Waterfalls, not to mention, just to mention a few, are all waterfalls in the Bosome Freho constituency. The Speaker, I'll urge the minister, now that she's going into that the ministry, to support the local assembly to develop these tourist sites, which I believe strongly would improve the tourist ecosystem in this country and also create jobs for people in this constituency, Bosome Freho to be specific. The Speaker, Honorable Emilia Atta, the Speaker, I also congratulate her and also say that she has worked well for the NDC and John Dramani Mahama to nominate her. The Speaker, but there is one thing she needs to look at. The Speaker, that is the 14 landing sites that were started and yet to be completed by this government. The Speaker, it is important that we ask her, we urge her, that going into the ministry, those 14 landing sites must not be abandoned. The Speaker, one of the major issues that bedeviled the Esward administration, close about 2 weeks to elections, was Galamsey, illegal mining and water body mining. The Speaker, as a minister designate to go for fisheries, it is important that when some of these water bodies are destroyed, it affects fisheries. So she should clearly, carefully look at this area and ensure that, the Speaker, the water bodies are safe and the water bodies are conducive for the fishes to live there. The Speaker, there has been controversy on when the fishing time to be closed, the closing season and the opening season. The Speaker, it's important that stakeholders are engaged to make sure that our fisher folks enjoy the number of times they are supposed to fish, so that we can also have the benefit of having our. The Speaker, the last one, which is the Minister Designate for Youth Development. The Speaker, the NDC promised so much to the youth of this country. The Speaker, I am urging our respected colleague, George Opare Ado, the Speaker, that he promised the NDC youth, he promised the Ghanaian youth, that we are going to eat 3 times or 3 meals a day. Now that he is going into the ministry, Mr. Speaker, that must be ensured. Mr. Speaker, he promised that there is going to be a formula, 1-3-3 formula, where 1 job, 3 people, and 3 positions. Mr. Speaker, he promised, and we are looking forward to seeing that. Mr. Speaker, the NDC promised, and they made a huge capital on the LGBT, which largely, greatly affects the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, we are urging him, as now the Minister Designate for Youth Development, he should look at those areas and improve them. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would also support and commend and congratulate them.
Thank you very, very much, Honourable Member for Bosome Freho. Honourable Members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now the property of the House for consideration. So my understanding is that we are taking 2 from each side. Is that not the pressure of the House? Yes.
Speaker, that is so.
Very well. So we are taking 2 from each side, and we will begin from Honorable Mumuni Mohammed Nuruddin.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I will first of all want to use this opportunity to congratulate my big brother, Honorable Hassan Ayarga, Honorable Muhammad Ayarga for his elevation to the majority leader
and leader of government business. He's my senior brother, and I'm very happy seeing him at this position. And Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you and tell my senior brother that he should use his opportunity as the leader of the House for us to put...
You have 5 minutes, and you have to speak with the report.
I will wrap up with the 5 minutes. Let me make this important point. It's very important. I want my senior brother to use his position as the leader of the House and leader of government business so that we'll put our heads together and find lasting peace in Boku. That is very, very important. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate the nominees for the wonderful work that they have done. I will start with the nominee for youth, the youth minister. Yesterday, I had an opportunity of sitting at the vetting, and I asked a very important question, but unfortunately, the speaker ruled the question. I want to tell the minister, if approved by the House, he should do all what he can to call the rampant youth of this country who has gone to ransack government offices in the name of change of government. I think before you can talk of giving employment to people, the first thing that you have to do is to bring peace within the youth. So I want to tell the minister to take that thing very, very serious for us to see both political parties. Whenever there's change of government, you see people running to institutions, taking over. That is unlawful. Another party also takes over. People are running there to take over institutions. That is not lawful, and we live in a democratic state. It shouldn't be happening in this democratic dispensation. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the youth of this country, it's not all the youth who are educated. Some of the youth need skill training. And in the last administration, the Youth Employment Agency was doing a wonderful job. And my brother was a board member of the Youth Employment Agency. They did fantastic job at the Youth Employment Agency, targeting those who are not educated, giving them skills. So I will urge the youth minister to put more effort on the skill training, that the hairdressing, the carpentry, the tiling, the plumbing, so that most of these youth who always go on rampage, they will get something to do at that aspect. Right, Honorable Speaker, again, I will want the minister to put attention to youth in agriculture. If we look at how the country is going, most of the youth are into agriculture, so we can see how best the ministry can find support for the youth who are into agriculture, for them to get themselves busy. Right, again, right, Honorable Speaker, if you look at youth in mental health, there are a lot of the young people in this country who are mentally challenged. And you see that nothing is being done about that. If we don't take our time, it will get to a time that most of the youth will get into this problem. And it has to do with drug addiction. We have to find ways at that ministry to get a department that will go around to educate the youth about the effect of drug abuse and all those things. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you go to the Minister for Tourism, I want to congratulate the Minister for the wonderful job done during the vetting. But if you look at the tourism, mostly, if we are talking of tourism, they always concentrate on the southern sector. If you look at the northern sector, there are a lot of tourism potential at the northern sector. An example is Northeast region, my constituency, Nalero Gamba constituency. We have the Gambaga escarpment. It has not been given attention in recent times. I want the minister to give attention to the Gambaga escarpment in the Nalero Gamba constituency. It will help generate revenue for the district assembly in Nalero Gambaga constituency. I want to move to the Ministry for Fishery. She did very well, but one thing about this ministry has to do with, when we talk of fishery, they only concentrate on the coastal areas, but there are a lot of fishery potential in the north. There are a lot of river bodies that our people also use in doing fishery. So I want her to use her ministry to look at that aspect, to see how best they will give support to fishermen in the northern part of this country, so that they will also benefit.
Thank
On
you.
this note, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. So now let's turn to Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to contribute to the fourth report of the appointments committees on the nominations of the appointees from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I am overwhelmed with the contribution and decision from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on his appointees and the nomination of Honorable Jifa Gomoshi, Honorable Emilia Arthur, Mr. George Opari Ado. Honorable Jifa Gomoshi was the former Deputy Minister for Tourism, and I have no doubt about his contribution yet to be experienced at the main ministry. Tourism has been one of the key economic drives for the country, and it's something we have to pay key attention to as members of Parliament. And I was very happy when the question and suggestion was imposed to her about MPs being able to witness these sites, because MPs represent the country one way or the other in other appointment conferences across the country. And they can equally be a rep, an advocate for tourism. It doesn't mean that it should only be the ministry that we have to look at. And so I was very happy that she answered that she was very happy and she would take that into consideration. When you turn to the page 10 of the report, the development of the tourism, the tourist sites, I think my honorable minority member spoke about it, and I was very happy about it. But there is one thing he conflicts with the LGBTQ. I believe that it is not mandatory for the Minister for Youth Development, but it's key. It is key under the tourism because it's culture-related custom. And that is one thing we need to pay key attention to because of the young ones coming up. I would move to Honorable Emilia Arthur's nominees. And I am very happy that if you listen to her vetting, you could see and clearly note that she has much more contribution. Even me, I have been once a student of hers. She had transformed a lot of humans, and I'm not surprised that when it comes to this ministry, she would excel. And even the question that was imposed to her concerning, when you go to the page 18 of the report, paragraph 5.3, on the child education and inland communities. As women, we are much concerned about our young kids and young ones. You see a community with much fishery, you might be concerned about what these kids are doing at that particular time. And I was very happy about the answer, not directly on the burden of the mothers, but it is also a national level issue that need to look at, because maybe the education facilities are not enormous for them. And it's very key that you could clearly see that if a classroom that should contain 25 is taking about 100 people, and teachers who is supposed to take care of 5 people are taking 100, you can imagine the stress and the burden. And I believe that together with the Ministry of Education, she would equally do very well, and I believe in her as well. As a youth and a woman, I was very happy that the National Democratic Congress youth organizer was being appointed as the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. And so when in the conclusion of the vetting, the Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Ricketts, said and asked the nominee about the ground plan development for women plan development. And I was very happy about the answer he gave, because women should be, when you look at the high level of unemployment, you could clearly see women are in the majority, and it gave us room to be very vulnerable, as we always speak. And so I was very happy he equally said that he will work in hand with the Ministry of Women and Gender to make sure they advocate for much consent, and very key in the ICT for women as well. And so all I could say is I wish all these nominees all the very best, and I believe that with God all things are possible, and the resetting agenda, inshallah, will come to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let's turn to Honorable Daniel Addo Kenneth.
Come and see me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice in congratulating the 3 nominees for the various ministries. Honorable Jifa Gomashi for Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Honorable Emiliatha, the Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. And Giorgio Payado, Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment, who is also a member of my constituency. And so I congratulate them, and particularly also congratulate him. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jifa Gomasi, as we all know, has been an industry player, and we believe her competency in managing the tourism industry. One area, just like my respected colleague indicated, is the expansion of the domestic tourism. We should not be focused only in the southern sector, and most importantly, urban centers. She has toured around. I meet her often at festivals and funerals, and I think that one area we suggest for her to consider is the commercialization of our festivals, the major ones, and some major funerals as well. These are areas that are untapped in the tourism and creative arts industry that I think that we ought to look at. I also want to draw attention to the Kole Lagoon. We should not, this time, her ministry should not think that it is only the environment and sanitation aspect. We all travel outside and even far away to the Water Lake to have some cruises. And looking at the position of the Kole Lagoon, it being in the capital, if her ministry takes it up in connection with the other relevant ministries to properly clean it, it would, one, provide a lot of jobs for these young men along the lagoon who would be protecting it and making sure that the pollution of it is prevented. We will share a lot of ideas with her as to how this can be done. I would also want to move on to my brother, Giorgio Parado, to take particular look at the NYA, which can be the area that, to borrow their own agenda, can be used to resetting some of the mindset of the youth in terms of productivity, in terms of technical skills and other areas. We also want to draw his attention to the YA, particularly those under the sanitation models. That is an area that should be looked at very well so that we can tackle some of our challenges we have in our major urban centers and city centers critically. Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to suggest to our honorable nominee for fisheries,
that in page 19, looking at the report, she indicated that the consideration for her to continue the solar project for the outboard motors, she thought that she had a different view of it. Right, Honorable Speaker, just yesterday, our Honorable Member for Manson Kwanzaa made a statement, and we're all urging that we should go green. And if our commitment to going green energy is anything to go by, then I think this initiative will be something that she should reconsider her position on, so that this initiative can help reduce the cost of premix and the issues that are associated with premix fuel. It will also go a long way to support her initiative of using the subsidies or the profit made from the premix in supporting community initiative projects, which she listed on page 20. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, I respectfully suggest to the Minister-designate that she should reconsider her position on the fuel for premix and then go and continue the solar project. On that note, I want to wish them well, and we'll all support for their success. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. You take the last one from Honorable Kwame Asalobing, Gumua Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to first of all congratulate the nominees and also commend the President for the kind of appointments that he has made. In fact, looking at the caliber of people who have been appointed into various positions, it makes us confident that they are going to perform. And as a stakeholder in the creative arts industry, I will spend more time commenting on Honorable Zifa Abna Gomeshi. But before that, I will also commend Mr. George Opariado. In the 2024 elections, the youth voted massively for the National Democratic Congress. And the future of the National Democratic Congress, whether they will be in power in 2028 or not, depends on his performance. And so I'm very confident that he is going to perform, and the party has given him a big role to play in that next election. Also, Honorable Emiliata is going to play the role of Jesus Christ. She's going to take care of the fish. And I'm very sure that she is very much aware of how Jesus Christ dealt with fish, and the people of Ghana will be waiting to get more of that. I want to remind her that there is the biggest fish farm in Ghana. The biggest nursery in Ghana is in my constituency, R&B Farms. It's in Gomwan-Swayem. Unfortunately, I didn't hear any comment on R&B Farms. It looks like most of the people who were at the committee don't know about R&B Farms. R&B Farms is the biggest fish farm in Ghana. It has the biggest hatchery in Ghana and West Africa. And I will urge her to look at that as well. On Honorable Abna Gomeshi, she, apart from the fact that she has been a deputy minister who gained so much knowledge in His Excellency John Mahama's first term, she herself is an actress. She's a screenwriter. She has been part of almost everything that has brought the creative arts where it is today. And such an appointment goes without saying. Her appointment goes without saying that she's going to be one of the best ministers. She has the requisite experience to deliver, and I'm very confident that she's going to do so, especially as a creative art consultant. I believe strongly that she's going to unearth talent, especially in rural areas. Most people travel from Ghana to places like Israel to visit where Jesus Christ and an angel had a fight. They travel to visit where Jacob fought with an angel, where Jesus Christ had a conversation with Satan about sharing the earth, and all of those. I don't have any evidence to disprove those. The evidence that I have is where Kwame Nkrumah lived when he came back to Ghana,
which I believe that if we improve on these, it is going to bring a lot of tourists and revenue to our country. I know where Konfanoche was born. I believe that the honorable member would consider looking into those, so that one day we will have people coming to Ghana to also take Tetakwashi's farm to their countries, instead of us going to bring the Garden of Eden into our country. If we are able to improve upon our existing tourist sites, we will have people coming here to take a piece of Kwame Nkrumah's chop box at Circle to their country, instead of us going to bring a stone to build the biggest swimming pool in the history of the world. And so I want to, I also want to remind her that Showbiz, as somebody who has been part of the Trade and Industry Committee of Parliament, that she knows the meaning of show business, which is the show itself and the business that it comes with. And I believe that she will be able to marry the two. And she's herself a development queen, which means that she knows how to put culture, politics, and tradition together. I believe strongly that we are going to see a new tourism and creative arts ministry, and I want to congratulate her and wish that all my colleagues also support her to be the next minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of leadership. It is now the turn of leadership. If minority leadership will yield to you, fine. Yes.
Thank you very much. You know, Mr. Speaker, thank you once again. First, we'll congratulate all the nominees for such appointments. Mr. Speaker, I'll take from Fisheries, Honorable Emiliata. I've known Emilia since 2008, when she first contested for the Shama seat. Mr. Speaker, there are two issues I believe that she needs to reconsider her decision. The first one being the solar outboard motors. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that premix has been a problem because of the subsidy. And Mr. Speaker, it will continue to be a problem. Mr. Speaker, because Ghana cannot continue to subsidize when we have an alternative in solar. So I believe that government should be more interested in investing in the solar outboard motors for our fishermen, so that one, they can keep their costs down, and two, the problem of inadequate supply, corruption in the supply of the premix will be a thing of the past. The 53% profits that are invested in community projects are just minimalistic, so small, they can never have the huge impact we expect in our communities. So I believe that as a minister taking up this position, the solar outboard motor is something that you should hold on to and make sure it's implemented in a big way. I know for a fact that the last time I was in Shama and I'd announced the solar outboard motor, the fishermen had welcomed it. And she was there to also add a voice to the matter. So I find it very unfortunate that she's feet dragging on this matter, because government and Ghana's money cannot continue to be used in subsidizing it when we have an alternative. If we didn't have an alternative, so be it. Mr. Speaker, secondly, she had made mention of curbing mining in the water bodies, and I support that position. Mr. Speaker, if we take all our rivers, we have the communities along those rivers. And as I can speak on authority, that all the people we have arrested as galamseyers, on them, they had always come from those communities. And we all know the people that work on those communities. So please, I believe that this is one major area she's been spot on in making sure that she works on them. Finally, I would like to also move on to the Minister for Tourism. Everybody knows her worth. Everybody knows her involvement in the ministry. We are no doubt that she can't perform. We know she will be able to perform. But, Mr. Speaker, on the issues of roads leading to tourism sites, I believe that the minister should avert her mind to the district road improvement program. I believe that if he's able to connect well with the local government minister, you should be able to fix a lot of these roads, especially the last mile to these tourist sites as quickly as possible. One other issue has to do with the tourist sites itself and a lot of our museums across the country. Mr. Speaker, because funding doesn't come from the center as quickly as possible, a lot of our museums and tourist sites are in very deplorable state. I believe that it is time we decentralize the management of these sites across the country, especially creating special boards for them at the local level. Even if you cannot do it at the district level because it might be too much, if you can do something at the regional level to manage these sites, especially raising funds to maintaining them and then making sure that they do reinvestment, I believe that it will go a long way to sustain a lot of our tourist sites because a lot of them are just too deplorable. And I believe that we should be able to have these local boards to raise private financing to invest, because the law already states that when people even invest, they should be able to give you something. When the community invests, they should be giving something. And I believe that we've been able to do one with Inzulenzu. When we had major difficulty, we were able to bring the community together. And all those that invested, including Tourist Board itself, were giving some shareholding that they are able to draw on it or reinvest in those communities. Last but not least has to do with Minister responsible for youth development and empowerment. I believe that if you take the new title for the ministry, it's clear-cut, very clear-cut, development and empowerment. And the youth definitely will be looking up to the minister that you raise the necessary resources from the Ministry of Finance and other private agencies to support the youth of this country to be able to. And I believe that, as you said in your NDC manifesto launch, you placed emphasis on technology and digitalization. Already, Minister for Roads has also said the same, and I believe that you carry on with that mandate to make sure that, as we have preached in our term under Dr. Maubia, you will continue to invest more in the youth, especially in the area of technology. Thank you very much, and we congratulate all of you for getting this nomination through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to congratulate the nominees, Honorable Ifa Gomashi, who is going to the Ministry of Tourism, and then Honorable Emilia Atta, who is going to Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and Mr. George Opariado, who will be the First Minister for the newly created Youth Development and Empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I will start from Honorable Opariado, who is going to this Youth Development Ministry. Mr. Speaker, we do know that one of the biggest problems that we face in this country, especially to do with our economy, is basically about youth unemployment. So I think that in the wisdom of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to create this new ministry, which is a specific ministry for youth development, is something that we should welcome. And I'm glad that the champion of youth in the NDC party for the last few years as a youth organizer being sent to that ministry is in the right direction. And his answers were quite impressive, that I have no doubt in my mind that he will do quite well in that ministry. When you come to Honorable Emilia Atta, She is someone that I have known for years, and I have worked with her when I was a Central Regional Minister, and she was working with Honorable Shirley Aite of blessed memory in the fisheries area, and he has a very deep understanding of the subject matter, and I think her answers, that she gave, to do with all the questions that she was asked, were also quite impressive. And with her, she has the background, and I have no doubt in my mind that my constituency, which is a fishing constituency, will benefit greatly, such as the other fisheries community, when she takes office. And then lastly is Honorable Jifa. I think I was quite impressed with the idea that we need to develop tourism infrastructure in this country. When you go to, there are not even enough hotels, not enough restaurants. When people go to places, when you come to Cape Coast, for instance, when you leave the castle, there is nowhere else to go in terms of even where you are going to, have something to eat. And she addressed all these issues. And most importantly, she's actually been a deputy minister of tourism before. So she understands the issue. And I have no doubt in my mind that when she gets in there, she will adequately address these issues in the policies and implementations that she will have the opportunity to put in place to improve Ghana's tourism, which, if it's well done, could be a serious revenue earner for this country and help us. And help us. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to join in asking the House to approve these three nominees so that they can go and start work immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. Honorable members,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, why? Let me.
Honorable Speaker, arise. Honorable Speaker, in this House, there are some members who are always punctual. And one of such members is an honorable sister and a friend, a nominee, who is going to the Ministry of Tourism. And because of her eager to come to the House all the time, I come under Article 102 of the Constitution and Order 64 that talks about quorum of the House. I don't want it to be said of her that somebody who always comes to the House and on a day like this, at the approval stage, the house is empty. The House is empty. I'm saying that Honorable Jifa Gumashi is here, and somebody who is always punctual. Camilo. We can't do this to her.
Camilo.
We can't do this to her. So we are pleading with you to get your numbers here. And my application is that I'm raising Order 64 quorum. We don't have quorum to let her go to. What are your numbers? Please, please, there's my application. Let us do her the honors by bringing our members here.
I'll come to you. Let me listen to Honorable Susu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I observed that when the member rose on his feet, without even the speakership recognizing him, he went ahead, turned on his mic, and began to address the House. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a House.
Honorable Sesu, initially that was right, but later on once I saw him still standing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just urging the House that we would allow cool heads to prevail in matters like this. Because, Mr. Speaker, otherwise it would almost sound or look like once my colleague says, I want to support government business, on the other side, there's a clawback clause trying to claw back the same goodwill he intends extending. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that since we have ended the debate, Mr. Speaker, you go ahead and put the question so we move ahead. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I think he has yielded for me.
Honorable Leader, yesterday something happened. Hold on, you sit down. Yesterday something happened, and my own brother, my whip, said if he gets up, I shouldn't observe anybody from behind. So that is why I asked him to speak. I don't want what happened yesterday to happen again. So, Honorable Minority Whip, you speak if later on I need to give the...
Speaker, we are very minded to support our colleagues, to do business of the House. However, we need to recognize that there are constitutional provisions and the matter raised by the Honorable Kingsley Nyako. It's a constitutional matter. Quorum is a constitutional matter. There's no debate about it. Let nobody digress. And I'm happy I can see my good friend, Honorable Dafemeko, very eager. This is baptism of fire. Whip your members to come to the chamber and do government business. A constitutional matter has been raised. At this point, we are at your mercy. Let's go by the route. Let's do the counting.
That is
and go through the process.
Well. So, Honorable Dafemeko, let me also hear you.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I'm not on my feet to litigate this matter. But the invocation of that 64 points to the fact that a member may draw your attention to the inadequacies in terms of the quorum. But one, he didn't do that. He didn't point to any figure. The figure I have is that we are 142. But some, Speaker, I will explain. Some have proceeded because they were summoned by the chair for appointments committee to go and conclude. So once the matter was raised, the attention has been drawn to the fact that they must come back for us to deal with this matter. Then they can go back. That's why the chair himself has also come back. So we have quorum to commence business, which we have done, and we have quorum to take a decision, Mr. Speaker.
Well.
So I'm pleading with my brother on the other side.
Honorable member for Padaso.
Speaker, I'm pleading with them so that we can take the question. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable member for Padaso.
He has a responsibility to bring him in.
You just told him to go
out. It's not good. It's not good. Don't do that.
Honorable member for Kwadaso. Honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker.
Please, if you want to invoke the standing orders or the constitution, do so that we go through the procedure. No, he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
Honorable Speaker, my understanding is that we are not in quorum. So per the procedure, I think we need to get the numbers to be sure, or the bell is rung. so that Mr. Speaker, what is being done, Mr. Speaker, Order 64 and Article 102 of the Constitution. These are the two provisions that are invoked. Order 64.1 and Article 102 of the Constitution.
Are you coming under Article 102 or Article 104?
I'm saying that Order 64, Mr. Speaker, Order 64
Please,
says...
once we are going through this, we are learning. So just allow him, yes.
Mr. Speaker, Order 64.1 talks about a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so I come under this order. 64.1.
Honorable Member, if you rely on Order 64.1, and I want to read for the hearing of all of us, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. So if that is what you are...
Mr. Speaker, I joined that one with Article 104. Article 104 of the Constitution. That talks about 104.1 talks about the fact that, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Mr. Speaker, in raising this constitutional matter, it is without prejudice. It is without prejudice. My considered position is that our friends on the other side are in the majority, and I premise my position on the fact that we have some dedicated members in this house who are always punctual, and in an occasion, Mr. Speaker, so I have invoked this. My understanding is that we are only 120 in this house. 120 in this house.
Very well.
And we are supposed to be 139 to make the decision.
Very well.
Thank you.
Honorable members, this is a constitutional matter. Once he has invoked Article 104, we will go through the process. So let me quickly ask the clerk at table. Let me call the clerk at table to ring the bell. Please, now, honorable Whip, if the mover wants to abandon it, then I can. If he's not abandoning it, let me go through the process. So please let the bell.
Yes.
Let the bell be rung.
Speaker, with your attention, shall we then adjourn?
Come again?
Obviously, they don't have the numbers. We don't have the numbers. Instead of you to beg, you're not begging. Instead of you to beg, your chief will be here begging, and you are making papa. You don't have the numbers. Where are your people? Speaker, could you please adjourn? Go and bring your numbers. Go process. We are adjourned. Speaker, we are adjourned. Look at your chief whip. Your chief whip is back in here.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, now we'll go through the procedure in Order 64. So the first one is to direct the clerk at table to ring the bell. At least we will have 10 minutes. Then, if you still don't have the numbers, then so clerk at table, please ring the bell.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that the majority should know that we are here to do government business. Nobody is here to thwart the business of the House. But members should also know that you cannot say one breath we are ready to support, another breath we are not ready to support. When you do that, you are accusing us wrongly, especially when a member comes up to raise a legitimate. But for you to accuse us wrongly, I think that honorable member from is it Medina, honorable, yes, he's not been fair to this House, especially with the minority, and he should retract that, and let's all continue with the business, because people or colleagues that we are talking about, they are our colleagues. And if you listen to the honorable member who raised Order 64 and 104, he was actually appealing to the majority to know that they call themselves super majority. These are the people who are struggling, and these are early days yet. These are early days for us to be struggling on the floor. These are early days. The super majority. Look at all this place. We want to appeal to our colleague, especially our colleague from Medina, that sometimes his choice of words are not appropriate. His choice of words are not. You should know that we have government business to run. Please. So respect must be shown. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, he should try to be mindful of his language, withdraw what he has said, and then we progress. We need to approve our colleagues, and we, the minority, are ready to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let me. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to call on my brothers on both sides, especially on the government side, to know that where we are, today is the day of transition. We've not put the first and second deputy plus the main chief whip. They've not yet created their platform for whipping. They've not yet had their caucus meeting for so many things. So today is just their first time. And I therefore want to plead with the this is my former chief whip, to call on the honorable member who called for the quorum to withdraw the quorum and let us proceed and make amends. The Speaker, to add, if you are on the government side, it is not enough for you to just attack. We must be defending.
So when the member was raising the quorum, looking at your back and knowing that you don't have the numbers, you don't have to attack them. You only plead. You only plead. If you plead and they disagree, then you call on the speaker to defer the question. Because you can go by force and put the question, and they will challenge it. The motion will be lost. Should we have to go and restart? Which we cannot. So where we are now, colleagues, please bear with us and withdraw the quorum. And let's make amend. It's the only exit that we have. If you want to go through the whole process, leader, you know it won't do us a great deal. Today is just the first day. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we have 138. If you ring the bell, members will come. But it will take a long time because Interior Committee is sitting. Appointment Committee is sitting. By convention, we don't sit when critical issues are being debated on the floor. Some of the members also don't know. So we don't have to be raising emotions and tensions at this time. So, Honorable Member for Kwadaso, not so long ago, we were here and we approve you. Today it is our time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I know my colleague will draw the quorum.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, the experience Ahmed was filibustering to ensure that the seats were filled up. But, Mr. Speaker, if a question of quorum is raised under Order 64, it doesn't necessarily mean listen to the House rules, listen and learn. It doesn't necessarily mean business must come to a halt. You direct that a bell be rung, which you did.
That is why I'm entertaining the discussion.
Yes, which you did. And for 10 minutes, if you don't have the number, you can put a question or suspend sitting. Those are remedies that the rules have catered for. So it wasn't a fact that means that, oh, by all means, the House be suspended or a decision ought not to be taken. You needed to go through the procedures under 64, exhaust it, and we take a decision. So I'm sure by now you have the numbers, and the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Kwadaso has something interesting to tell you. So let's indulge him. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member. That's to listen to.
But again, listen, you are not patient. So let me commend the Minister, Local Government, and this proves to the fact that we will need your guidance in navigating forward. And so, Chief Whip, where are you? You should be seated on your seat. So, baptism of fire. So, as the Honorable Buama said, we have done a very good consultation, and the Honorable Dr. Kingsley will show the way out. He will show the way out, certainly.
Okay, honourable member for Kwadaso, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this job is a very difficult one. It's a very difficult one. Jifa Gomashi is my very, very good friend. Very, very good friend. And even though I read this quorum, I felt it. But because I admire her so much, and she being one of the most dedicated and committed and most intelligent female MPs in our midst, I, Kingsley Nyako, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Madina, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the quorum, the application, because of Honorable Jifa Gomashi, the nominee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, Honorable Yusuf, please, you don't have the floor. Yes, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 11 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And that this honorable House has approved His Excellency the President nomination of Honorable Abra Jifa Gomashi as Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Honorable Emiria Atta as Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. And Honorable George Opare Ado as Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend my congratulations to our honorable members. We wish them well in their new office. Yes, honorable.
As ministers of state, once again, I am grateful to the House.
Thank you very much. Yes, leadership, any indication?
Speaker, there was an earlier agreement at conclave on the number of statements he had admitted. So, Speaker, it's important. The Honorable OPK,
yes,
even though he has some challenge, he has been
yes,
sitting here
I don't have any problem, but then it means yes.
So Speaker, we should. There are 3 of them. We can do 2, and then continue the rest tomorrow. Starting off with that of
yes,
the Honorable Davis.
I want the First Deputy Speaker to help me so that I'll go and come. Yes.
Speaker, shall we start off with the Honorable Davis Opoku? Speaker, we are ready. We are ready to.
Yes, Honorable Davis Opoku, you may start reading.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make a statement on the high attrition rate in Parliament and the need for reforms in political funding and candidate selection processes. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to address a matter of significant importance to the stability and advancement of our democracy, the high attrition rate in Parliament. Over the years, numerous capable MPs have lost their seats due to systemic challenges rather than a lack of competence or dedication. Today, I seek to identify the causes of this issue and propose practical reforms to safeguard the integrity of our parliamentary system. Right Honourable Speaker, the high attrition rate in Ghana's parliament is a complex issue that affects all political parties. For instance, within the New Patriotic Party, from the 7th to the 9th parliament, 94% of MPs lost their seats, leaving only 10 out of the 169 MPs remaining. This turnover undermines the institutional memory, disrupts the continuity of governance, and deprives Parliament of the expertise of experienced legislators. The primary drivers of this problem, Mr. Speaker, include the weak enforcement of the Political Parties Act 2000, which mandates that political parties disclose their funding sources, but we all know that enforcement has been weak. This has allowed financial considerations to dominate party primaries, prioritizing wealth over competence. Mr. Speaker, the second point is the cost of politics. Campaigning and sustaining a political presence are prohibitively expensive, compelling MPs to finance constituency activities from their own resources. This leads to financial strain and allows wealthier individuals to overshadow competent MPs during elections. Mr. Speaker, the third point is the contentious candidate selection process. Political party primaries are often divisive and financially driven, undermining the merit-based selection. My fourth point, Mr. Speaker, is the misunderstanding of MPs' role. Many constituents view MPs as local development agents, leading to unrealistic expectations. MPs are often replaced when they fail to meet their expectations, even if their legislative performance is strong. Mr. Speaker, the fifth point is the lack of government reform. The inability to elect MMDCs has shifted development responsibilities for local leaders onto MPs, further distorting public perceptions of their roles. Mr. Speaker, my proposals for reform include: 1. Strengthening enforcement of the Political Parties Act 2000. The Act provides a legal framework for regulating political parties, especially their finances. However, Mr. Speaker, enforcement remains inadequate. To reduce the influence of money in politics, I recommend strict enforcement of financial disclosure requirements. 2. Penalties for non-compliance by imposing sanctions on parties that fail to adhere to financial transparency rules, and regulating political funding. Mr. Speaker, building on Act 574, Ghana should enact a comprehensive political funding legislation to level the playing field. This law should include public funding for political parties, i.e. allocating funding based on electoral performance to reduce dependency on private financiers. We should also campaign spending limits. We should cap campaign expenses to curb excessive spending like we see in the UK. Mr. Speaker, transparency and accountability. Parties must publicly disclose donations, including amounts and donors' identities. Mr. Speaker, one major cause of high attrition rate in Parliament is the divisive and financially driven nature of candidate selection within political parties. Mr. Speaker, Ghana can draw inspirations from Argentina's PASO system introduced through Law 26574 in 2009. Mr. Speaker, the PASO system allows all registered voters, not party members, to participate in party primaries. All parties hold primaries on the same day to ensure fairness and transparency. And candidates must secure a minimum percentage of votes to qualify for the general election. This process is supervised by an independent electoral authority to ensure credibility. When Ghana adopts this PASO system, it's going to promote fairness and reduce the meritocracy that we see in our political system, ensure transparency under the Electoral Commission's oversight, and foster unity within parties by minimizing internal disputes during primaries. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution should be amended to elect MMDCs. This would empower local government leaders to oversee development projects and allow MPs to concentrate on their legislative roles. We need to strengthen the National Commission for Civic Education to inform the public about the roles of MPs. Sufficient funding should be allocated for campaigns to clarify the difference between legislative duties and development responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, my set point is that I propose reviving Parliament's earlier plan to construct dedicated constituency offices nationwide to strengthen the connection between MPs and their constituents. These offices will provide a permanent platform for MPs to effectively engage with their constituents, address concerns, and communicate their achievements. While pursuing the goal of constructing constituency offices, I suggest the two interim measures. Assemblies, MMDAs could offer MPs office spaces within the administrative facilities to serve as constituency offices. Parliament perhaps could consider leasing office spaces in constituencies for MPs, ensuring accessibility and continuity in representation. Parliament should support both approaches by providing logistical assistance, including basic furnishing and professional staff, to maximize the effectiveness of these offices. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by calling on this House to prioritize these reforms to secure the future of Ghana's democracy and ensure that Parliament remains a bastion of competent and experienced leadership. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I will just invite two comments from each side. Yes. Honourable 1, 2. Yes. Honourable Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
For the opportunity to contribute to this laudable statement. Mr. Speaker, it is a truism that we are faced with this challenge of rapid turnover of MPs in this House, making it a bad precedent not to have very experienced hands to lay hands on. Mr. Speaker, I will restrict myself to some of the causes that he has not mentioned. What brings about these things? Mr. Speaker, one of the problems bringing about this is government appointees of both parties who are never MPs but are given very juicy appointments, tend to accumulate funds and undo MPs who are doing the work on the floor of Parliament. Both political parties are guilty of this offense. You will be in the House, be contributing, you will go to your constituency, attend programs, let the party be popular on the ground. Then somebody is just given an appointment, restrict him or herself in a particular office, accumulate money, and the next issue is, let me target this constituency to undo the person during primaries. Sincerely, if both political parties do not deal with this issue, it will continue to happen, and we will have one-term MPs existing in this House. Then, in the long run, the country stands to suffer the most, because we will bring square pegs in round holes in this House, and the nation will lose finally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my brother, for bringing up this issue.
Yes, Honourable Professor Nyako.
Well, Honourable Speaker, I'm privileged to get this opportunity to add my voice to the statement ably made by Honourable Davis Asan Opoku, MP in Paeso constituency, on the topic, the high attrition rate in Parliament and the need for reforms in political funding and candidate selection processes. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important topic. It's a topic that I think that we need to take a very critical look at. The causes that he has identified and the proposals for dealing with them, the Speaker, are in the right direction. Suffice me to say, and I want to add an aspect of a cause that probably it didn't clutter his mind. Mr. Speaker, my worry is the assessment of members of parliament by researchers and other scholars. Mr. Speaker, we are in this house to perform certain responsibilities, legislative functions, deliberative, financial oversight. These are some of the things that we do. And of course, we also represent our constituents here by bringing to the chamber or the floor issues that bother them. Mr. Speaker, but when assessments are done on members of parliament, in most cases, the work we do here are excluded. They don't see the importance of our contributions, the legislations that we make, our inputs at committee meetings, and even at plenary. These assessors don't care about any of this. Mr. Speaker, if my constituents don't know my contribution on the floor, the bills I've helped to sponsor, ideas that are brought to bear on shaping policies of government that are brought to the House, how can they assess me effectively? Now, the assessments of MPs are restricted only in their constituencies on matters of development. But we are told that the MPs are not agents of development, rather the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, this trend, if not addressed, will contribute to the high attrition rates that we are experiencing in this house. There are a lot of our seniors here who are well versed when it comes to the rules of procedure in this house. Mr. Speaker, we need their expertise. We need the expertise of somebody like Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, Adon Pre, Mama Erga, and Ahmed Ibrahim, Haruna Dusu, and others. They've been here for a very long time, and they understand the rules of engagement in this house. Assuming they were not around, how would the newcomers benefit from their experience and their rich expertise? We need to let them understand that when they are assessing us, we don't begrudge them if they go to our constituencies, but they must also come here and know what we do. Probably, Mr. Speaker, our constituents will now understand the work we do. So this unbalanced assessment of MPs is a major cause of the high attrition rate that we're experiencing in our democracy and our parliament. And again, the cost burden as well. It's not possible that, as the maker of the statement did say, that there should be legislation that will cap how much we have to spend on the campaign trail and the other things that we do. That will help. We have CI, the CI that governs our elections of 2024, CI 127. It's not possible for us to even amend the CI and make sure that any candidate who goes beyond a certain amount of spending must be dealt with according to the law. We need to criminalize excessive spending. The Speaker is going to help us. On that score, I want to pat the back of the maker of the statement, and I hope that we will take a very critical look at this statement. If possible, if the Speaker, you will take the lead in letting us have a committee to look into it. The high attrition rate is troubling. It is worrying. It must stop somewhere. Otherwise, we are going to lose the fine brains of our legislators in this parliament. Thank you. May God bless you. May you live long, Mr. Speaker.
I promised the first timer. Let me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission and guidance, can I kindly defer to the Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu, who also tried getting your attention. With your guidance, sir.
Honorable Fred, why is it that
Honorable Adam,
why is it that he himself didn't get up?
No, he tried, please, but he couldn't catch your eye, please. With your guidance, Mr.
Anyway,
Speaker.
Let him hear him for the first time in the chamber. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I need to thank my colleague, Honorable Edem Agbana, for being gracious enough to see this time to me. Mr. Speaker, I associate fully with my colleague, the Honorable Davis Opoku of the Mpraeso constituency, who once upon a time was my junior in school, but is now my senior in Parliament. Such is the vicissitudes of life. Mr. Speaker, he makes an important point about the need for intra-party reforms in terms of the way that candidates are selected to contest for Parliament. The monetization of the process has become extremely detrimental to the well-being of this House. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that quality is increasingly taking a back seat, and money bags are holding sway. The only way around it is for the parties to realize that it is in their interests that their best and brightest come to Parliament, because it is the quality inherent in those who come to this House that shapes the way in which governance is undertaken. There was a time when parties actually had to go head hunting in order to select candidates for certain constituencies. But now every Tom, Dick, and Harry shows up, and to the extent that they have deep pockets, they are able to ascend to the candidacy of parties in various constituencies. This is not sustainable. The amounts of money that one needs to spend in order to win party primaries often even affects one's ability to prosecute a meaningful campaign in the general elections. Because by the time you are done, you would either be deep in debt or you'll be totally bankrupt. So reforms are an absolute necessity for the political parties in terms of how primaries are structured and in terms of how candidates emerge. There is a second leg to the Honorable Opoku and Sen's submission or statement, which we need to consider carefully, and it is about whether or not MPs are development agents. Mr. Speaker, on paper and in fact, MPs are not development agents. We are essentially legislators. At most, we hold some influence in terms of how we are able to direct development to our constituencies. But there is also an objective reality that we must face, Mr. Speaker. That reality is that government, by virtue of our status as a developing country, is unable to reach every part of this country. And for that reason, there are those in our country who face extreme deprivation, who are literally cut off from the rest of this country and have basic needs that have remained unmet for decades. If someone does not step into that breach to meet some of those needs, there will be immense suffering. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the decision to contest to come to Parliament must be one that is made after sober reflection and candid introspection to determine whether you have what it takes to do what this job requires. So even though we are not development agents on paper, we are forced to become development agents because of the reality of our people. I'm sure if you went around and spoke to each one of us, and you would know, Mr. Speaker, because we have been in this house for quite some time, that the sort of demands that are made on you drain you. But if you do not meet those demands, those who come to make them will languish in suffering. So a certain level of resourcefulness is required of all those who want to come to this house. One does not need to be wealthy. You only need to be resourceful, which means that you know what to do to mobilize the needed resources to address a particular problem. In the fullness of time, as and when our status improves from developing to developed, I'm sure that some of these problems will be addressed. So even as we repeat the mantra that we are not development agents, we must appreciate that the reality of this job is that you are going to be the focal point of development in your constituency, that everybody will look up to you as the one who can address their concerns. It is not something we should shy away from, Mr. Speaker. It is something that we must strive to achieve, pending the reaching of every part of this country by government to resolve their needs. I thank you for the opportunity to make my maiden statement in this house.
Thank you so much. I don't want what happened yesterday to happen again. So, Honorable...
Say two. But nobody's here.
So then, let me give it to...
Yes. Honorable Isaac Boama. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make some brief comment on the statement made by the Member of Parliament for Imprayeso, Honorable Davis Ansan Opoku. Mr. Speaker, this particular topic is very, very essential for Ghana's democratic development, in the sense that parliamentary representation is one of the key aspects of our democratic governance, for which, if we're not careful to build the capacity of Parliament, at the end of the day, our expectations of holding government accountable will be very much affected. The maker of the statement made references to some of the deep causes of this attrition in our Parliament of Ghana. When you take the records, as he indicated, members on the majority side have been the most affected. The minority side currently have been most affected. He gave the statistics of up to almost 90% attrition rate. But when you take the 9th Parliament, as we speak, about 115 members have joined this new Parliament, which represents close to about 45% of the total number of members of Parliament. It is important, of course, that you have people coming in to Parliament to also bring fresh ideas and new expertise to support the cause of Parliament. But the difficulty for us as a House is how to ensure that those who are contributing significantly to the development of parliamentary cause on both sides, whether majority or minority, are adequately protected. This protection is a burden that political parties have to scrutinize, because as political parties, there should be mechanisms through which we're going to use to ensure that those who support the cause of parliamentary duties on behalf of the party, because members of Parliament mostly come from political parties, and so the ability to protect and ensure that quality is maintained for parliamentary business should not only be a concern for the general public, but as well the political parties that support and bring the members of Parliament to the House. Mr. Speaker, my recommendation to political parties, and I think the Honourable Member for Kwadas raised it, is about assessment of members of Parliament. There has not been any critical criteria on the part of political parties to assess the performance of its members of Parliament, based upon which justification can be made to its members in the various constituencies to see how best those parliamentarians would be protected. So my encouragement to political parties is to try as much as possible to do effective assessment of members of parliament, so that those that are very, very strong in supporting government business or supporting the cause of parliament would be protected. On the other hand, I also believe that the financing aspect, which Honourable Member for Honourable Felix Ofosu-Kwakye raised, the financing of political of parliamentarians is also a cause to worry, and the recommendation that there should be a means by which government, or of course government, would also play a role in ensuring that some of the burden that members of parliament incur in the course of their parliamentary duties are minimized, so that they don't end up, when it comes to the time where they are competing for re-election into parliament, they will be resource constrained. On that note, Mr. Chairman, I think the maker of the statement has done a fantastic job, and we all commend him for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will bring it to a close. You want to say something? Leadership?
I just want to plead that we take maybe one more, and then one from each side, just one on each side, one apiece, and then we can draw the
No, you speak.
So I will not speak.
You will not speak. Thank you.
So I will not speak. So I'm just suggesting to you that for us to draw the curtains, we should take one from the other side.
Okay, then let me take it from Ramadan.
Then
he has been up for.
Thank you very much.
Power FM.
Whether yes, some I you go so Russia with the fear higher power 97.9, which I TVX YZ. Now, you see, I'm penify, you don't do to a drum Russia with Jamua, yet to woman no na ye dear woman boko to drum Russia with Jamu ebo bo honorable defa a black gomashi George or Pare Ado. And a fe Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Womo abobo omo de ne ho awie agiatum ese aswafo. Na some ba ko de dwam rahebedwam a womo bobo ho eye kwan a ye fa so eyim rahebedwafo efrim rahebedwafie. Esa ne se ye primaries obi se me metenchen maboabo sika no mede ba betum rahebedwani no ninim de o wo rahebedwam onyina na ye no e de afri ho. Eno enam prayer sum rahebedwani Davis Opoku ansa wo PK wode to edwa rahebedwam a womo ebobo ho se ono de osusu se enka yebeye reform se wo political parties ahodo no emu womo enhyehyɛ omo de yɛ adwuma sɛ ɛbɛyɛ enka de bɛbɔ rahebedwafo ho by titu womo atra ho akyɛ ɛwɔ nimdeɛ sɛ nimdefo no nyina yeyi omo efiri hɔ na womo a abɛɛfofoɔ JJCfoɔ womo ɛba die na rahebedwadwumadi ɛbɛkɔ enteno ɛho abobo na womo egusu a womo edi a ɛyɛ second deputy speaker Andrew Esiama wati edwom na abedwafo no esese we de yade adwenkyere de enso nkebe ya efa mienu no yenye baako emfiri ho sesi ya ye kɔ rahebedwom bio na appointment committee womo asetena yakofa e de abremo Rita Awate wono na yeyi ne seso afɔ nkɔhwɛ apoye mantem eso wakɔtena committee n'anim a ye toto na no eti ye kɔ rahebedwom bio abasisia.
Go with what we abide with the rules in mining. We are going to have a beautiful eastern region. Of a truth, illegal mining has destroyed not only our waters, our farm, and even the environment, the air we breathe. So we are going to mine, all right, but we are going to do legal and proper mining. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further question?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to find out from the nominee. When you mentioned that you are going to ensure that we do proper mining in the region, what exactly do you mean by you are going to ensure we do proper mining in the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eastern region, as I indicated earlier on, has a lot of stakeholders. We have the chiefs, we have the security, we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people who matters in the Eastern region. I will be doing a lot of engagement. I will be collaborating with the chiefs and stakeholders in the region. And my party, the NDC, has in its manifesto the proper way of mining. And because I'm a representative of the government, I'm going to really go by what my party manifesto says for mining. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is House of Record, so we'll put everything that you have said on record, and later on we'll come to you. The last question that I have for you.
Honorable Kennedy Nyako, I just want to remind you that she is your regional minister to be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. You have taken notice of it. Yes, Madam Nominee, this is my last question for you. All these questions that I'm asking are major challenges within the region. I'm sure you are aware of some. Maybe some to you are not aware. The last one is about sun winning. It's one of the major challenges within the region. Farmland have been destroyed. Several fertile land that could have been turned or used for either farming for other purposes have been destroyed because of this sun winning. I want to find out from you, what are your immediate steps to tackle this problem when you are giving the nod?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think sun winning and mining has similar effects on our land and the people. I've earlier indicated that my party, NDC, has in its manifesto the measures we are going to apply. I will really engage, come together, collaborate with my chiefs, my elders, my leaders, and all the stakeholders that matter. The security. No, let me come here and let us know that sun winning and all other things are not just a security issue. They are social issues because they have social implications on our health. We are going to apply the rules. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Nominee. I wish you well. But don't forget, we are going to work with 8 against 24 MPs. We are 24. So if you want to be successful in your administration, don't neglect the 24 and work with the 8. That you have a big challenge or a big problem. I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will recognize Ritana Odole Soa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't have a question for my sister. I wish to congratulate you on your nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I was with her at NALAG as well as the African Women's Forum when you look at her CV. And so I know she can deliver to the best of her ability, and I know she's going to bring honor to women so that in future women looking up to her will also come on board. Congratulations, my sister.
Thank you, Honorable Na Odole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Alasan Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Nominee, I wish you well and I congratulate you. You will do well, and I believe using the NDC manifesto as the blueprint, inshallah, you are going to be the best performing regional minister the region has ever had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I move to Alexander Ayawasi Aqua.
Chairman, my name is Akwesi Aqua. Alexander
Akwesi Aqua. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee, SK, congratulations.
Thank you.
I represent the good people of Achem Oda, and so you are soon to be my regional minister. And it's the reason we have a lot of interest in this vetting. My first question has to do with market fires. Very recently, most of our markets have experienced serious fire outbreaks that have actually consumed the capital of most of our traders. And you look at the setting of those markets, you would agree with me that the MMDAs are those that manage some of these markets. Because of that, enough security measures are not put in place to forestall some of this occurrence. As you move into office as a regional minister for Eastern Region, would you want to consider the management of most of these markets so that it will be properly managed by proper property developers to ensure that we have enough security to forestall some of this occurrence?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think exactly that is what I'll be doing. Thank you.
Most welcome. Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have another question. The local government minister who just got approved by Parliament promised this committee that he would not allow any MCE or DCE to have issues with members of Parliament. Like you've been told, we have 24 members of Parliament belonging to NPP in your region. Obviously, your MMDCs are going to be appointed from your party. Would you want to assure this committee that when you are in office, the MPs from your region will have direct access to you so we don't get frustrated by your MMDCs?
Honourable Member, that question has been asked and answer provided that she will be a mother for all in the region. And I even asked the what of those with voter regime blood. So the question has been asked and answered.
Chairman, I was looking specifically at members of Parliament's relationship with MMDCs who are going to come from her political party. It's a bit different from being a mother.
So the relationship between members of Parliament and MMDCs in your region. So you can answer that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The relationship and conflict that exists between some Member of Parliament and MCs is a worrying one, because the region needs the collaboration between MCs and Member of Parliament to have a peaceful working relationship. As the leader, when you give me the opportunity to become, or when you approve of me to become the Eastern Regional Minister, I will be engaging both the MMDCs and the Member of Parliament occasionally. I will be having quarterly meetings with them. We are going to collaborate a lot. We will be having capacity building meetings that will create the very peaceful relationship between them. You know, most of the time, the MMDCs have to sign the common fund for the MPs. If there's no good relationship between them, it makes work very difficult for them. I'm going to be engaging them to bring them together occasionally. Quarterly, we'll be having meetings. Thank you.
Wait. By saying the common fund, do you mean the 4.5% that they refer to as MP's share?
Mr. Chairman, please can you come again?
I'm saying that referring to the common fund in relation to the MPs, are you referring to the 4.5% that is referred to as MP's share of the common fund?
Yes, please. Yes,
thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You see the question is bringing out the best of the nominee. My last question, Mr. Chairman. I want to know from the nominee. I see you are so related to the Yellow Krobo area. I want to know whether your area has an Agenda 111 project ongoing.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can you please come again?
I was asking whether your district, Yellow Kobo, has an Agenda 111 project. That's Agenda 111 hospital.
Mr. Chairman, no place.
Yellow Kobo doesn't have one.
No place.
How many hospitals or health facilities do you have within that enclave?
Mr. Chairman, please, are you talking about Yellow Kobo?
Yes.
I think Yellow Kobo has one municipal hospital. We have one polyclinic, and we have several cheap compounds in Yellow Kobo.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, I think you have exhausted your questions. So let me give the floor to Honorable Shaibu Muhammad.
Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
I looked at the list of regional ministers and I found that we have about 3 or 4 women. Did you check how many women were in the list of the regional ministers?
Yes, please. I know of Honorable Helen Intosu. I know of Honorable Amma Mavis Amma Frimpong, and
that's all right. What I'm driving at is many young girls look up to those of you the president has given an opportunity, the women. And so they look up to you to a high standard. So your performance will tell how the young ladies will also want to join politics. So that's a big task for you, the women who are part of these ministerial nominations. My substantive question has to do with, we have women groups who market women in your region. And this is one group that you need to pay attention to. The NDC manifesto has mentioned clearly the establishment of a women development bank. Tell us how you intend to work this promise with the women of Eastern region so that they benefit from the program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Women empowerment form a crucial part of any community because women form majority of even our national population. Women are seen as the pillars of the basic unit as a family. Most women are found doing works that are around the homes. Our manifesto has spoken about a women development bank, and as a woman, I think one of the things I will be so passionate about is to negotiate with the gender ministry, to negotiate with the Ministry of Finance, to make it done so that the women in my region can be empowered. You know, when women are empowered, the family is empowered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Kofi Mafo. A question, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Rita, you are welcome to Parliament.
Thank you.
Sorry. It is difficult coming from the party leadership and becoming a regional minister. Sometimes it's a bit difficult for you to shed off your party attire, but you have to do well to do that because you are going to be a mother for the whole region. My question is ecotourism. in the region, which is going to be one of our economic benefits that both the country and then the region will get. So I want to ask you, even where you're coming from, the Boti, I understand Boti is also in your constituency.
Can you proceed to ask a question?
Yes, I'm going ahead. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, what are you going to do to improve on the ecotourism in Eastern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Eastern region has numerous tourism potentials, running down from the Kweu area and coming down to Debris, where we have a very beautiful hotel, running down to Esojamai, where we have very, very beautiful resorts. And by the date of where my region is, we have a lot of festivals. We have the Home Festival that bring people into the region. We have the Ojura that brings people close to us, which is celebrated by the Kwapin people. We have the Yellow Krobo celebrating Koyum Siklim. We have the Lower Manya Krobo celebrating Mayim. All these potentials bring people around. One of the things I will be doing as a regional minister is to invite or look out for investors to invest into all the tourists that we have. We have the Boti Falls, we have the paragliding in Kweu, we have the walkway in Bunsu. These are all things that bring people around into my region. And with the help of my stakeholders, we are going to do more visibility studies on other potential that have never been gotten now.
Eti we poyamantemu pani a yabonedi ese swafo ya wonko hwe ho ra yireta wate na Ogusuti appointment committee enimu ayetoto na no asemo etwa to ana ye bisa no se eden na obeye aboa ama ensahwe bia ya te se ekoba se yewo Boti force ne de ka ho a watumi apagam na atwe amonfo aba wo se wone stakeholders amanfo a wone omo ebedi kasubomu edi djuma ebe kosoa edi enkitaho na atwe investors aba na omo di sika aba be hihye ni nyina mu aboa ama apoyamantemu etumi akọ nanim na okase ye wo afasha hodo bebre ewo ho wo boboye ohuma fasha ne de eka ho odwere nyina na afensu no ye wo paragliding site ewo Kweu ene ne mpotemu a eno sei etwe amanfo tourists eba ema omobansa hwe ewo ho nti ye discussion mu a ebeboa yenkonkotie eti na chese ye guswa ye chese ye beko ye mrashebedom na mame reta awate poemantemu swafo ya ye yinu ye toto na no appointment committee womo asetina emu no ye nia ekoso no yafa de abemo King Nicholas ewo efie ha mene no na edi dwumei again so far who is saying
so far so good original minister Madam Okasaye papa wo nim region mu hwe ha wo tre eco site ni ade kwanya tourism betumi aboa Eastern region anamontu ono so ba obetumi ahwe na waboa eye wa wo ko bepoi o tre ye many eba for otibot yes ko bepo epo ye ko
but kwesi akwa ne dia na
obisa no 111 o si bi wo yilo krobo ana
na wo hu emphasize bi e wo ho se bia opese oye propaganda bi wo ho anase
me hu me nim reason why ntia kwesi akwa or insist say ilokrobo agenda 11 bi wo ho ana bi wo ho ana but o try say o municipal hospital wo ho compound na it me nim sentinti ana kwesi akwa pese anas okay sade agenda 11 na ban aye bia na me nim ma no pese o tre madam so si bi ni hosa nti won won timi ankahwe
ene wujafo eni hoyi adi process no aye peaceful
akwa say regional no regional so omonye na it's a sector once na ye hia no dem say no wo chamber nti em say sana
okay it's aye peaceful sana yes say omoma na nye
enko so sa but regional for regional ministers na ye no omon kwane bebre won say omo time sectors na ye na enwuma ho bebre in terms say hono ntina ye na yetum twe omo kakra no but so far so good and ye bad nema ko
sana ye ba vet no na semba kwa mpae so mrahye bedwani ya twedwa
wa wodi
so opoku etrese mrahye bedwafo a ebi ayenmu se wa ba mrahye bedwom for this number of years ube wana obi tinchen waboabo ska no na odi aba
be no
ene saade no esese ye di ye ni ehwe
bebo so ene kre wo hwe ma sesi ekona wo pese we ye politician titru ukofo member of parliament mo constituency ni wo kogina bibia bebo sesi wo ni ska you can't money crash no sesi ano dwata ni ni hwa untumi ntina sesi abi kra kwa oni ska so ko sponsors ne meka ho tese mo ka no bi ni madwuma pa obi betumi anim di obi ko parliament obi say MP kasa no so I proud but ma eya na ehu
ye beto anko
yo yen komra
veteran asemra
points I was in Europe Senior High School and was doing my MPhil. I was able to finish up with my thesis and completed within the actual time. I know I will have to do much to be able to do it, but I will. God be my help.
Thank you very much. Are you done with your questions?
No, Chair. No. Chair, I have a few. Cocoa farming plays a major role in the livelihoods of the several farmers in the Eastern region. How would you assess the current state of cocoa production in the region, and what are the major challenges faced by the farmers in the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Almost all the cocoa growing areas are areas that we have our mineral resources. And per what is happening now, almost all the cocoa lands are being destroyed by illegal mining. We are going to apply the rules. All that we are saying now is that all lands that have been touched, or all farming areas, or all forest areas that are reserved forest areas should not be touched anymore. We are going to do deforestation to plant more trees so that we can regain our forests, so that our farmers can have their land, continue planting our cocoa to make Eastern region great and make Ghana great. Thank you.
Madam Minister Nominee, there are reported cases of violent crimes in your region, in some part of the region. Some areas including Obosomasi, Tutu, and some of these crimes include robbery, murder, and some physical assaults. What specific actions would you take as chairman of RECSEC to ensure that these violent crimes or heinous crimes are nipped in the bud?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you did indicated, being the chairman of RECSEC, I'm going to engage all the security personnel in my region. We have a lot of security personnel. We are going to look at the status of our police stations. We are going to look at the status of the number of security people that we have in the region. I'm going to do that not alone, but with the engagement of my stakeholders, being the MPs that are within my region, my chiefs, and the MMDCs. With this engagement, we are going to do a lot of education. We'll be doing a lot of security education to our people. And through this collaboration, we are going to solve most of the security problems in the region. Thank you.
Madam Nominee, a lot of us now prefer to run up to the mountains to acquire parcels of land. There are a lot of problems with land acquisition in the eastern region. So you will see that most of them are deeply rooted in traditional land ownership systems. How do you intend to deal with this or manage the intersection between the customary land law and the formal legal land system to avoid conflicts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Traditionally, we know that the lands belong to the traditional council. I don't really have control over the land as a regional minister. I cannot do anything without the support and collaboration with traditional leaders. I am going to engage much with the traditional leaders, and we are going to also collaborate with the sector minister for land and natural resources to really see what the problems are so that we solve the land acquisition problems in the eastern region. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to find out, do you own a property in the eastern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I own the property. I own a school in Yilo Krobo, specifically Somenya.
Please, you ask your question. She says she owns a school.
Social intervention, helping
yes.
the government to educate the young ones.
Can I go?
Yes.
Because of how long have you owned the school, and have you paid the requisite taxes towards the ownership of the school and the usage of same?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Larry's Royal School began in 2009, and Mr. Chairman, I've paid all my taxes. Thank you.
You have an idea of the population of the school?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, the school is 674. We have 674 pupils, starting from crèche to JHS. Thank you.
And how many of the people have you given scholarships to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It will interest you to know that about a quarter of the children in the school are on scholarships. I have a plan that if you are a parent and you bring about 3 children, the 3rd child will be on scholarship. And if you are in the school and you lost your parents, you then get scholarship from the school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jerry, that is really social intervention that you are doing. Are you done?
Mr. Chairman, no. Mr. Chairman, if kindly you may let the support team understand that we are just conducting parliamentary business, and therefore words like "are" cannot be used here, respectfully.
Don't worry, you can wait. If you become chairman of this committee, probably you will do that.
Mr. Chairman, that's why I asked of leave for you to do that on my behalf.
So, please, are you done with your questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Please do.
Madam, there are issues of corruption and unethical practices in land registration or allocation processes, especially in the eastern region, where on some occasions, you would realize that people would have lands that are in Ayi Mensa, registered in Greater Accra, and sometimes in the Eastern region. You would also have people registering lands in Berikusu, and also Berikusu, also seen as land. And I can see the Ebri MP excited about the question. Or giving us a lot of issues. I know you are now coming in, but I expect that you have the capacity to deal with it. So I would love to have a feedback from you, how you intend to deal with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did rightly indicate that issues concerning land, I will incorporate the Secretary Minister for Lands, but as the leader of the region, I will be doing a lot of capacity building for my people. You know, in the municipal assemblies, we have transactions like contracts, like procurement, like so many other things. And to curb corruption in the municipal assembly, I will be having training programs to build the capacity of my workers, my staff, so that there will be transparency and accountability. Again, I know the works department deals with these kind of documentations of land. Occasionally, there will be forums for checking on them, what really is happening in the works department, so that that kind of corruption that you are talking about on land documentation will be reduced.
Madam Nominee, as the proprietress of a school, you are aware that there are issues of child abuse. There are also physical and sexual assault of some of our children. And it's not just about your school, but and I'm not saying it's happening in your school, but these are issues that you can find in your region and some other regions. As a mother and a proprietress, how would you want to take steps? What steps would you want to take to ensure that our girls are not abused sexually, physically, they are not molested? And also as the chairperson of the Regional Security Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the issue of assault and molestation on our school children, I think the GES has adequate regulation on such, and such individuals or teachers that are found will be punished. And I believe before even the punishment come, we really have to spell out the rules. Every school needs to spell out the rules for these people. And I think I will not take it lightly when such an issue happens in any school and it is covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This should be my last question. I'm also well aware that you are confronted with some problems in your region, one of which is transportation. So I'm still interested in post-harvest losses. What about the roads? What about the bridges? And what are your plans to ensure that you have most of these things very functional?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Eastern region has a very big stretch from Afram Plains north, south, coming down to the Kwao Mountains, to Suhum, to Insawam, and down to my area, my backyard, the Krobo area, and the Sojaman. And we have a lot of horticultural crops. I think the major problem in transportation in my region is our roads. Our road network is not very, very good. When you get to the Afram Plains, between Mami Krobo and all those areas, most of the roads are completely destroyed. I will be engaging the road minister, the road sector minister, to really upgrade the roads so that these horticultural crops that we have can be cut into the marketplaces for people to really enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a follow-up. On Afram Plains in particular, what are the connectivity issues? Connectivity with reference to communication and transport? Do we have the networks working properly there? If you go to a place like Uabomaima constituency, although it's in Accra, just because it's somewhat a highland, you have connectivity problems. Besides that, do you also have connectivity problems with reference to transportation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did really indicate that we have transportation problems. And apart from that, we also have network problems. So when I talk about communication, maybe movement does not only involve transport alone, but the communication problem. So I will also be doing something on rural telephony. Thank you.
You said probably that's the last question, so I'll give the floor to Honorable
Mr. Chair, I'm done. I just want to wish the nominee well. I'll be monitoring on your final execution of your PhD. And remember, this is the House of Record. Thank you and have a great one.
Thank you, sir.
I urge you to place monitor at the school. I'll give the floor to Honorable Rickett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nominee.
Sir.
Congratulations. I'm actually very pleased to see yet another woman being given a ministerial position. And from what you have said so far, I can actually tell that you do well. Welcome to the club of regional ministers, former and current, of which I was one, Central Region. So I know you do well, but I think it's something you need to clarify. I know that this PhD thing, I just need you to clarify something which I think will help, because a lot of people are listening. And there are so many people going to school and working. It's not a string thing. You're doing a PhD at the University of Ghana, Legon. Now, this day and age, you can sit in Ghana and do a PhD in the United States or in the UK. It's not impossible because of the help of technology. Either you do an online.
You can say it is possible.
It is not impossible. The last time it is possible was used, there was a problem. So it's actually not impossible, for you to do that. But then you did say here that you're a student. I mean, PhD is predominantly a research work, thesis and all that. So you can sit anywhere in the world and actually do it. But then there's lectures element of it. And you did say that you have done 1 year, which I believe was a classroom work, lecture work. If you can answer that, and I'll just follow it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still doing my 1 year course work. And basically, it is a hybrid program, in person. Occasionally we do in-person lectures. Most of our lectures are online, so I can combine. Thank you.
Exactly what I wanted to hear, to clarify your PhD, that you can actually do the job that you are about to do and still continue to do your PhD and finish in 2028 and get your PhD. So I don't have any further question than to just congratulate you once again. May God help you do the regional minister work. I know how it's like, and I know that you will do fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, honorable members and our guests. I have a list of invited guests who are here to give moral support to our nominee. First, on my list is Reverend Lawrence Awate, spouse of the nominee. Mr. Kwajo Jechi, member, NDC National Elections Directorate. Ngenge Oklepeme Nua Anoba Sasraku, Paramount Chief of Ilo Krobo. Ngenge Sakite II, Paramount Chief of Manya Krobo and President of the Eastern Regional House of Chiefs. Nana Awo Kosi Otino, Swapo Manye of Ilo Krobo. Dr. Mark Oliver Kevo, NDC Eastern Regional Chairman. Arnold Ngenge Awate, son of Mrs. Rita Awate, the nominee. Emmanuel Akumate Okra, aide in charge of communication. Mavis Odonko, aide to the nominee. Shelina Amping, NDC Eastern Regional Women's Organizer. And then Ngenge Naneke Tekwete Ofori Ago, Divisional Chief of Okpo in the Yilo Okpe in the Yilo Krobo traditional area. You are most welcome. And we have at the table MPs from the Eastern region. Some even have the opportunity of posing questions. I use the opportunity to congratulate the nominee. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are hereby discharged, but you hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, panel members. Thank you, my people.
Enunti sesia owurayre Rita Awate ya yaboni din se won koye soafo ewo apoye mantem emu ye toto na no appointment committee emu no ni nyina aba awieye dwomtreni edema committee no first deputy speaker Yera Bernard Ahiafo or say sesia ye discharge ye jawo wutume eko empenifu edi ekire bae mehu Eastern Regional Chairman no otarimu Dr. Mark Oliver Kevo ane ene empenifu kaya wamo eta ye chiri yema munyina tiri nkwa mo abo adwuma na ansa na no na sesia nipa woye mrahebe dom dodo danu ni abedi ekire Honorable Rickett Hagan obisa samamie yatesa wo ye PhD na sensu di amanfo PhD say opese oboni doctorate degree PhD amanfo yana womo eye ebetumi yen otegana ha na bia Australia na se China America no ye PhD wodi no matesa wo se wo ye ne Legon na ye say ye nyina ye nim ye student PhD student de ye nim as a king na some me no
oh yes
enti ye nim say say a PhD no ya first year no de
class work no
more ena obi sala o kaso media no ye de fra etoda yetumi ba classroom eba besia de etoda nso a yetumi ye wo online na sesese ade chichi ni ba bia sasa ya ba funum de no na ye de enti no metumi a combine adwuma me ye as regional minister and madisia ni nyina ha adwen no se no ana me party ese ha adwen ti no me ma wuti nkwa ansa na wajagbawe mrashe bedani wono yeto abawie ye still amanfo say wo ani nkunim nso or parliament obey that quite to say tema central you know one forcing
yes
or no what parliament yeah me constituency Patrick Boama or Kaiko Central one also go to parliament ye kasa no okabi ye vete no or ye be enti Jerry Shaibu bisa say mami na wo no mami me so wo ejapade bi e wo apoyemante mu ana and was say me was school and was school no and crowded was send a woman. Can you imagine? Some question we crowd now here and was say or and cry ebaya 684 a woman and was say nemo do send a that scholarship so and was so and no now person who dear papa I didn't say thought that I will phone obi one ne mammy and sending in our do my back. 18 say me and sana badia baako no esa say ye man scholarship ye dim ye no school fees na baako or that scholarship so obi so a e bia na wofu afiri mu ye be man scholarship 80 or say it will interest you to know say wo ba me school mu hode a wo mu a wo that scholarship so be half ena say wo mu da ensie chiban eso ena obisa say ema ya ye tai sisi wo mu ye wo mayaka de ya de a ekosopa eno so da na obeye e de afa won say minister eno so asem ne say Ghana Education Service wo mu ewo enhyehyeye a ebata saade ne ho enti ehwo akonya say school bia ebetumi akire ne de wo ye kire ni a wotumi tiase se be ya won konko fom mra no na no wo kama na bewie say ekoba say wo fom emra no wono ye gye ne tumu say regional minister na ye capture ebeto nanim dia ene emra ene obedi ne sede esepa obi say bio ese crime eba no crime rate wodu apoemantem a e was through ye pan e honso wotreye ena wo ka so metiasia sa esansa yetete ehun nsem na ni nyina mu no wone bible enimako no ebeka abomu na yayire bible mu pampe ewo apoyemantem mu se ebeya asa enuema ni nyina no yebetumi abra nase eba ne nsasensem land acquisition eno so king obisa ne ho asem sa ene wo ka se wo behu na asase ba ko ya tama we na
chasing the brekusumo ne aden sensem ekokoso wo ho no ye bonko futu
and wo ka se
ye bonko
eno de etumisi eye asase ba ko no na ye de ho nkrata ma enipa bebre na ye na omo a empenefo a eda wo mabam sanse ye ntumi ono asase no enye ne dia ye wonana no ma ye omo dia na wono aye regional minister wono mo ebeye adwuma na omo afiri wo mani wo ho no sebe ya sa oha no enyina no wo ebetumi abra na se wo ye ka apoemantem a region a eye peaceful eka ho bi eti obeye adwuma ahwe se ebegina ne nanso sa sede ye nimu no enti ensemo a ye de toto na no na ono nso eyi ano no kakra ena mabo ne tofa akire etiefo ne ahwefo ti maame obrayere reta wate ye ma utinkwa apoemantemu esoafo ayabo odin na akuya krantema manya no ewo studio ha akuya akwaba wubu sutari mu for God and country oh boy juma so far yesha vetting process no said the ekoye and even yes science ye eko parliament chamber ho eko share proceedings na eko so ye ka mashirujafo na womo eka kwanya ye faso na yeyi womo efi ona afofro ababeshem na obi diska na odi ababetu na de na ye hwe vetting so a throughout the day yakova ye bone tofa etisen wo hu ne sen
na dwumade ni mum de nyame nim ni ye kama ekoso kama minim se bia afenwamba ho ni ntio ena de ye kama peaceful ekoso wano so adema omosede ete sorry na sadia na wo kan say
ya no mama kai northern regional minister designate northern regional minister designate
ayo no there's a bia na cough na wana ayayi nso so bentina so betim na no so mama kai ayaro cough record for Benny there. And adwuma de de ekoso kama na o man spend time me brain so e wo home. Na o hwe je say eye oti eye minister aboni din no Japan. Na je busa ne say nanka gbawe MP na kuriya ya no hon shaibu no hon se bebrebe ya. No bi say sanka be bia wadui 74 wa komra she be fie mpem bebre adenti nanka be bia bi no je say won take backstage on man so 10 nanka bia ankola ni bi kura na sa hofron so enye you know see o de bi si etimi nya president 84 years oya president dia just ono so ono so ginama 74 nko bi e nti obetimi aye adwuma o su ehu na ode bebo anti no na say nkokorafo no
punchline kese pa
nkokorafo do na ye ready say on be gina achi na nkwada no aba benya adwuma ni bi aye nanso ni nyina no eye esanse akase bia nkokorafo ni nyina nkwa experience nso omanya no chese wo so omde boa na abafu yi etimi ewuram na omo ka se mra hye bedwafo kwan a ye fa so na ye de mono no na se betu omo ewo experience e wo fi ho no na se enya de no so me ne omo ya adwene esane se obi amba ho for the first time experience obenya no he they said ya kopa adwuma bi o say experience 6 years when nya kwan ya adwuma ni bi obedi nya experience no ha enti no say old ones no old hands na bi akafio na new ones no so aba be join no ne nyina ebe boa
but me ntwa no ekoba say old ones no so womo well experience that ye kase wo makafio we so obi nso kotu wom ena ekoye sese a backbenchers nko aba fresh for no nko na wo ha nka parliamentary business ebekosen
say ye be your orientation anka orientation na ye be anka be take time kakra
one say time ye de appointment committee omo report ekotu edwa final one no Ahmed Ibrahim Mudie mashimo ne Pablo Mudie asemu bisiye womo bobo hu ewieye no na akohia se ye ichese ye jitum but omo say NDC for na NDC MPs me pacho ya na mo kwan omo say majority for
so ka korom ho asabi a omo ni numbers enso mo ya majority pa majority a ehu ni asemo ntino eye den na fie omo ntimi nko
na so bi ase na omo ewo experience wo fie ho ni bi na direct Mr Speaker so senka no o say ye modon no
na ya mfra from ombra
ye qualify for division na de but omo ewo experience ni bi ejina mu direct ye eme ekoye wi oppose question no as many as are in favor of the motion say aye
no omudiye ni sa
se koba say experience once ni nyina eko na aba fresh for e ba
omu nyina ntimi anya ye say ntimi nsida say omu nyina abeko say old hands na say experience once no omu nyina abeko na aba fresh for nko aba mingi ni se betimi ese eden a ebe mentoni omu seed na se de omu ka se bitutu ebi no se kwa wo fa so ti obi a obaye no sa so no betu edi awuram ti ane de
ko ba ne sa wo yi leaders e wo fie won so e de won minority nkitenkite no won leadership said yes here no
afenya so on pesa akantem so on pesa anti no but e de ana o metimi aye adwuma no se obemu a obesua na se watimi akwanim ti o mepeke de tie bia no
shaibu nkakra o pese o take afenyo place
se na afenyo anko na afenyo anko ntino to bo na akra wo sit na asem ho
ba ne nyina mu no said OPK ono kra Davis Opoko ansa what a statement in to parliament na watch senka political parties no omoye reforms a ebeboa ekwan a ye fa so kra diska political parties womo activities mo any ade wo ben wo be say when oboa me wo campaign mo oboa o say obi a contribute say ye ma ye who say yes say baby ase no e bia party number power wo bo obi din no obi say
wanya hwe
we de minimum no
so no de ni sika ewurem ya
echire ho enti no ono che say obi contribute a ye make the public na ye hu say
ono so de bibia beboa
na ono ka aba besi say be ya saade na eyiniti ewo yama yosem
primary simuti tiruni ye
ese amanfo ekotuetue sika na omo de to vote wo bra ye primaries no yetumi asia no
na no yetumi asia no kwan de because as nipa no anya perception bi say no mo ka say e wo say yetumi kirekire mu mrahye bedwani na sede any MC ni DC fo nso asede esanse mpuntu dwuma bi wo ho a enye mrahye bedwafo no na eye omode ne so mbehye mbra na mbra no aye adwuma ewo eye gane nyina ba ye wa kire no nso ehu say ene wu kwenu no ebi a ka ba akopɛ nanso ade nche na se o ka sabɛfo na wotetra sako na se nyoma kase ende abrochire se okɔ bani se sa na tie dia na se wo bɛka kyɛ mi se nya wadwuma ne so be mpuntu dia ende me so na se megia ansamako enti anu no ka ho bi enti se omo ye adwuma no na yiya ye wo fom no so no yetimi so mrahye bedwani kwai no wa lobby wo de nya na eye wa sade kro wetimi a lobby ade anim ema ye school dan yakwa ye ne nyina na enya de a obi no betwi bebre na bi mu kwa na se omo yi omo ni kura uhu na ada this about time aso bepre se yansan so ema no nkobiem ansa behu no ho se bi a wo ye adwuma parliament committee bi so da so ne ade nanso mrahye bedwafi ankasa dodo no ano ye hu dia mo ye se bi kasa na se bi se ndi se mo ye na mo ye ni yi a na yesu ye benefit ya ati ase ya ne mo mpre si ebetu anase diska be wura mu
ebe lobbying sa say wo ya ban a eye wasade say wo ye mpuntu nyuma ewo oman ni mu ma ne ya national cake no wo tetete me ka say my penny mama okoto no okura ne book no watwere wom na nana no mo de adesade
etu nanima
na watwere eti wonam a watwere no se wonu mo se omanfo e bia se medru mekrom nkokọ constituency dia wo mo hawnie se medru ayensia no a
me so me peso aso ne ho
wo mo omo hawnie eti e bia MP no o se e bia ye kwan asem a minister no okona se wonhwe nanimu a obeda di mpuntu ababa te ya ban asade se
ye mpuntu na ministers ni so na se MPs ni so no e wo se mutimi hu kwan a mo be fa so obi wo hokra na se bionye ne party na wa ban mu na so timi di anim kakra nya bibi ba ko mienu bi e ko ne peso aso ni nyina ye se dia ne minister na se nipa no nkita hudie ebeko enti yesere menye me party na wa ban mo eye mo modin asem be lobby monhu kasa mo bekasa ade a kyerɛ mo so motimi aboa mo na eba Ghana nyina na ebedi so mfa so
yehwe sede ebeko amugu so lobena Patrick Boama kai ko central mrahye bedwani watutu entokro bi wo amanfo fi anim oso oye kwan
power the fam
ohun si wo lusi no epena okofa contractor fo besi kwan ne so
omo betutu amena
omo tutu amena besi ne hwen koso nti Patrick Boama wote parliament ye dedenso no constituency watutu amena wo ho kone koye
kosi amena no na amanfo nya kwankọ mu fie
ntokro MP na yankanfo 3p garlic mixture Emma etiefo ne ahwefo piwak natural herb and ediaba edwaman so wo say se wapon waposo wo joint wo ya wote ya wo nipadua mu wonsa no nan aye otitriti ana se kesemro so bi aba edura wo benom 3p garlic mixture baby eton waduro bi wo ho ya 0248 928 824 0248 Little George Health Shop eso na efe ya woka se enura hodo ya wo benom ama wo nipadua na hoden abawura mu no wo moton ni nyina bi nti kowa plus mixture afa Dominion powder Mr. Kill ni nyina ebi wo ho na vitamins and minerals ahodo eba no eye enhaban ahodo a ebi ye ewo ye mamu ebi fra mana no benom ama wo pomuden agina yie unipadua no honam no aya se hwemhwemhwem dia wo makachi na obenya bi wo healthy juice ahodo cranberry carrot blueberry emone de ka ho nyina no wo benya bi ato makachi tema community 5 PV oben roundabout na obehu mo ya fa 0243 140 213 0243 140 0213 Medimosis Clinic and Prostate Center and so Efra was a mema momo prostate and ho bang was a day mema momo prostate no and ho bang. Enti we obi a prostate disorders wo bia wo ba medimosis a ye behwe e de ama obi de ye sexual weakness just say wo ko empamu a sisi ano wate ada eba sa na ma na di ho felsa na ma ne nso etisa no ema sabe wo mo type ma pa o say wo felisa e bia girl we na de na anko yi ma me nko ha obi na wo se wo ho ti wo ba medimosis clinic and prostate center ya behwe ni nyina ma obi de ye infertility afe ese ho asem hwe enuanom ese ho asem ka de mese eye asem bi e wo sade tie eya ho na medimosis wo munyiji wo si ase sabe enkawa ne mfiri ho ma ebi a wo bi de ye enumuka wonyi mfiri ho wo pese ye mpa wo seso ema na wo se nya fita obi ka cha me se wo si fita asa white eti sa wo pese wo se enya kama se medie ya wo medimosis a ye be hwe wo mo wadenta bawia wo ne police station no edi enhwenimu ASL building Ghana Highway Authority wo mo ewo ho ahene makokobe kumasi eje kwajo wo mo ne school for the deaf edi enhwenimu ya for 0244 068 447 0244 068 Haxa mixture and capsules and so what diaba a droson kwa woboa one more a boa woman to me tibidi wo besimin to me di Adrian appointed jollof ya di aduane abesi woni mu ntumi nidi then I have one say well you see appetite wo ba health alert clinic omo na de Haxa mixture and capsules abia me pacha no mu bi obi nso well you see wait at say ne swat sabe wo yetan afe ekese moroso wo hwe se wo tu ebom afe nso wo te yaw ewo obo chest pains unya bi obi nso ewo ho a na ni su brain no ase wo da swate Haxa mixture ne capsules no mu bi Food and Drugs Authority age enu ya to mu seye baby aye to waduro bi ebi wo ho e ma me nkasa mre wo pe ne dodo atu ana se wo pe bi ata afre number 0240 238 310 0240 238 310 na wo no mo edi enkomo Ostek Real Estate eye ensase papa fie me say Ostek ensase no enya de ya tese land garden sembia wo ho manso nsem bia ni ho dodo wa ajim ayikuma asebi doyumu afienya dowenya shy hills ewo nyina wo mo nsase Ostek nsase ho ebo ne da fom eno mo nkasa 0244 684 069 0244 684 069 afa edu herbal clinic edu number 1 herbal clinic ewo krom eno no wo sayade awodo nyina titiri stroke de Dr. Do or your stroke specialist pa eta ya akoho wodi hwe bi enya yade bi ana say wo hu eho symptoms ko edu herbal clinic na won fa bidro enka wode SMBTS aba e ma ne me ma tin kadro sonko obi oho a te say wodo nsa kan no wo hwe wani mu saa onya atinka bia sebe mpanefo nso se odwan ho semina no wo hwe ne to enti obi oho a wo so ne mu no wo hwe wani mu se to eno ye de atinka na wu hwehwe SMBTS na no mu bi ebemo atinka sorry na wo de aye niema wo kromu a na wo hwehwe do about clinic wo mo mankesi mba fi krom odoko official town kwahia hinku street wo mo ho wakra ha ya fa 0201 044 221 0201 044 221 now no madi nkomo Ruta natural product Dr. Ranford Abbey papebi wonu na de enui aba edwaman so Ruta nuro no da bia me ka che o say eye nuan yin ne yakeka bom na ye de aye eti ye wo Ruta mixture test hwe wunya malaria dra wo benom no afa Ruta Titanic to typhoid free ho Ruta life and also benefit fini peduan mu ema ahoto baba bia to wadro bia bi wo ho Food and Drugs Authority ajatum say ye 0244 503 443 0244 503 443 now no more edi enkomo Solak Natural Clinic and Dr. Solomon Papa B was say I walk some say I just I worry for be a worry Marshall Shab won't fear be brave bimma say Solak Natural Clinic ye be draw as some keke what the car wa when ya pray to more not to say conception not taking place and that was a kidney ya dear now and I said liver problem and I said when I see a pager what done I don't to me not maybe south say will boy be a jai when I was there be will girl be a jai when I was there be done I don't to me not prostate won't some walk or tin namunya the one man I want to far corner and I said walk or tin Johnson ya dear a yes Solak Natural Clinic but my dear say will become my catching on my show one more a year laboratory test I would do and so waka Coco Memle or by Harvard Senior High School a year for 0553 932 631 0553 932 631 Sabasha Center essay Ebiana Womodemo Wompamu ya kitikiti or was singlet and I said Atet Yabashu, my sister-in-law Kukwa Mahama was Atet Yabashu, kitikiti. Me patrol said, Womodem monetisa, Woba Sabasha Center, Yabab I'm a witcher when I said Bear Mancasa, and I said, Washa war hepatitis B, and Namu Yadian Watsibia, Woba Sabasha Center, Yabab Ama Yadian, and I see it toward the cocoa bitters Biaba Montes, Yafeno, Sabash cocoa bitters, a dray a year Jumancasa, se cocoa at the swacha, Numubi. A bet she cocoa na sinina, ama hotaba. Baby, I told drobi a bill of food and Russell Authority. I just said, yeah, Sabash Herbal Center, Ewa La Paz, 1 year Brantia Sports, and a din shenimu, woman ya fi new market quine so, a ya for 0500 06 4000, 0500 06 4000, Equia.
Yo ma yantwa so fast dano MB Emma Abuafo kutie mu ebi aye Let's Talk Educational Consult me pa cho se me kan che so pe fapem papa pa ama wo ba humasua ehwa ne Saudi abofra no ebekọ no matimi aboa na abofra ne da che no akoyie ede amanom na ose eye preschool ana admission je se eye 6 months kopim 6 years odi akwada no ebekọ saso na Saturday school eno so omukire nkwala na de papa reading writing sanso na personality development IT training ni dia ka ho bebre na no kwa o mekira kwada no ama sanso na consultancy na teacher training eno so ko mekira sebeye na just school bia watene ade no ebetimi akoyie ade amam o se hia no adwode bia odobo ase dwumadie so na ese kwasia danso no virtual classroom eno so 3 pm na ese ode ahye so na watie bintimi sro modern se odo ba no ebekọ Let's Talk Educational Consult na matimi achre na de school no awo techi Nungwa Estate Mango Street Ebelejo Kuku Municipal Assembly from our 0249 069 821 0249 069 821 Nurse Wotimi eno atwetwe nkomoko Facebook ni ayinya social media platform eno nso ubehuno Let's Talk Educational Consult also building the future through children nurse o chichire da cheno afa eye nkwademu Sanso ana yadi asida Emma Spanish garlic mixture nene capsules me pacho eye adupapa aba ene ebeboa na ese moja no atimi aduafu sanie papa ewo ni pedwe no efe eye conditions bi se obi anase ahoho anase atata sebio ugu nso eye ntentem anase kasiamro so saso anase eye bad cholesterol ni pedwe na ese sedia oil ne anwa atata mu a enya asenkuma menstrual disorder ba kwa fichira na ese aya mama ebi kura meye etwesi basa ese hudia ewom omodian so benya aye Spanish garlic mixture na ne capsules ne bi na watimi anonom na aboa kama esiesie ni padua no sabe eye nkankan ne eka ka hunyina obehwe na esiesie ni kama amaw opedodo a okọ eye okashia ubenya bi ato Tinatek Heba bi ewo sanso ne se bi omtonduro ewo Ghana afene nyina ubenya bi ato 0266 114 111 na Spanish garlic mixture na ne capsules no wosu wenye bi anonom na asiesi kama mamemfa aseda no bi Emma Power Specialist Herbal Hospital me pacho akodar papa je sanya asim kuma agia baso bobebre enam sedia ohwe yade etu ase korakora nti me pacho say hepatitis B C anase A ni nyina kwa obehwe amount drop sa nipa nyema nyina fi ni pedwe nim ama na se wo so watimi ado ho ana se eye fatty liver eno so behwe na se atimi aye kama enso ama prostate no na ayekese adukuru behwe aboa na se kwa yatimi aboa na immune system no ya moaduro na atimi abose ni kama enso adiama fibroid na fe eye kidney stones ni nyina ko eye power specialist herbal hospital na se onhwe emboa me pacho odi jirikajiri ti se duro no abano no eye mmemme duro tatahwe nonom bio na jo points na se nyoma nkoye emfa mawo sanso na habaten mixture eno so ebe boost immune system no adiama kama ni ndure sanse ye ndupa na Food and Drugs Authority ajatum no obenye biato bebi eto nduru bia ewo omangane mu mepa choko na hye so a eye enkran kwa benya ACP kwantempo no so one eye Power Hospital bus stop and I say edi enhwe ehwa na abehu no sanso na kumase feyase busumtwi road no kwantempo no so ewo so eye Eduya Junction obehunu ewo saso na takrade anaji estate obey ahantama rural bank no obehunu ewo frɛ 0244 544 442 anase 020 038 3831 na won penyipoda Power Specialist Herbal Hospital no enjwen nkomo na omboa na isapum don sam no etimi akoyie so ede amount saso anenei edu herbal clinic me pa church se enya semkuma endro de aba no se ebom be mankasa emomogemo samba esan so ode eye isam bitters enso abedweb so so nya binu bebo pa esiesie ni padua no na mo gina nan so na esan de waje wo tere ni tu sa na de odi ni nemu ebebo pa mesre wa se wo hwe na sa koma no kora no wunya sika mfa mo ndada esan so wono no isam bitters no gina nan so no se obedi di peche sa koma kora na misa obi omo headquarters no ewo eye mankasim be fi krom sa so anankran udu odoko official tower obey eye cross Ebenezer Preparatory School ubehu no ho sa so enaduro no benya biato ewo Little Georgia ewo Tema efe eye Rick Joe's Pharmacy eno ewo Connection bebi eto ndra udo nyina no ubenya bi ato ewo ho na ubefre so 0558 379 545 0558 379 545 na ese nkomo bia ono me pa chone ne twetwe ombo na watimi enya hoode mapa na abo adroi te se Food and Drugs Authority ajetuma unum bia betimi abo na wogina wo na so pampe na etimi abo yi
na etese kwa dia ye de se ne na dia ya na ye no
dia ya na no ano no
fiti anopa be sisabre etiefo ahwefo ye ne mo anante bibia course ya hyemobo ese Parliament so far as veteran bibia ebefi waba no ye de bebremu eti sana ye no eti morning crew no ye de omu nyina ase ewia Nicholas ne omo eka hu nyina yeso ye wo ha ye da Raf Peter Emmanuel Kisi Emmanuel Nete mu nyina ye da mo se mota ye kire mo bo adwuma hwan Francis ye da mo se na edem se mota ye kire na yenso mo hima ba ko pe ko man nyina gudie ladies dem boss be poso hima mebutu ha na afemene
akuya krantoma
moti yenka ya da mu nyina se ama mmone hwe nyame ya duma wochena ye besan asomu bio dwabo ase anopa no nsia ye da mase
Mesi menananu aguru basa abi bragro tibedu imle no na ma premaye.
As for me, I take very good care of my